like that, but has never landed a punch and never won a fight. That's Brent. And so there's something about his resilience that I actually admire, if I'm being honest.
No, but there was Astro. Which one do you think is more resilient, Astro or Brent?
Well, Brent's got just a lot longer tenure here. So yeah, Brent's been doing this for years.
Oh, okay. But Astro, he had a little fight. He had a little fight. He had to send him to the queue quite a few times.
Yeah, well, I tend to send people to queue if they don't shut the fuck up. Like, like you can disagree with me, you can tell me that you think my idea is stupid, all that kind of jazz. I'll probably have a response for it, but I'll let you get your licks in. Like the one thing that I do allow is for people to get their punches in. It's not my fault that he doesn't land them.
No, but you were giving him, you were like, you were giving it to him, and he just hung in there, and he stayed in there with you. I think you got to invite him back.
Hey, Dr. Moja, I'd like to ask you a question.
Go for it.
This is in regards to the title of the room. How can we end terrorism? Do you think that all the terrorism we have seen in the past 25 years has been authentic? Or do you think that perhaps the CIA and others in the U.S. government faked terrorism?
I don't think they fake terrorism, but I think it's one of those things similar to having awareness of the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941. I don't know how you classify it, but if you know that something's happening and you allow it to happen because it creates a good narrative for you, it's not exactly that you did it or that you orchestrated it even, but there is some guilt associated with allowing these things to take place.
Well, I'm only asking because our glorious president, Donald Trump, has clearly identified that fake news is real and that MSNBC, CNN, and all the others just spam us with clickbait titles, which is all just a bunch of fluff. So I'm just wondering, and with the NDAA being at $1 trillion a year, is $1 trillion a year still needed to fight the war on terror?
As far as the expenditures that we have, if we were legitimately looking for terrorists with the intent of taking them off the playing field, I would support that. In fact, I would trade all the Social Security dollars. I would trade all of the Medicare dollars. I would trade a lot of dollars to be able to do that. The problem that I see is that we can know that these guys are in play. What's up with when we hear that the CIA is tracking a terrorist cell and then we're listening because we're looking at why not just we spot them, we take them out. I think we need a much more zero tolerance policy on this stuff. If we can identify them and we know then just remove them from the field of battle.
Well, let me ask a follow-up. If we were to slash the NDAA by $300 billion a year and bring that annual expenditure down to a mere $700 billion a year, and we were to look at the priorities in the military in terms of lethal force that are used to defend the freedom and the security of this country, would you imagine that $300 billion worth of a jobs program, as they usually call it in a lot of federal agencies, when you ask questions, they say, oh, that's a jobs program. So I'm just wondering, do you think that possibly at $1 trillion a year, we can identify $300 billion worth of a jobs program that is used to defend the security and freedom of this country?
Let me answer that for a second. When I found out that the Iranian nuclear strike was in the process for over 20 years, they were devising how they were going to do something that couldn't be done. Do you know how much money that costs? And do you know how you had to set aside money to do it? And that's just one project. Who knows what they have going? That costs money. You could throw around, you could say 200 billion to go for jobs. You could say that. but this is an expensive planet we live on, and terrorism is an expensive fight that must be fought. And I'm sure glad they spent 20 years, I don't know how many billions, to knock out Iranian's nuclear weapons. So, you throw money, you could spit out any amount you want. You gotta itemize, you gotta look, I'm from the old accounting school, show me the income, show me the expenses, show me. You just can't throw out a $200 billion job program. And who's going to be against the $200 billion job program? What if that $200 billion job program costs millions of lives because we didn't think right? No, it's not worth it.
Just a real quick question. There's an actor that your voice reminds me of. Who is that actor? Because I can't figure it out.
Christopher Walken.
Not at all.
Jules, well, I have a New York accent.
Ray Romano.
No, it's not Ray Romano.
Tim, I hate to interrupt. I gotta ask Jules a question because he's a former IRS, I believe, international revenue officer. Jules, why don't you explain to the wonderful people in this room what it was like as an IRS officer, and what was it like just filling out a simple sheet to figure out whether you could take a plane or had to take a car?
Well, when I went overseas, I couldn't take a car. So I don't know what your question is.
I'm just making a joke about determining whether it's more affordable to fly by car or by plane because they make it so complicated as an employee at the IRS. It's a waste of everybody's time. That's part of the jobs program I'm talking about. I'm just saying, Jules, you worked at the IRS and the annual budget there is $60 billion a year. They bring in $5 trillion a year. That's a 0.08 ROI or a 0.86 ROI. Does the Treasury even spend too much money doing what they do, Jules? Is there no automation, no optimization? Is there no cost savings possible?
I think there are cost savings, but you don't know you're talking about the military. You don't know what is being spent. Were you surprised to hear the 20 years in the making? What was it, Iranian nuclear bomb program? I was surprised as hell. I didn't have that crap in the IRS. I had to fill out travel vouchers when I traveled. I wasn't allowed to, and people looked it over and said, what the hell, what the hell is that? Can I tell you a funny story about that?
I got it real quick. No, Alan Martin. A lot of those people don't know this. Alan Martin. Am I right?
I don't know. He had a lot of different voices.
Alan Arkin. I'm Gary Conross. Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, maybe I sound like him. I'm not him. My throat's a little raspy. But here's a funny story on travel vouchers. They were very strict on travel vouchers. So one of my friends went to London. I think it was with me at the time. And he comes back and fills out his travel voucher. The manager says, look at this. Look at this travel voucher. I can't approve of this. For example, you have a hat. What's this? You put a hat? You bought a hat. She said, yeah, I was walking in the streets in London. There was a heavy wind, blew my hat. We went under a bus and destroyed the hat. So he goes, I'm not accepting this travel voucher. Do it over. I will not accept it. So he does it over, gives him the travel voucher. It's the same exact amount, but no hat. So the manager goes, how can it be the same amount? Where's the hat? He goes, you find it. Sure, we thought that was pretty.
Well, I mean, do you have any criticism of the IRS, any whistleblower statements about egregious spending or activity against citizens of this country?
Nobody was out to get citizens. Look, no one was out to get citizens. As a matter of fact, the first year or so, I was in an office audit where you get people making $7,000 back then, and their household expenses was $15,000. So, I had leniency on them. I had leniency on people who were driving cabs and didn't report all their tips like, people don't do. But my leniency changed as I grew up went up the line, and for most of my career, I was an international examiner in the financial service area. We had big dollars.
Imperial Hub or something. I know Michael Shore. I've been reading that non-intervention stuff for a while.
Concocted. And that's where I really enjoyed my job. We're not out to, the IRS wasn't out to get the little person. The IRS was to make sure that the laws that the rich people made was followed, and usually it wasn't.
Okay, so I want to jump in real quick. The reason you were asked that was tying it back to the title. John is just bringing up the point that sometimes the U.S. does things that we spend money and don't solve problems as they pertain to terrorism. In fact, he's alluding to the possibility that maybe we might even like some of the terrorism that takes place because it creates a need for budgets to be spent and a jobs program, quote unquote. So let's get back to the title of the room. How can we end terrorism?
Well, you're talking about the military-industrial
Well,
complex.
yeah, well, that's one thing. I want to just holistically think about how can we solve this problem. Can we agree that we have a terrorism problem globally?
Yes.
So what are we going to do to fucking solve it? I have some ideas.
I think that.
But I feel just hold on. If I share my thought, you guys will think I'm crazy. I might even get clipped. So I want to hear your thoughts.
Save it to the end.
I think that, so, speaking of this, particularly the issues with the option B, which is online Muslim immigration. The reason I say that is because of the fact that it disassociates us with countries that are majority Muslim and could be at greatest chances of ending Islamic terrorism.
Moderators, put me in the queue, please.
Okay, you're in the queue. You're right behind the next person that might want to speak. Okay, let's go.
Jules, were you going to say something?
Well, since somebody's speaking, you can't do it on the cheap. That's number one. You can't. Terrorism is something they want you to spend a lot of money to fight them. It's like whack-a-mole. They're popping up all over the place. So, Roger, you can't do it on the cheap.
What about this? Here's a thought. I'm gonna throw a fucking thought at you, okay? Okay? You ready? We give, instead of the $1 trillion that we spend half that giving it to Israel, okay? And again, you know how I feel about foreign aid, so bear with me on this thought. We give the money to Israel. We tell them to gather all the intel, and then they're going to train the troops. We're going to build an army, and the army is going to be built off of the people that we detain that have entered this country illegally. And then what we do is we tell them, look, we're going to ship you over to Iran. You're going to do a land war with Iran. You're going to go ahead and defeat the IRGC, and once the victory is completed, you'll have U.S. citizenship. What do you think?
No good.
You hate Mexicans that much?
Wait, who gets the citizenship?
The Mexicans get the citizenship. We detain all of the illegal aliens, and then we put them aboard a Navy ship. We train them for war. We send them over to Iran, and Israel will do all the intelligence gathering, the war planning, and then the troops on the ground would be U.S. citizens. They'll go and fight the war. They'll be from places like Panama and Nicaragua and Mexico and places like that.
Well, I think you're describing the Bay of Pigs invasion almost to the T.
Yeah, but this is the Bay of the other pigs.
It's like send some pigs to the other pigs' bay, like transatlantic pig sending.
Our big problem is fighting terrorism. Number one, isn't cheap. And number two, maybe even more important, it is not so constitutional, if you know what I mean. We have to break some eggs, to make the omelet. And that's probably a bigger problem than the money. We could think of it.
Especially with the cost of eggs these days, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It goes up all the time. Yes.
Can I just say
So we
that
got a big problem.
borrowing and spending more to fight terrorism with the ridiculous hope to think that you can actually end it would be the dumbest thing we as Americans can do. If we don't reprioritize our current spend and drastically cut spending, we won't kill two birds with one stone, and we have to start taking a multi-approach action to solving the fiscal crisis and ending the security crisis, which is always an illusion. There is an illusion of security. And spending more money and borrowing more money does not bring you the security that you think it does.
You know, you not only brought up a great point, you linked the two, and they are linked. You're right. We're so much in the hole financially that we can't prioritize our spending.
Do you think it would help if we just like educated the world? Because most of these terrorist groups are Islamic fundamentalists, right? What if we just like did like dropped leaflets and educated the population of all these Muslim countries that the Prophet Muhammad was a pedophile? Do you think that might help?
No.
I think that might help with our prisons, basically, was get attracted to Islam. If we just, if they found out that Muhammad had sex with criminals, that might make them reconsider.
They have kindergarten classes that talk about killing Americans and killing Jews and killing other religions. You know, you got to stop that culture. You gotta allow for Islam to exist, but not extremist Islam. If we take any extreme culture, which preaches they're the correct, only their culture should exist. It's not, we're going to have conflict and war. I don't know if we can do this, but we have to stop the extreme culture. How do you go into other countries and make it illegal to teach hate of other religions, women, or whatever? You can't.
Wait, hold on. No, but hold on. You got to slow it down. Like, before they write the textbooks of killing people, they bought into this idea that the perfect man was this guy that married a 6-year-old and fucked an 9-year-old. Like, I think what we have to do is we have to say, look, pedophilia bad, and ergo Prophet Muhammad bad, ergo Islam bad. Like, and again, no disrespect intended to any of the people that have been subjected to this cult. I have a lot of empathy for you if you happen to be a cult member. We can deprogram you once we end Islam.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just don't think.
Wait, let's hear from Frank. Frank, I don't think he's had a chance to speak. He hasn't been able to take it. Frank, go ahead. Hit me with all the wisdom you got.
Yeah, thank you. I think as long as the board demands terrorism, so when demand is there, supply will be created. Doesn't matter how you behave. So the problem is
This is called Clubhouse. This is how can we end terrorism?
That's a question.
Well, okay. I know this is going to sound extreme, especially from somebody that doesn't like initiating force on nonviolent people, but wouldn't it be easier if we just kind of said, hey, if you're living in a place that's really sandy and you worship a prophet that fucks kids, like what if we just glassed the whole fucking thing? What if we just said, you know what, fuck the norms, we're just going to pack up the bombers, move the subs, and just fucking nuke the shit out of the entire fucking region. I'm not saying I'm advocating for that. That sounds genocidal. I'm just throwing it out there as a thought experiment. That covers my ass from getting clipped. Go ahead.
I'll take that religion.
Okay, but do you believe that a religion that tells you to go to a land because God promised you 2,000 years ago is also like?
Oh, if you're talking, well, are you talking about the Jews?
Like extremism, like Christian extremism, evangelical.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I get Phoenix. I hear where your question is coming from. Let me just say this. I think that when you interpretation of other text. For example, this idea that religions. Let me get this point across to you guys. And no offense to my Christian brothers and sisters or even members that are part of Islam. The Bible, right, outside of the first 5 books that make up the Torah, you have created fan fiction. Now, it's old fan fiction, and it's at the time, it's great work on not exactly, it's just kind of like saying, hey, it's a cool idea, that's what we need to organize people. Let's write our own book. And then you guys just started adding expanded universe for Star Wars. It's just, you know, yeah, you can make money off of it, but you're not really making art.
Each house shall be the judge.
Brooklyn
Five.
is traveling there, going someone else's home because if he don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it because it is mentioned in his book that God promised him that place 2,000 years ago. What about that?
Phoenix, you're bringing up a good point here because, look, who the fuck are we to argue with God? Like you said yourself, God promised it to a chosen group of people, and you know who that chosen group of people is not? These fucking phony-ass motherfuckers that came up with the name Palestinians. What the fuck is a Palestinian? It's like, Palestine is like Narnia. It does not exist. You would agree with that, right, Phoenix?
Yeah, it seems like what you said about it, like they say,
So if that's the logic, then as an East African, because I'm Ethiopian, I would appreciate all you Arabs and Berbers to leave North Africa, because you weren't there either first. So leave Africa.
Dude,
yeah, so I don't think that Arabs are in Africa because God promised
Phoenix, hold on. I want you to respond to what the woman just said. I know that the delicate sounds of a woman's voice is probably something that you're not used to hearing, but I want
that's a stereotype.
I know, but I want you to respond to what she said. Without going on your own little soapbox, can you respond to what she said? Because when I thought I heard her say something brilliant. We call that in America a mic drop.
Yeah, I was responding while you interrupted me, like, can you control yourself so I can respond to her? So yeah, she mentioned that Arabs are in Africa, and I don't think that is motivated because God promised them Africa 2,000 years ago.
It doesn't matter the motivation. Why are you in North Africa? I need you to leave. I need all you Berbers on the team, whatever. You're not African. You shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, so
that applies to
does that apply to like Native Americans?
I think it doesn't apply to anybody, Phoenix. It doesn't apply to anybody. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, so it doesn't apply to
A lot of people watching this live stream. Amazing.
Yeah, it doesn't
This is
apply
called
to
Clown
anybody,
House,
but
aka Clubhouse. Subscribe now. Thanks for joining me on this YouTube live stream. There's only 6 people here. What the fuck is that?
The religion doesn't teach that. The religion doesn't teach that. Okay,
so you go to a certain place and
Who's smoking hot?
there's going to be that kind of holy city, but
She's
it's never
smoking
realistic,
hot.
right?
It's a cultural thing, but certainly the religion doesn't teach that they should obtain Israel by force or something like that.
Yeah, I think that even Palestinians are cultural about their land, and there are Palestinians who are atheists, there's Palestinians who are Christians, there are Palestinians who are
Hold on a second, Jason. Two rules of the road here. We're gonna let people finish what they're saying, try to make 1 point, maybe 2 at the most, and then once you're done, then somebody will respond. I think this will work better if we let people say what they have to say, even if we disagree with them. Phoenix is probably going to have opinions that are less popular at this stage, but even more reason to give him space and give him grace, and then we can respond to him in whichever way we see fit. Just don't interrupt. The interrupting is the problem.
Yeah, relax, chill, don't like freak out.
So Phoenix, you were in the middle of saying something. I think Roger wanted you to finish reading.
Yeah, Phoenix, I was saying all of that to say, please finish uninterrupted. Jason, you heathen.
So the criticism is that there is a certain religious stuff going on with Muslims not being able to like there is the bad intentions towards the others, right? And that I agree with you that you should not actually people should not mix politics with religion, right? But the thing is that there is a man that went into the Middle East. He's from Brooklyn, and he went there because a religious text told him that God promised him that place 2,000 years ago. Isn't something that motivated by religious kind of intrigue.
Sure, that's motivated by religion. And I think two wrongs don't make a right. So maybe we could discuss whether this guy.
But Jason, three rights make a left though.
So we could discuss whether this guy did a wrong by going there. I don't think he did. But it wouldn't change the fact that when you look at various communities all over the world, there are some sub-communities of Islam that have a real hard time following the law in their chosen countries. Okay? Not all of them. In fact, many of them are quite law-abiding. You see earlier waves of immigration in France, for example, were quite successful. But we do see in various parts of the world some very troubling stuff in connection with Islamic society. And sometimes in their own countries too, Islamic people have a lot of trouble with extremism. The greatest victims of Islamic terror are Muslim people in Muslim countries. So I don't know that we can say all we want about this guy from Brooklyn, but it doesn't change the fact that there is legit criticism and a legitimate concern regarding Islam. We can also talk about this guy from Brooklyn, but one of these is not going to pay for or solve or cancel out the other.
I totally agree, but
to be honest, this is just a big conversation and argument because they don't want a two-state solution. They want a one-state solution, so it doesn't even matter.
Just here for the comments. I don't know your number. Did you text me?
Can I I think terrorism as a whole is one of the worst things our nation has had to deal with in the last 40 years.
Is that Rich? Yeah, it's Rich.
I'd like to mention this to you regarding of immigration.
You want
Immigration has been
the link
throughout
to the clown house?
good
It's in the muff.
for the economy of the whole world. Therefore, I don't think you have a right to say Arabs into Africa because immigration is good for the world. And the point is you have to.
It's good for Africa. So Africans have to share the land and deal with y'all, but no one else should.
MG, we're all from Africa. My answer.
Oh, you want me to add you to the group
Africa,
chat?
my people.
That's not the point. The point is
70,000 years ago.
Continuous conversation. They want a one-state solution. That's the whole point. They want a one-state solution. They're not interested in having an honest conversation and finding a solution. Because of Islam, they just want they want a caliphate.
Well, some Muslims don't. Okay, I don't think that Saudi Arabia wants a caliphate.
They don't already have a caliphate?
A lot of these countries do not want a caliphate. They want some variation of constitutional monarchy or democratic republic or various other things. So
actually, Islamism was created as something to stop what's called Arabic nationalism, which was a little bit communist and socialist in its nature, right? And there was this struggle between communism and capitalism, which is that's why is someone here masturbating?
Yeah, Johnny Boy, mute your mic or get kicked from the stage.
My bad, dude. My bad. I was even not touching. Sorry.
Nacho cheese.
My bad, guys. I'm sorry. I'll go leave now. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, I feel like this is a good segue, Phoenix, because I don't want you to center yourself. But Phoenix, in 3 sentences or less, tell us how you would end terrorism.
Good question, y'all.
So I think that we end privilege kind of mentality and the certain status quo that make a certain people privileged and a certain people not privileged, and there's like this kind of equal rights for everyone, and the well-being of everyone is be considered, not just a small minority to have well-being as a like priority, and the other people are going to have like well-being as secondary. That's a good start.
Are you talking about America or like in Islamic countries, like in Syria?
No, I'm talking about capitalism and capitalistic materialism and that.
So you're talking about America? You're talking about America?
No, about the worldwide. So Islamic countries are capitalist also.
Oh, they are. They are. Okay. All right. Got me.
Yeah, I think socialism is really good. So.
Hold on. Let me clear my ears out. Did you say, I want to make sure I wasn't in Matrix, did you say that I think socialism is really good?
Yeah, I think socialism, equal rights for everyone, there is no privilege, kind of,
The hell you say, hold on, listen, you're free to practice whatever fucking religion or be whatever cult, but when you come into my space, you son of a bitch, talking about socialism if it's a good thing. Good for who? Good for who? The people that you've stolen from? Huh?
No, it's good for the world that all people have well-being to be taking consideration of the well-being of everyone. Not well, is going. No.
You shut your mouth.
You control your
No, you shut your mouth. You shut your fucking stinking goat fucking mouth. You shut your fucking socialist mouth, you commie. Shut your fucking mouth. Listen to me. I like what Friedrich Hayek says about socialists. If socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. Carry on.
Well, Phoenix, you're quite a contrarian, aren't you? You work in a bookshop in Mecca, and you are a confirmed LGBTQ. So I'm just wondering, how do you?
Wait, he lives or works in Mecca?
Yeah, he works in a bookshop, and he's gay. He's a gay man living in Mecca.
I think we should wait till an Islamic holiday and all the Muslims are in Mecca doing that little fucking weird thing where they're like, where they're like in a slow motion fucking punk rock pit. And I think what we should do is we should drop the mother of all bombs on Mecca. What do you guys say?
Oh, okay, that's what I call terrorism then.
Too soon?
Yeah, I remember one of the objections to the mosque being built at Ground Zero, saying that, that Muslims can build a mosque near Ground Zero when we can build a synagogue in Mecca.
Great point. And why?
Hey, by speaking like that, I don't know why you're doing that. Every action has a reaction, but you're creating hate. I don't know why.
Well, why don't you think it's okay that Ben Gvir can't pray in Jerusalem wherever he wants? Why do Muslims in Jerusalem get special treatment? Why can't Jews pray where Muslims pray?
I don't mind, personally.
Yeah, you don't mind.
Bring attention to the fucking poll. Hold on. Hey. Everyone, stop. Everyone mute yourself. Listen, there's a poll up above. It's not a trick question. Somehow, some people are getting it wrong, but how many zeros are in 37 trillion? Well, let John Kitover talk to you about what the 37 trillion might represent.
Listen, the IRS that Jules and I used to work for brings in $5 trillion a year. We spend $7 trillion. In 2050, if you ask Grok at $50 trillion in debt at 2050, we will be paying $4 trillion a year on the national interest, which is about an 8% APY. Your Congress, your senators have had black cards, and they keep borrowing on your behalf. And what are you getting for it? You're getting shitty medical service. You're getting immigrants pouring in through the gaps. Your children's future has been mortgaged. We have the biggest mortgage on the biggest clown house you've ever heard, and we're spending $1 trillion a year in national interest. And when I ask people on Clown House, what is 100 times 1,000, they can't even do that simple mathematical equation. Even though.
Hold on, let's put this. Hold on, let's put this to the test. Phoenix, what's 100 times 1,000? 100,000.
Wow, this sounds.
Wow, the phone a friend was powerful.
Okay, wait, Phoenix. Phoenix, what is 900 times 1,000?
This is
Okay, so I missed the mathematics class. I think mathematics is boring. Poetry is better.
Got it. So, as we have proven again, that Clown House is actually an ESL training app, and you're all just wasting your time centering Phoenix.
and Phoenix wants to divvy up the money when he can't
I
count
love
the
Congressman. I think he's a decent person.
Hey, Phoenix, I got a question for you. How many zeros are in 37 trillion?
That's a lot.
That's in the title I gave you. But how many is it?
I don't know because I believe in socialism.
Wait, you don't know? That makes sense. You believe in socialism, so you can't do math. Perfect.
No, I don't think that there should be trillionaires.
No, Mojo, he just likes being social. That's what he thinks socialism.
No, I don't.
Hold on, Phoenix, hold on. Phoenix, no, hold on. Jesus Christ, if the first time I tell you to fucking hold up, if you just muted yourself, you goddamn mic, I wouldn't have to repeat myself. I just want to say that on the bright side of this poll, nobody believes that there's only 10 zeros in 37 trillion. So there is that. Nobody selected 10.
Mojo, can I ask another very simple but yet important question?
I hope you do.
If we wanted to take the national debt from $37 trillion to $30 trillion in 2 years, can anyone explain that simple math to me?
It's not that simple because the answer would be 3.5 trillion per year plus interest. And if you're trying to calculate the interest on that, the interest on the 37 trillion is about a trillion a year. So in over 2 years, if you wanted to pay it down, you would be closer to 4.5 trillion per year in order to pay it down 7 trillion. Thank you. So
let me ask one more question for anybody in the room. If we were to double the tax rate in America and take us from an average of, say, 40% to 80%, how much would we collect in income tax? Thank you.
Not enough. Not enough.
Well, if we take in $5 trillion and we double the tax rate collection to twofold, that would be how much? $10 trillion a year.
Yeah, but you say that's
going to come the operating cost, and then you're going to have the expectation that the top 5% are willing to take that and not park their money overseas or leave the U.S. or home.
Brad's right. They go threats in the room. He's right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I heard that U.S. national debt, the reason it exists because there's a demand out there, there's a lot of money out there that they like to park their money in a secure place. Therefore, the U.S. create the bonds and debt in order to sell those bonds for it to invest on secure haven. That's the reason that this exists.
I'm just saying, if we were to raise the tax rate to 10 trillion, but yet we still spent 7 trillion, and we only netted 3 trillion, and we were to take that off the deficit, off the total, we would still be at 34 trillion. So what I'm trying to point out is that short-term, long-term, we're already at a critical level of debt. And if we can't cut Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, national defense, if we don't stop borrowing and spending, we are all a bunch of what?
You're right.
Rojo.
Tax increases in tax is not going to cut the deficit. Just remember that. barely pays the interest. By the way, since we're talking about this, that fucking Powell should lower the interest rate. He's playing politics, and he's hurting every one of us in this room right now. He's killing us, and Trump is right. And I hope Trump fights his ass.
Well, home inventory is through the roof. There's more sellers now than ever before, but there's no buyers because nobody wants to pay triple what they were paying in 2021. You'd be a sucker to get a mortgage at 6-7% based on how other people bought their homes at 2%, 2.5%.
Well, I think when the world became more safe place to invest elsewhere than US, that's the time the interest rate will go low. When the interest rate goes low, then people will sell the bonds and invest somewhere else. But until that demand is there's the reason the interest rate will stay high because people are interested to purchase those bonds.
Well, I hate to ask maybe a controversial question, but how much did the United States spend on the COVID-19 response since 2020?
The question should be, why did the United States spend the money and not make China spend the money? That's the question.
Well, another question, and yet another question to ask would be, why did the U.S. pay for gain-of-function research in a lab in Wuhan, China, to create a virus in the first place?
And since we're asking the question, why is Fauci walking around a free man? Great question, Buck.
He was a prosecutor.
I got a film coming out October 19th. It's called Last Dragon. And answer the $1 trillion question. Mojo will have you come to wherever he's at and party at the theater. And Mojo can tell you more about that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm waiting for the details on the specifics for which theater it's going to be in. I'm guessing it'll be the big AMC in downtown Seattle. But we're on the premiere dates. I will make sure that we have all the film enthusiasts out there, and we are going to be selling merchandise. We're hoping that we can get the Last Dragon himself, Timok, to come and sign autographs.
Mojo, you don't need to sell anything. It's just party and have a good time, and don't invite any losers. Well, invite everybody. October 19th, the Last Dragon releases its AMC theaters. Get your tickets. Get the reminder. They have Southern University marching band playing the Glow. All these huge bands, musicians playing the Glow at the Glow. And I thought of having 50 show-nuffs show up in the marching, and when they do it again, What do you think of that?
I love that. By the way, that's a great idea. I want to see that video because there is a junior high school that typically wins the top band throughout the state. It's not too far from where I live, and I can go and talk to the music teacher there.
Yeah, I would expect it to be real sick.
Norma. Norm, off the top of your head, how many zeros in 37 trillion?
I'm going to say 12.
That's a good guess, my friend. You're better than some of the people here that are answering this question.
Is it true? Am I right?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's exactly 12.
There you go. Especially nice.
I put it in the chat.
I love it. Is anybody here not seeing The Last Dragon? Anybody? Is any Luddites here that just didn't see this? By the way, Tom, I was looking at films that you, in 1985, when it was released, that Last Dragon outperformed in terms of domestic box office. It wasn't quite up there with like Beverly Hills Cop or
They needed more money.
32 or 33 at that time, and it was a $10 million or $12 million budget at that time, and they just get somebody that produces Salesforce money.
And you have to imagine that when it got to video, the secondary market did very well, because I know that's where I was consuming it regularly.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Enough about me. Back to the board conversation.
I saw the adult version. I don't know if I saw the original.
Can I just ask another important question to the room? Who here believes that the COVID-19 vaccines are 100% safe and effective? And if so, why do we keep hearing stories about myocarditis, heart attacks, as well as turbo cancers?
Are you suggesting, John, that the cure was worse than the disease?
Yes. Was the vaccine worse than the virus itself? Was our emergency coordinated response from the Pentagon, known as Operation Warp Speed, which pumped in hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars in funding, were we our own worst enemy in this particular situation? Anyone?
Yes, we were. We didn't follow science. We panicked. I remember standing 4 feet back of somebody in a store, and I got yelled at for not standing 5 feet with my mask on like an idiot. You're right. You're right. By the way, because we handled this so poorly, as you said, Congressman, we can expect something in the future that the banking on we handle just as poorly.
I don't know if I got the anthrax vaccine. Pretty sure they vaccinated the army.
But why do you think that they did this,
Georgia.
Edmund?
I'm sorry, what was your question, Ann?
Why do you think they did this?
Well, I saw a document from the Bush administration that this plandemic, scamdemic was always in the works, because prior to the innovation of big tech platforms, there was this thing called Big Pharma. And guess where all your taxpayer dollars have been going for the past 30 years? To Big Pharma and big health insurance companies. So what I'm saying is this most definitely was one of those conspiracy theories that wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was your government and the Pentagon and Pfizer and Moderna and J&J and Bill Gates and the media orchestrating one giant group think of stupidity. And then people went to their local fire department community center and got vaccinated as if it was free candy for a baby. Yeah, when my mom told me that she decided to go get this free shot, I'm like, how stupid could you be that you're going to get a government-administered shot? None of this would have been possible if it wasn't for the Federal Reserve and our ability to borrow. The first act is called the HEROES Act in March of 2020. Go look at the congressional record and look how the spending's associated with ramping up production, creating a $100 billion corporation out of thin air to make this vaccine. Do you know how many Indian manufacturers came out of the woodworks and manufactured this patented vaccine? This is a multi-year project. There's a lot of information in this, but this vaccine has caused turbo cancers and myocarditis. Doctors are speaking out. It's all on X, but you'll never hear it actually put into the spoken word on MSNBC. While Rachel Maddow screams about Trump and Pritzker screams about redistricting in Texas. This is all just swept conveniently under the rug. There will be no repercussions. Pfizer's been given immunity, and Senator Kennedy recently pulled funding for mRNA. So there's, it's a war against a multi-trillion-dollar cartel, just in the same way that there's a banking cartel, there is a pharmaceutical cartel, and they want your taxpayer dollars. And they need your taxpayer dollars because they are offering you products that you would never buy and go and take out a loan to purchase unless your federal government decided on your behalf to give your future to a big pharma corporation for your health. Does this sound like healthcare to you?
Let me add insult to injury, Congressman. I was not in the pharmaceutical group, but they get tax breaks up the ass. On top, with all the money they're making and all the deals they have going, they get unbelievable tax breaks. So not only are they killing us, we're paying for them to kill us. Okay? That's how bad it is. You are right.
Do you think that we'll ever be able to seek justice? Or like any of our family members that have like.
No, I have friends who are really sick and the doctors say it was from the shots. I have friends who died and it was from the shots. We will never seek justice. No. How are we going to seek justice?
You can get justice in the social media court of justice. That's about it. And unfortunately, you can't hire a lawyer and get any compensation.
Right. There's no compensation. I have friends who had so many things happen to her. She's in the midst of losing her eyesight now, skin diseases, everything, all from the shot. And every lawyer says we can't touch it.
You sure she doesn't have AIDS?
I think she's the one who got, I do know the shot. All the doctors say it's from shots.
You know, it absolutely amazes me that some people don't believe in the simple concept of cause and effect. So autism rates are through the roof. Through the roof. I wonder, are 59, 89 injections for a newborn baby necessary for a 3-year-old baby? It's insane what we're doing to ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves nonstop, and we're borrowing to do it. This is the sickest and the dumbest situation, I think, and nobody can see it. It's right there, right in front of you. It's called cause and effect.
Which part do you disagree?
Well, I mean, it's like,
I believe that the vaccine can be harmful. I believe that it can cause many of the things we're talking about. But I also think that it probably saved lives and saved my life, even though I don't take it anymore. I mean, I was an asthmatic. I got really bad cases of COVID, even with the vaccine. And I shouldn't say I got really bad cases. It attenuated the pathogen to a degree that I was able to survive it. So in some cases, it saved lives.
Okay, but the amount of people that lives were saved versus the adverse reaction. I mean, I know you're not Grok, Dr. Jordan, but, let's call a spade a spade. This isn't a vitamin booster to, help you. You're infecting people with spike proteins and causing genetic disorders in human bodies. Next thing you know, Zuckerberg and his wife open an anti-inflammation, $100 billion nonprofit. They're connected, Dr. Jordan. We're poisoning ourselves. We're not protecting ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves.
Let me ask you a question. Can everyone see the poll book? Because I only have 6 people that have responded to it. So if you guys need to refresh your the poll feature, you guys might need to refresh your app if you can't see it. But if you see it, go ahead and respond to one of those things, because we'd like to get some votes in here to figure out what you guys think. Was the vaccine worse? Was the disease worse? Or are you unsure?
Mojo, you got these beautiful women here on stage. You gotta get some help to promote this right here.
Listen, sometimes I prefer smaller rooms, especially when we got the lovely ladies here. We don't need a sausage party in here, but we can share the room if you'd like. But it is ladies' night, so I will be modding all the pretty ladies. And if you're a lady and you don't get modded, maybe I don't think you're pretty.
I don't want to bust your horns, Roger, but what do you mean worse? Cost-wise, health-wise, future-wise,
Yeah, Jesus, fucking Christ.
I know.
How many characters you want me to write in this fucking thing?
Well, okay. Well, you can explain it now. I mean, little kids didn't go to school for 2 years? I mean, that fucked them up. I'll catch you later.
Is it a net? Which was worse? Net. The vaccine or the disease?
Okay, you got me. I'll vote. I'm voting.
You mean you were holding up your vote because you were being pedantic? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I didn't see it up on top. Like you said, go look on top.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, there we go.
got my vote.
There we go. We got 14 votes. 15 votes. This room doesn't close until I get 1,000 votes. I'll keep this room going all week. I'll keep it going all week. Fuck it.
You said 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000. Yeah.
Bro, you just 985 more votes.
Wow, Tony. John, do you want to ask your question? We have a qualifying question for people here. John, do you want to ask him the basic qualifying question?
Yes, what is 500 times 1,000?
Oh my god. 500 times 1,000 is 500,000.
All right. He can stay. Now, you may be smarter than a fifth grader.
Mojo, could we vote twice like in real elections?
Only if you're dead.
Okay, that's good.
When it came to the right man,
That was a quick answer.
I was really
It was so quick, Mojo. You were so quick. I love this guy.
Dr. Jordan, there is something called the placebo effect, right? So it could be that that was it. Well, in my own field, when I was infectious disease biologist, I understood we always use the model.
Dr. Jordan?
Sorry. We always use the model control, eradicate, prevent, control, eradicate, right? And then we use a medical model, which is based on vaccinology. So we don't know that, like, if you don't vaccinate a population and you allow a pathogen to mutate, we could all be dead. So yes, there are negatives. There are certainly negatives, but I'm not so sure that we end up saving saving all of civilization, because that's a little dramatic. But the point is that
That is a little dramatic considering the fact that I had COVID, and when I had COVID, I got some cold chills. I've had common colds that impacted me worse. Certainly bronchitis is worse. The flu knocks me out. I'm not saying that people might not have been impacted in a more severe way than I was, but I have to tell you, I think it was oversold. When I got it, I was freaking the fuck out. I was like ordering ivermectin. I was like, man, this, and the cold chills, that's all that hit me.
I'm on that same road we were on, Ventura Boulevard.
Yeah.
But I'm having an organic Southwest style chicken wrap from Trader Joe's. If you had one, I eat one of those every fucking day.
yeah, that's good. I guess those
You're gonna have to back channel me that, because but I'm glad you're not eating at the place we went to, because I would feel a little weird about that. I feel like you're cheating.
No, I'm in my car. I gotta go to the back.
He's in my car. I used to go to Trader Joe's in Hollywood right there off of mine to get that sandwich on breakfast school shit.
Hey Tony, remember when we used to argue about stupid shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? You answered a math question. Now you're part of the in crowd.
I'm pretty smart.
Doc and Fauci were funding Wuhan. He wrote a book about it. But this is what I asked Grok. Hey, Grok, so you are 100% sure that the COVID-19 vaccines are and were safe and effective? Please explain why turbo cancers have been associated with the vaccines, but why you don't believe there's a connection. Grok wrote back, I'm not 100% sure of anything in science, but evidence from the CDC, FDA, and study shows COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective, reducing severe illness. 33% VE against ED visits in 2025. Turbo cancer is a myth. Claims stem from misinformation, anecdotal reports, and observational data like a Japanese study showing 2022 mortality rises, but it doesn't prove causation. Factors like pandemic delays and screening explain increases. No rigorous evidence links vaccines to cancer in any way whatsoever. Then, PhD Dr. Andrew Huff wrote, Grok, that is false. Have you analyzed the DMED data, which clearly showed a dramatic increase in neoplasms among mRNA vaccinated members of the military? Grok wrote back that DMED data initially appeared to show spikes in neoplasms and other conditions in 2021, but this was due to underreported baselines for 2016 to 2020 from a database error. Official DoD corrections confirm no vaccine-related increase. Rates remain stable or declining. Claims of dramatic rises are based on uncorrected, flawed data. Andrew Huff wrote back, awesome question. For the record, I am in your camp, it seems, on this issue. So, to me, you can just go off of this artificial data. It's like Chicago, the mayor releasing the crime statistics, or the FBI and MSNBC releasing crime statistics. Crime is down, down, down. Really? And you think vaccine cancers and myocarditis are non-existent or less than 1 in 100,000? Give me a break. Grow the fuck up.
He just choked on his chicken sandwich. I have a question for the group. I just heard not too long ago the term long COVID. Anybody hear of it? Is it true, or anybody know anything about it? Long COVID.
Yeah, it's true.
T-Mac, you said you're first. What? Talk to me.
Yeah, it's pronounced time lock. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's I think there are people that have had long COVID. Yeah, anytime your immune system is compromised, you're not fired. It's not you're not firing. Your body's not being fired. Minerals, these kind of things are healthy. You're going to deal with fatigue, and I think that's one of the symptoms of long COVID is fatigue.
So, is that caused by COVID?
That's what some people are saying that. I'm not a doctor. Some people are saying that. I am not John can read you about all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, MG. Hi, everybody. How are you guys? Wow, that great. Guys, I went to something was calling me. Hold on.
So let me ask a follow-up question to this from future variants of the COVID-19 virus.
I would not.
What else are you?
Prosper don't be upset. The thing was, they said we had to have the shots. You know what I did? I made my own pass. I was not getting shot.
You may have committed a felony, young man. You should be careful. The CDC police are going to send a secret squad to your house and have you arrested and vaccinated.
I might have, but this girl talking, she said, don't do it, check your box. I'm like, oh shit, I can go to work now. I don't know what the outcome might be.
Who here thinks that getting an annual flu shot is also a great idea?
Nobody.
I don't know.
I get it. But I was going to say that the people who are worried about putting things in their body are probably also not very healthy. They have no idea what they're putting in their body.
I do eat a lot of fruit and water and no pork. I try to eat healthy a lot of times.
I've never had a flu shot. Are you eating organic? Are you eating fruit labeled organic, or what are you eating?
I won't go that far. But I don't get sick because of what I eat. But to me, you was about to say what again?
Yeah, but you don't know how much in terms of glycophosphates that you're consuming. So I'm just making.
No, I know I hear you 100%.
Well, can I ask a follow-up question? Who here thinks that getting a measles vaccine a shot this year is important?
These are good questions. These are good questions, guys. Congressman John, maybe Mojo wants to do a poll later and some of those questions.
It's a good question because measles resurfaced in America. I had measles when I was young, so I'm not getting any shot.
I only got one shot that I was in control of. I mean, I was not in control of, and I was the one with the chicken pox growing up.
You don't get measles boosters throughout life.
Okay, I got another follow-up question on another exciting vaccine option for you. Who here thinks that getting a Hep C vaccine injection this year might be a great idea?
No, that's something different.
I'm not into it. Yeah, but John, the issue is, you're bringing up all these things and look at your ballot. You have to give them an option. What's the option to not do other things? I don't take any of these vaccines. So what's kind of options that you're giving?
Well, I think Dr. Jordan's belches there might be indicative that I'm wondering here if anybody is interested in getting the government to pay for your Ozempic injections this year.
Well, here's the interesting thing, though, right? Like, excuse me for the body.
It's an LG vaccination, by the way.
I mean, when we talk about these pathogens, people know like these closely related things. The diversity among the pathogens are far greater than vertebrate species, right? So like the notion of the notion of immunizing people against these pathogens depends on the platform, the type of pathogen. It's so complicated. It's like comparing. It's the difference between comparing like cars and boats to a Mercedes and a BMW. I mean, the degree of diversity is so rich that combating it with these vaccines, you can't compare one vaccine to the next. Is what I'm trying to get at. I need to focus on driving here. Roger knows that.
That's a really good point. But I'll just say this: I took the shingles shot. If anybody ever see anybody with shingles, you're gonna take the fucking shot. Let me tell you, that is wicked.
I'm gonna tell you this. Ever since I've been in LA, I've not took too many shots. I turned to one of you guys drinking fresh juice and acai bowls and shit like that, and working out 5 days out the week. So it's like I don't want to do shots no more. Yeah, but again, you could be the most physically fit person in the world. It's like suggesting that you're the most physically fit person in the world, but you carry it, and you are a carrier of a chronic disease gene, right? And no matter how healthy you are, you may express that you may end up getting that disease, right? Because you carry it. So that look at the infectious disease in the same way. I get you.
It's interesting when doctors tell people with things like fourth-stage cancer that they only have 6 months to live. They die pretty quickly, and when they fight that, they don't die quickly. If they go about it, they'd have to find other ways to heal themselves. But it's just interesting the power that a doctor has.
Psychology, yeah, absolutely.
And it's not just belief, it's facts, the power of people. I'm into meditation, and there's proof on doing certain meditations on how it keeps the immune system high. So there's that. But each immune system is within its limitations. You have certain genes for that. Would you agree with that? I'm not a scientist. I know some scientists that would be able to answer that fully. I'd highly recommend some of you guys that are interested in health this way to read Dr. Joe Dispenza's book called You Are the Placebo.
I'm gonna definitely look into it. I can tell you this, ever since I came back to Houston, I'm always been on the urge of eating chicken wings in the strip club. I almost going backwards. Then I can go back forward.
Chicken wings in a strip club, that sounds like a good time. Mojo looks like he's chicken with that outfit that he's wearing. He needs a lot of napkins, chicken wings, and strip club.
How is he good?
The vaccine was absolutely safe, effective, and in compliance with all the safety and efficacy standards. All this sinister propaganda that the vaccine was not safe or effective is completely baseless and has no
Necessary? Was it necessary?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Nas,
I have some dead friends that disagree with you. I gotta speak for them.
Well,
Nas, maybe.
Listen, there is no safe drug ever. Water
just said
drink
it's safe.
every day has a high safety.
You need to say safe.
Yes, it is. You have to, in medicine, we have criteria to determine what is safe and what is not. Safety is not 100%. There is no 100% safety for anything. There is no 100% safety for the water you drink. The water you drink can kill you.
Let me ask you a question. A quick question.
Go ahead.
I took one shot, and I got COVID soon afterwards. A few weeks afterwards.
That's normal. And there is nothing wrong with that. You have to understand the purpose of the vaccine. The purpose of the vaccine is not to prevent people from getting infected. The purpose is to do three things. Number one, to reduce the rate of infection. Number two, to make you.
Which it didn't do, which is no proof that they reduce the rate of infection.
Yes, it did.
No proof.
You know, the whole data. Look at the entire data. I'm a scientist by training, and that is an area of specialty. So, yes, it did.
This is your area of specialty? Okay, let me ask you a question now. What are the top 3 vaccines in the big pharma marketplace?
Well, what do you mean the top
In
vaccine?
terms of revenue.
For COVID or in general?
In general.
No, that's a correct question. Of course, Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca produce the largest vaccines for COVID. Messenger RNA is used for so many different things. It's long before COVID. Originally, it was used actually to help us understand how the protein mutate, and then we can understand it more accurately for cancer treatment. That was the main purpose. If we don't have these techniques and you try to build a vaccine today, it would take you a minimum of 2 to 3 years, and it would be at best able to vaccinate less than 5% of the US population. Messenger RNA technology is beyond belief. It's far advanced and far more efficient. Is it perfect? No, there is no such thing as perfect medicine. There is nothing perfect in life.
Yes, how many COVID shots have you taken?
I've taken 6. And by the way,
Wow.
Yes, I just said 1 of them, and I've never gotten it.
And you're never, are you the healthiest point of your life? Like, how healthy do you feel
I
after
am
taking
perfectly
it?
healthy.
Wow, that's amazing
You
news.
just said it doesn't affect whether you get it or not.
I did not say that.
That last statement's meaningless. You never got it.
What do you mean?
You said
Say that.
you said the shot.
I did not say such a thing. When I tried to
Time back, am I crazy? Time back.
okay, it reduced the rate of infection, and it helped you to resist more. It's not 100% guaranteed. Again, this is a notion. It's a false notion. There is nothing in Earth 100% guaranteed.
We get it now. Please stop repeating yourself. We've heard it. All right. I've asked Brock the following question. What are the top 10 vaccines in the big pharma marketplace, and how much do they generate a year? No, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you what I asked Brock. It says, based on 2024 data from company reports in the World Health Organization, number 1, Gardasil by Merck for HPV. It generates $8.6 billion a year for HPV. Prevnar by Pfizer generates $6.4 billion a year for PCV. Comirnaty, which is by Pfizer, treats COVID, which does $5.4 billion a year. Next, we have at number 4, Shingrix, which is GlaxoSmithKline, which treats shingles at $4.3 billion a year. Number 5, Spikevax by Moderna for COVID, $3 billion a year. Number 6, DTaP combos, Sanofi, $3 billion a year. Number 7, influenza vaccines by Sanofi generates $2.8 billion a year. Number 8, ProQuad MMR Veravax by Merck, $2.5 billion. Number 9, Beyfortus Sanofi RSV at $1.8 billion. We're almost there. Number 10, Meningitis Group Sanofi, $1.4 billion. These top 10 vaccines generate annually $70 billion a year in marketplace revenue.
Spinal surgeries, especially, and most surgeons will not have their own family members get spinal surgery. How much money do they make, John?
Thanks for saying that, because I just had spinal surgery. Right.
Well, listen, I'm just praying for everybody's health, wealth, and love here. I'm merely trying to draw attention to reckless spending and maybe bad outcomes for vaccines. And people like Nas who make all or nothing statements like the COVID-19 vaccine is 100% safe and effective. Never trust anybody who makes all or nothing statements. That's what a Sith Lord does. And don't forget, this is an ESL training platform.
We'll never trust anyone who talks over people just to drown them out.
Well, go ahead, Moose. Do you think the COVID-19 vaccines are 100% safe and effective?
Not informed enough to speak on it, but I did get them, so I'm at it, man. Yeah, I'm right. I've had it. I'm one of the poops, I'm one of the sheep, I'm one of the pandemic.
Now, did you get COVID? Most?
I did.
How many vaccines did you take?
Not too many. I'm not crazy. I only took 27.
Yeah, alright. That should, your left leg's gonna fall off tomorrow. That's okay.
Alright, well, hey, I've been actually working on a new dance technique that involves a lot of hopping. Perfect.
And don't forget, if you don't get vaxxed this coming Thanksgiving, you could kill your grandparents if you don't get vaxxed. So be sure everybody gets vaxxed again.
And the turkey, too.
You know, my favorite part about the vaccine was when we went to restaurants where we had to put the mask on, but then we sat down and we could take the mask off, and then when you leave, you have to put the mask back on. It's the most intelligent virus I've ever seen. It's just amazing how it knows if you're walking in or out of the restaurant or if you're sitting down. That was probably my favorite part.
Yeah, it's a virus with a brain. You're right. I wish that scientists would come back. I wanted to ask them about the masks. How effective the masks were. If he still thinks they are effective or were effective. I mean, we were doomed. Everybody knows we were doomed. Like I said to Congressman before, these pharmaceutical companies got away with murder. They created the tax laws for them. We were paying like next to nothing, and it still wasn't good enough. They wanted to pay nothing. It was ridiculous. Now for Fauci to be the highest paid government employer in the country, what can I say? Get his ass for perjury.
Just follow the money, follow the money.
Yeah, that was my job. That was my job, you're right. Follow the money.
You know what I missed? I missed the 6 feet apart. I actually genuinely missed them.
I missed that too. I mentioned before you were on, I was on the line, I was like 4 feet away from somebody with my mask on at the beginning stages. I got yelled at by the security guard, for not being 6 feet. So I took a step back, and everybody said to take a step back, so when I took a step back, it was like being in 3rd grade again.
What I don't understand is if this was a conspiracy of some sort, why didn't they do an actual back-end tracking? Or did they? Because passing out a 3x5 card with your vaccination name and dates, to me, I faked my card. My friend printed me something up from a PDF he had, and that's what I used to go into the bars and the sporting events, wherever they were, wherever the Nazi Gestapo employees said, "Show me your papers." I just showed them my fake little paper. So that's what I can't understand. Why didn't they do a real vaccine lockdown?
Well, I would say it was a conspiracy. I think it was more of from ignorance. Like, government sometimes feels, Congressman, you can agree with this, government sometimes feels like they have to do something. It might be wrong, it might be not scientifically based, it might be just to shut people up, but they feel they have to do something. All right, now, everybody, nobody's going to school anymore until we clear it. Oh, nobody's going to stand, no touching, no shaking hands, no, I wrote a funny bit, I think it was funny, on Facebook, dating for COVID patients. I got a good reviews on that. One person had it, one person didn't have it. They both tested negative. It was just a whole combination of things. Dating on the computer first. It was ridiculous, as was the disease. Nobody knew anything. That's what I think. I don't think it was a conspiracy. I think nobody knew anything.
Well, what about the mass communication effort on behalf of mainstream media, who are all sponsored by Pfizer, that encouraged everyone to get vaccinated by herd psychology? You don't think that we were all manipulated into getting vaccinated through mass communication scandals?
Yes, I do. You're right. But I think it's for lack of knowledge. There was no knowledge to back that up. So, and the media.
So here's the question for you, John, because you can't simultaneously hold two positions that the government is completely incompetent and they're capable of this level of conspiracy. It's one or the other. So do you think that they're highly sophisticated and this is a conspiracy, or do you think that they are incompetent like I do?
No, I think they're incompetent, but I put some things in the chat earlier from A.G. Huff on what he was replying to with people's comments. I just think, follow the money. And if you can see where all the Congress people are voting for HEROES Act and the CARES Act, these are multi-trillion-dollar omnibus bills passed in the middle of the night that funded Operation Warp Speed and exploded profits amongst hospital chains, creating a catastrophic chain of events where the medical industrial complex started billing everything to COVID. If you died, from a car accident, it was COVID. You were labeled a COVID victim. So there was just a lot of fraud going on. And every time the government prints up trillions of dollars through omnibus bills, it creates a double jeopardy of fraud. The PPP loans, $1 trillion there, $800 billion in fraud loans. A lot of the clubhouse gangbangers on this app should be in jail for PPP loan fraud, but they've never been arrested because it was rampant. There's not enough enforcement to go after the low-hanging fruit.
You were right. I had a friend who died of a heart attack, and they listed it on the charters of COVID. He had COVID, had a heart attack, so of course it was COVID. Hey, Marshall, how you doing, Marshall?
Hey, what you said with the whole fraud and stuff like that, they actually are going after everybody that did it. They actually remove the what's the thing called when a crime is too far out, they can't charge you for it. I can't think of the name right now. But
no, he's not thinking of immunity. He's thinking of statute of limitations.
Yeah, they removed that for the BBP, and so where we're at, PPP fraud and stuff like that, more likely you are going to get in trouble for it.
Marshall, you came in the room. How many COVID shots did you take, and how many times did you get COVID?
I was told by my doctor to take twice, and then the third one he told me not to take, and I've had COVID one time.
Do you feel that it protected you from getting sicker from the COVID-19 virus from Wuhan?
I feel like I'm not a doctor, not qualified to make that, which is why I asked my doctor. I didn't go to fucking medical school, so.
You mean you can't answer a simple question like whether or not you feel that it protected you?
It didn't have anything to do with that. I don't substitute my own view of what it is for
support medical.
So you rely on a doctor's opinion and not your own opinion about how you feel.
I rely on having my issues with my doctor settled my way. And that's how I want to settle them. You don't have the right to tell me I can't settle them that way.
Do you think it's okay for the government to give Pfizer immunity to protect and give them vaccines?
I have the right to either listen to my doctor or not listen to my doctor. And guess what I chose? Listen to my fucking doctor because I had an autoimmune disease and I was immunity-proof. Couldn't get sick easily. You don't have to talk like that, but the mere idea that I would trust medical expertise and that you would like that is stupid. It would be like you getting told you had stage 4 cancer and laughing at the doctor because you thought they made money off of the fucking diagnosis and a cure. Right? Like, it's not like you have a right to do things your way, I have a right to do things my way, and that's the way I did them.
I agree. I'm just asking some sensitive questions. I know they're sensitive questions, but we have to ask the hard questions.
Yeah, Marshall, you want me to substitute what I think about a medical procedure for somebody who fucking went to medical school and has been my doctor for a decade? I'm obviously not going to choose myself because I don't have that kind of medical expertise. It's not that fucking hard.
Marshall, I agree with what you said. The only thing is, and I take your point of view, I didn't think the medical field knew enough about COVID at the time. So I certainly respect your opinion. And I asked doctors too. And something they weren't sure, you know.
Well, I didn't want to be forced on anybody else. But the fact that I consulted with my doctor, that's the thing for me, is not going to be clear that.
No. And even when he told you what to do, it was still your decision, right?
Yeah.
So, how's your doctor's health?
Very good. Just had a kid. Well, no, I just had a second kid.
Oh, that's a good thing. Well, there's a lot of doctors that give recommendations and their health sucks.
No, he is very healthy.
Is it because, you know, a doctor with poor health can give recommendations, right? I mean, where are you going on that?
What did you say, Jules?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying a lot of doctors have poor health, but they give recommendations. And a lot of doctors really suck to begin with, so it's another story.
Well, but they went to medical school, Jules. Of course they're ethical, honest, and moral people. They went to medical school.
I know. Say, you owe me $500. Just to get you done saying, you owe me $500. I know.
Marshall,
They're a doctor.
Well, they make $40 billion around the country, $40 billion, and as far as spinal surgery, $40 billion in the whole world, right? Next year it will be going up to $75 billion. 75 around the world.
And they think, I know doctors, a lot of them think they're holy and shit, you know? It's hard to find. I mean, you can find a good, competent doctor, but a down-to-earth doctor, you know, I don't know. And I'm in New York, where I've seen, I think, the best of them, but some I like, some I don't. It's like everything else. Some you like, some you don't like.
well, the vaccine payout sheets are out there. What Pfizer, Moderna, J&J would pay health practitioners based on the number of people they got vaccinated and what their bonuses were. It's all in the paperwork.
It's not about vaccine. Listen, I think it's important though to first learn about health for yourself. You know, I think we put too much on looking to other people and then doctors on being responsible for your health. You know, I think you should.
But Tamak, the vaccines were 100% safe and effective, and they protected you from getting the virus.
You're gonna make me want to do this one.
I'm just asking a difficult question based on the title of the room.
Don't get obnoxious with Tamak.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, Tamak, what you're saying is right.
But Tamak doesn't want to talk about the vaccines anymore.
Tamak, that's like me telling you learn your own taxes before you come in and ask me to file a tax return for you.
No, it's not a good analogy at all. That's something that
It's really not a good analogy.
you can tell with your own body if you're not well, if you pay attention. Taxes is a whole different thing.
Well, there's certain things, I'm not a doctor. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is right. You know what you're saying? And you're right. You have to understand your body to give that knowledge to the doctor, and he takes the ball.
Do you realize?
What about that?
Do you realize nurses are?
Let T-Mac talk. I'm asking T-Mac a question.
So,
I said I think you're saying you have to understand your body as much as you could because it's your body, and give that knowledge to the doctor who has medical knowledge to be able to carry the ball.
the doctor, if you trust that doctor, right?
Yes.
I think that you should first, get to know yourself and your body, not just your body. Get to know yourself,
But what about the doctors? Do they get to know their patients? When you're in a hospice dying, and a doctor comes up to you and says, "Have you got your annual flu and COVID-19 vaccine?" and you're dying in a hospice, does that make sense for a doctor to ask you if you need a vaccine while you're dying in hospice? Because that's what they do. You've never had enough.
I think we got the message out.
Yeah. I think you're pretty pissed off with we're all pissed off with segments of society. But you have a gripe about everyone.
Well, everything is tied to the annual budget, is it not?
Don't be not a Yankees fan because we can scream and kick them down the road too. But you can bitch about everything. You're right. The budget's important.
I think the Nationals would beat them with
Well, I'm trying to get justice for people like Ann.
I think John was great. Yeah, because he's trying to get information that people like not really have. So maybe that. Yeah.
Well, Ann asked earlier about justice for COVID-19 vaccine victims. I'm just merely trying to get Ann a little social audio equity justice.
Yeah, it's the only kind of justice she's gonna get, unfortunately.
See, instead of being shouted down, I should be applauded for asking the difficult questions that guys like Marshall Rankin get very emotionally upset about.
When you personalize it, I like you on your side in a lot of cases, a lot of things we spoke, but when you personalize it, people get pissed off. Marshall's, I disagree with Marshall on so many issues, but when we personalize it, it doesn't work out well.
Well, he says he has an autoimmune deficiency system, as William Wallace in the chat pointed out. If you have an autoimmune deficiency system, you are one of the groups of people who should not have gotten the vaccine. So I don't understand where he comes from on anything.
Well, his doctor told him because you have an autoimmune deficiency problem, you should take the vaccination.
No, that's the exact opposite of what they were saying.
Well, we know that now, don't we?
No, not now. Then Marshall, in my opinion, is a nincompoop.
Unless he was on stage here. No, I don't. But he has his own viewpoint. Hey, look, this was a time of unknown when COVID hit. I'll give you an example of my situation. You'll tell me I'm crazy. I don't believe in the vaccination. Okay, right from the beginning, I was skeptical. I would say maybe the last plane back from Tel Aviv where there was no COVID. I landed, and my son and his family were coming back from LA the next day. My son got sick on the plane. Everybody was getting sick, and within 2 days, COVID broke out. Now, I got a number of grandchildren that I want to see. And I didn't want to take the vaccination. I held off. I didn't have COVID. I held off. His whole family, my son's whole family, got COVID to a certain degree, mostly mild because they're kids. My son got it really, really bad. There's going to be questions about it. Look up this, look up that. So nobody knew what the hell was going on. When it came time, several months later, I went to see my grandkids. And he was afraid. He didn't know. He's a scientific guy in the first place. He has a material science engineering degree. But he's smart. He just wanted to know. He was afraid for me and my wife to see our grandchildren. What's wrong with that? And this is the beginning stages. Nobody knew anything. He didn't go to the hospital. Everybody was quarantined anyhow. But when things started easing off, I took one of the shots, the vaccine shots. I wanted to see my grandchildren. Now, you could criticize me for that. That's the only shot I took, and that was the only reason I took the shot. So if you want to criticize me for that...
Well, you're describing the psychology of why people decided to take an experimental, mass-marketed needle injection.
That's right. That's right.
But it had no positive health outcomes. It doesn't stop infection. It doesn't stop transmission. It only makes you sick.
If I knew that then, I wouldn't have taken it. The idea was I didn't want to get sick. I didn't trust the vaccination. I thought a layer of protection. You know how it went. I was one of the skeptical ones, but
So you were willing to sacrifice your personal liberty for a little bit of health security.
I was wanting to see my grandchildren, who I'm living for. No other reason I'm living for.
I'm not trying to dig into you. I'm merely trying to bring out the truths which people easily forget about the mass COVID-19 vaccine response.
Nobody knew the truths at the beginning. If you remember, we were all quarantined. I mean, come on. Nobody could go down and get the mail without seeing another person in the elevator. It was wild.
Well, nobody knew the truth, but people were suspicious. Why is everybody going to rush out and get the same injection?
I was too. I didn't find out later that it rolled into DNA and, it had really fucked up things about it. I think Fauci should be tried, convicted, and I'd like a first row seat with some popcorn if that ever happened. But, that bothered me too. To be, now, the rest of our lives, everybody here, everybody's gone from here, but Mojo's still here, Pockets, Serendipity, all you guys are still here. We're going to live the rest of our lives. We're not going to trust the government on any health issues in the future. And there's a lot of health issues that can pop up here and there. And why should we trust? We saw what happened. It was unbelievable how if you remember, people from China were flying in, and Nancy Pelosi was going to festivals in San Francisco and New York, Chinatown festivals, showing that there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and Trump was labeled a racist for preventing the Chinese from coming in. It was the first accusation. He's a racist.
That's right. He's a racist because the unknown Chinese flu that came from China, he was trying to prevent people from getting... whatever Trump does, Trump derangement syndrome takes over. And the opposite is what they think. If Trump said there's no God, they would be demanding everybody worship tomorrow. Worship a God tomorrow. It's just, we live in the same world. And, like Marshall Watts looks up to his doctor for medical decisions. We all look up to people for certain decisions. in life. I mentioned tax, stuff you have to do, real estate, buying a car. And you can't trust anybody anymore. We live in a day and age. I got maybe 14 phone calls today about selling property, about I wanted money. And that's on the phone. That's not on Facebook, which I get 100 of those a day. Chinese wins. They're not going to grow up like I grew up, watching Mickey Mantle play baseball, watching going to Yankee Stadium when I was 12 years old on the train from Brooklyn to the Bronx with no problems. No train service.
Jules, if everything is a scam, then you should take everything, with a grain of salt. And let's go back to the poll. 48% out of 25 votes believe that the vaccine was worse. 28% believe the disease was worse. And 24% of people, which is about a quarter, are still unsure what was worse, getting the vaccine or getting the disease.
Give me those numbers again, because I didn't look at them.
48% of respondents out of 25 votes believe that the vaccine was worse than the disease itself, and that 28% believe that getting the COVID-19 virus was worse than getting the vaccine. And 25% are still unsure of whether or not it was worse to get the vaccine or the disease.
Wow. That says a lot right there. That says a lot. Now, who the hell's going to take a vaccine that, it won't make you better, you still can get it, it's going to fuck up your DNA, it's just so stupid. And I wonder what the question would have been, if the question would have been for children. That's what bothered me too. They knew that children had very little risk of having any damage, whether if they got COVID, a little cold, whatever, and they still demanded children get the vaccine. You don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to understand what that meant. Every time I talk on Clubhouse, my nose gets stuffy. Is there a vaccine I can take for this? Pockets, you just listening or are you there? Come on, Pocket, say something.
I'm listening.
Okay. So I'm talking to Congressman, nobody else is putting in. Say something.
Well, I think, this whole, healthcare shipments, I'm scared, man. Like, I work in Medicare, I help seniors find doctors, and, I help navigate their insurance. It's just, it's fucking, it's a scam, right? It's all a scam, I don't believe in, the vaccinations we're given the second we're born. The second we come out the womb, they're jabbing us with, I don't even know to this day what I was jabbed with, the second I was born. So it's just, I don't know. I feel like we're just getting things from the start. And, you can either change your life now or, stick in that path. But,
right. We were jammed as soon as we were born. But I think, I don't know, I think the jabs then were more, how can I say, more viable, or, now the trust of getting jabbed now is so much, is such a problem. Maybe you're right. Maybe they were just experimenting with us back then. Who knows? Boy, you're in a tough. You work in healthcare. The healthcare business. It is very. You must be very suspicious about everything. Go ahead. You want to say something?
What's sad is I work in the numbers game of healthcare, which is so fucked up. There's a sales part of healthcare, which is so weird. Like you literally go on a market, and it's just, I don't know. To me, there's like a whole other side of healthcare, the marketing business side of real money making side. It's sick, dude. It's sick.
Yeah, but that's it is. Are they they trying to, I'm a tax guy, you know that. So were they trying to avoid paying taxes too?
Okay.
Oh no, a lot of like places were doing kickbacks to like insurance agents, right? So they were
Well,
paying
that's illegal.
agents
Yeah, that's illegal.
so that's, and there were doctors that were illegally, docking procedures that never happened, shit like that. There's a lot of shit that's out there that's just so,
It's all over like, Nico, just a second, Nico. I mean, I brought my car in today. You know, it's if you pay cash, it's this. If you don't pay cash, it's that. You know what that means. You don't want to pay taxes. Nobody wants to pay taxes. You know, remember Crazy Eddie? His brother who owned the store. I don't know if you remember Crazy Eddie. They had the biggest record store on Park Row in the city, and him and his brother, and they had that ad. You can't believe our prices. They're crazy. The prices are so low, can't be beat. You know why they were so low? I just found out in time because they didn't pay their taxes. They were able to undercut, other businesses. So that's like our national pastime is don't pay your taxes. So when people talk about not having the IRS, I think the IRS serves a purpose. It at least makes you pay some of your taxes, or we catch some of that. I know it's not a thing that you want to say, but
Jules, do you know what the effective tax rate before the invention of the IRS was?
It was zero, wasn't it?
Zero. So, problem, cause, solution. We are our own problem. We've created a taxation system that only funds 5 out of 7 trillion a year in spending. We are taxing ourselves too much already as is, and we are spending way more than we can sustain.
Hold on. I need to most please on this thing that hour that is. So, since I'm on that more distracted.
Ma Jules is a former federal officer of the Treasury Department.
Yeah, I think
just where this conversation is rapidly coming to a close anyways, but I asked Brock how much was dispersed in the PPP loan program. It's close to 100 or close to $1 trillion, and they estimate 64 billion of that is fraud, and they've only recouped about 3 billion.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So $60 billion got skimmed by the government because they decided to create a new loan package. 60 billion. Boop, bye.
Yeah, well,
so
I mean, not paying your taxes is one thing. I told you I was an international examiner in financial service. I caught huge sums of money in the biggest financial service area, and it was not illegal. They were just arming with the code, disciplining the militia corporations. I can't go into it in detail. I would if I could. It wasn't right. They had to pay a lot back, but they made the law.
I just said
everyone wants to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask John, so you're running as an candidate for Congress. I mean, I think it's interesting though. Like, one of the things that's the thing I don't understand about MAGA. Like, I mean, I'm not talking. It's not racism, believe it or not. I mean, but in general.
Necro, your problem is framing people as MAGA is some kind of all or nothing position statement. I wear this red hat mostly because I want people to get upset just by me wearing it. I'm not some MAGA. I'm a Republican American who believes in fiscal prudence and not borrowing and spending. That doesn't make me MAGA. Finish your question.
Yeah, so my question is, the thing that I know that they all share in common is the fact that they think that, Trump, a billionaire, a guy who thinks his life is right, who simply got into legal alone with his father, that he understands trust on a guy, like how they can ever trust a billionaire to have their best interests.
So hold it. So you're saying we should never vote for a guy like Mandani, whose parents have a compound in Uganda, on here for Uganda, have billions and billions of dollars. That you are objecting, right? That's okay.
When did Mandani come into discussion?
Well, you're talking about
Wait, Jules.
Trump.
Jules, let's ask young Necro here a very simple question that solves what you're asking. Necro, how do we lower the annual deficit and how do we lower the national debt?
Yes, that's the ultimate question.
Well, I'm not a person. I mean, I think this is something
Well, you either raise revenue or you cut spending. Which one's it going to be?
So, well, I think the Republican Party, even Donald Trump has no solution to lowering the debt. So I don't think this is an issue that is, that you can frame it as one side is guilty of all of them. In fact, the Democrats.
Tell me what my solution was.
The Democrats at least don't lie about the fact that they moved the debt.
They don't lie.
They don't lie. They don't
About lowering the debt. Yes, they don't.
They don't talk about lowering the debt, Necro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a matter of fact.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They talk about raising the debt. By the way, I think it's a bipartisan. Well, I think it's a bipartisan fucking. Okay, I agree with part of what you're saying, but the Democrats, they spend money like this. You see that list of shit that Doge caught that they're spending money for Ugandan transsexual classes. It's just so ridiculous. But Congressman, I agree with you. It's taxes won't do anything. I believe in lowering the taxes, lowering the debt, and you're right.
I believe that lowering income taxes for everybody making less than $1 billion. I think that those people deserve a break. I think that I'm not in favor. In general, I'm not in favor of income taxes, mostly because it affects people who are working the greatest usually. The richest people in the country, meanwhile, most of their taxes are done from stock, which tend to be much lower.
Necro.
The rich pay most of the taxes. Rich pay almost all the taxes in this country.
Necro, let me ask you a question.
And they steal.
Necro, let me ask you a question.
They steal from the poor. You gotta lose their mentality.
Necro.
They don't steal from
They want to steal from the poor. They want to take.
You can't steal from the poor. Have nothing. How do you steal from the poor?
They want to take away Social Security. They want to take away Medicare.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Necro, let me ask you a question, Necro. What's more important, raising the taxes on the rich or cutting the spending?
I think that, cutting useless spending, but when spending that's, efficient, I think that it's good. But yeah, getting rid of wasteful spending, like all the endless wars, I think that's better.
And Necro, the poor pay no taxes. If almost half of the households in this country pay no taxes, income taxes, you know that.
Well, then, what we should do is get rid of the burdensome compliance for the bottom 50% who don't pay anything anyways, but yet they still got to pay $150 to file annually, even though they get a, guess what happens though, Jules? They get a tax rebate. So actually, the IRS for the bottom 50% is actually just an annual stimulus check.
That's right, exactly. Necro, do you believe in capitalism?
Do I sound like a socialist to you?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing I never understand is that to me is the idea that simply is that you are against, people, a select few make more money having so much power that means that you made, you which is essentially what I am, basically. Is that
What would Thomas Jefferson say then, today, right now, if he witnessed what was happening with a $2 trillion annual deficit and a $37 trillion national debt?
he would blame a lot of it on the corporations. I mean, because they were the ones who, the reason why we invaded Iraq, that was all about, oil, was why we invaded Iraq. So, I mean, that's why I asked in the chat that socialism caused the wars, because the invasion of Iraq, you can't really blame socialism for that.
I blame socialism for being a sucky economic society. I'm a capitalist.
Okay.
I think this country is a capitalist country. We've done so much positive for the world, and we will continue to do so much positive for the world. But what stops it is other countries that have socialist governments that they have no freedom. They have, you go to medical school, where are you going to go? To medical school in Israel, medical school in the United States. There's very few communist, socialist medical schools.
Run by Canada Congressman.
The freedom to do what you have to do.
Congressman of the 16th.
Necro, where do you live, Necro? What country? No, you sound like you're American.
Okay, that's fair. I was like,
Okay.
which person from another country would be quoting Thomas Jefferson to you?
No, you sound like an American. So you tell me what country, what form of government you think is more fair to more people? More people in America make a fortune. So more fair to more people. Tell me a country you think economically is more fair to more people.
The United States.
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of countries that have better social safety nets than the United States. There's a lot of factors that go into that. You have, such as immigration. They have more stricter immigration, which is something I agree should be.
No. I said economically. You like socialism, yet you're in the United States. What socialist country provides more and better equality opportunity to their people than America? What country? Pick a country. Pick a commie country.
Yeah, so for example, Norway, they have a system in which, even prisoners, convicted murderers, have better shot at life when they get out of prison.
So I asked to pick a country in the world, and the first country, the only country we picked, was a country that gives its prisoners certain rights.
Yeah, you have people who are the lowest in society, they get a better opportunity when they leave prison.
Oh my God, that's the best you could do.
Wait, Jules, before you go any further, I want to alert you to the fact that Necro is a racist and he believes that Israel is an apartheid genocidal country.
Well, it's his belief.
That one's for you, Rich.
I'm against that, of course. You know that.
FYI, Necro, I had people texting me into the show to tell you that.
Okay. And they probably very likely think that, in space, they probably think that, settlements rock. I mean,
These settlement developments are a positive thing for people? I mean, living in modern day housing with security, that doesn't sound like a good thing to you.
For the people who are inhabitants.
No, not Jews. And all the Arab countries.
I like Jews, essentially, if you speak out against war crimes, that makes you anti-Semite.
Don't speak out against war crimes. I must say,
it's something that I would like to see, like Netanyahu, but he's, of course,
Negro is
exactly what to ask.
under a hospital, a war crime, is storing
weapons under a mask a war crime? Is using human kids as shields a war crime?
Yeah.
I have a question. Can we get back to the interrogation of what country would be best? Well, which country did you say you would prefer, Negro?
He said Norway.
Yeah,
Norway.
so which one is better?
I'm gonna take a photo of Mocha's PTR. It's so
So,
ridiculous.
I have a question for you. What do you think the average income is in Norway in comparison to the United States?
I don't know.
Average income. It's the average income is 60,300 in Norway. Average income in the United States is 77,500. So more than $17,000 more. And then when you adjust for taxation, any idea of the purchasing power that you have after taxes?
I have to look into that.
Yeah. So my question is like, how are you when you're saying that something is better than another country? What are you basing it on?
Yeah. So specifically, the question was about which one is better for towards people, and I think that it's clear, and that's why the example is that prisoners in Norway have better opportunity, convicted murderers, people who like everybody thinks shouldn't have any chance of opportunity.
But why would your standard of measuring the success or the judiciousness of a country be based on the way that murderers fare?
Because they're just like people who are the lowest of society.
They're the people that killed people.
Yeah, so I mean, they're the people you would expect to be the worst, and they seem to get pretty good opportunity in Norway.
Negro, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Well, he supports Hamas. So,
Yeah.
Hold on. So let's talk about Norway. They have a minimum income guarantee, right? So you probably like that.
I really does sound appealing, but I haven't looked into it. I mean, like I said, I put up earlier that there are a lot of dynamics of Norway that we don't have in the United States. Like, for example, having strict immigration, policy, which is something I think in America should have strict immigration policy.
Why do you think Norway, despite the fact that they don't have like high income earners, on average, they earn less than us. Why do you think they're able to afford things like free healthcare, education, childcare? That many of the people either own property or they receive housing assistance from the government. Why do you think that is? Like, what do you think is a factor that allows for a country like Norway to be able to budget accordingly to be able to make those decisions? What do you think is the leading reason why they can do that?
Yeah, so they do have better education, and they also are better in general. Overall, they have much better. In general.
You really want to get him, huh, Rich?
Okay, but you realize why they can afford these things, right? You're not answering that. Why can they afford those things?
Well,
come on.
I honestly don't know what you're trying to get at.
Well, it's an obvious thing because a lot of these countries that have these socialist economic systems that are providing things that you think are really bitchin' to have. They only can have those things because they don't spend money on their own military. In fact, they live under the security umbrella of NATO, more specifically the security umbrella of the United States. So if you're going to have a grievance about anything, the reason why they have those things is because U.S. taxpayers pay for the security assurances so Norway can spend their money on those things.
Yeah, that's something. I mean, it's also a fair point. It's one of the things I think Trump was right about, like that it's not like fair that they can expect us to do it. To do everything.
Illinois District 16. So again, now that you break that down, like imagine if we were to say, hey, no more security assurance, you got to fund your own military. Some of those services would disappear. Would you still want to be in Norway?
I mean, like I said, I mean, wasn't saying that I didn't say specifically that I want to be in Norway as a specific issue in Norway, but I mean, overall, I'm not certain right now whether I would move to Norway looking right now.
Norway would be part of Russia then, and you would fly to that, right?
No, it would be something I would like. So,
Jules, there's a very Necro. Hold on, Jules. There's a very easy way to settle the matter with Necro. You just ask him, Necro, if you were king of the world, what would you do? What would your priorities be for your people?
Education, ending crime.
How would you do that?
Well, I mean, am I a politician now?
Well, yeah, you're king of the world. And end crime. What would you do to criminals?
I mean, I would impose Martians as one of our crime. I would,
But then treat them nice in prisons, right? That's what you say.
I mean, I would disconnect them from, if they're in dangerous society, I would keep them restrained to keep them from being able to hurt other people. If that means...
You know, in New York recently, in the last week, some guy stabbed a few people to death, and he had 47 arrests. Not all the violent crimes, somebody jumped in turnstiles, but there were plenty of violent crimes within the 47 arrests. Do you think that person should be allowed on the streets?
Sorry, what did he do?
He stabbed 2 people to death, and he had 47 previous arrests, some violent crimes. Should that person be on the streets?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if, not looking at the case, I can't really make a judgment about the mental health, but I just like hearing them, I don't think they should be allowed.
Well, you're right, and mental health issues, probably drug addiction too. But Necro, I'll vote for you for mayor of New York with your communist beliefs if you have strict prison sentences for all these people. I mean, we have so much crowd burning around.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I would agree is, like, in states like California, they've capped at the amount of time that you have to remain on the sex offender registry. I think that's wrong. I think that if you rape a child, you should always have to live with that.
And you actually would have to do it, interesting. I guess,
Well, and that's the thing, like, to me, is like, it doesn't surprise me that Trump was saying all of this, based on this issue, because they base their entire, it baffled me that they would choose Trump when they talked about all this thing with Epstein, but what Trump is probably one of the most associated people with Epstein. The only other person I can put who has a profile would be Bill Clinton. Well, I just said the only person who I can think of would be Bill Clinton.
So he's not even a close second. He had a fight with Epstein a long time ago, and you and all the Trump derangement syndrome people are screaming for the Epstein tapes. They want videos of Trump getting a blowjob by a little girl. I know it would give you a high like you never had in your life. Yeah. Let's admit it. It would make you thrilled. Well, it would thrill you. Why is
kill many Americans?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I would say.
why is it wrong with the American people?
I didn't say right or wrong. I could say right or wrong. You want the Epstein tapes out because you're looking to get Trump. If they have a video of Trump with a little girl, my God, you guys will go eat ecstasy, right? It'll be the best thing in the world.
No, which makes Trump deserve the truth.
Right. Jules, he's a necrophiliac. He's not a pedophile. Necro would prefer to see Trump with a dead carcass in the middle of a graveyard. That's what gets Necro's feather tickled.
Now you're going to make him sleep really happy tonight, but it's crazy. I don't know.
Try to use your words, Necro. I mean, you're a necrophiliac, right?
Yeah, maybe. You have pedophiles in Norway.
Necro, your response to what you would do for your people if you were king, it's not, a really great leadership position. I'm just so confused. Like, are you, what's it
So
called?
you disagree with people being educated, you disagree with crime.
There's no university in America. So don't tell me how to go.
I find it really interesting that MAGA seems to complain that, with the sort of judgments that are made about, racism, but that is what they are doing by associating with communism, with, everything the Democrats do. That's what they're concerned about me. It never gets along to the double standard.
Do you really think there's something called MAGA, or is it really just not the Republican Party, Dr. Necro?
I think MAGA extends beyond the Republican Party. I think it's one of the reasons why Trump got independent support was because, people are just really sick of the establishment.
You know what MAGA stands for, right?
Well, I understand people, it's populist. Yeah, I understand it's a populist movement that's about, trying to, that wants to put America first, essentially. It's one of the reasons why I think why the Democrats are losing voters is because of the fact that,
We're going to end this live stream in a little bit. I'm going to go exercise.
So essentially, America first is automatically more appealing to, the average person. That's why to me,
Quick chat update for you, Necro. Rich says that you sound like Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah, so I would like to see Rudy Giuliani be as critical as I am of Trump.
I don't think he sounds like.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, Rich. Why do you think he sounds like Rudy Giuliani?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe because you're a young man, but you sound like an old man.
I've heard people say that I sound like Craig T. Nelson. That's something I don't understand.
Necro, let me ask you a final question. When was the last time you did 10 pull-ups?
I actually just did it yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. I live on the East Coast.
On the East Coast.
Yes.
Have you given up dating trannies?
No, come on. Did you, I know you support the boss. Did you march with the, you know what?
I don't support those.
You don't support Israel.
I support Israel's right to, have its own state and defend its own people. I am not okay with war crimes.
War crimes?
Yeah.
Hamas committed war crimes.
Yeah, so Israel has the right to do 10 times the damage that was committed on October 7th.
Tenfold?
What's the amount you're allowed? Is there an amount you're allowed? I mean,
Proportionate, Jules. Proportionate warfare. You kill 2,000 of ours, we only kill 2,000 of yours. Proportional war.
Yeah. Are you critical of the state of Israel, the fact that they 7,000 people in detention, and we're still in due process. I mean, Friday was something
Great question. My position on that is that Israel should hold those people. They should kill them. The Hamas terrorists, and they use for exchange of hostages. So they dribble out 2 hostages and get 1,000 soldiers back to kill more Jews. That's my position. Yes, they should be killed. Because what about the hostages?
So then why should Hamas respect the state of Israel when
Israel
kills Palestinians?
They don't.
You're saying they should respect the state of Israel when Israel kills.
No, I'm not saying they should respect. I'm not saying
you don't want to kill Israelis, and yet you're justifying why Israel should have the right to kill Palestinians who have not been convicted of a crime.
Right, because killing Israelis haven't been convicted of crime. They went to a music concert, a rock concert. That was no crime. The existence of Israel is a crime to them. And the ones that are in prison did commit crimes, and that's how they got in prison. There are plenty of Palestinians that work in Israel before the war. Israel opened up the gates, let them work in Israel. There are plenty of Palestinians or Muslims that live in Israel have rights in the Knesset. Israel is the most democratic country in the Mideast. Israel exists mainly because there used to be a Jewish community in Syria. Not anymore. There used to be a Jewish community in Iran and Iraq and all over the Mideast. Not anymore. And when I say Jews, I mean Jews and Christians. They're dwindling down to nothing. Only one country takes people of all races, all religions, all colors, all sexuality, and that's Israel.
Except for that Palestinian, they kill them.
No, they don't kill Palestinians. They kill our soldiers.
12,000 children have been killed lying at Israel's feet ever since October 7th.
They've been used as human shields by the
it's their fault.
Yes.
It's not what's their fault. If you got hit by the police officer, you could have dodged, him getting his baton.
Yes, it's their fault. It's their fault.
Oh my gosh.
My gosh. We'll get to what I'm going to, whatever. We'll get to it. The people commit crimes.
Yeah, but who created the crisis in Palestine? Who shuts off their electricity?
Israel left Palestine. Remember, there was a time when Israel had settlements in Palestine. Israel was a settlements in Palestine. They left. The soldiers of Israel dragged those people who had the right and owned property in Palestine, and they took them out of Israel. It was Israel wanted peace. You know the expression, if Israel dropped all their weapons, they'd be mutilated.
In your view,
if Hamas dropped all their weapons, they'd have a state.
Do you have Palestinian as zero value? Palestinian child?
No.
Everybody should.
No, Hamas is killing them. Is it a war crime to use human children as shields? Is that a war crime
to kill children, period?
Not by accident. If you stay in a populated area in schools, is it a war crime to use weapons on the schools, on the mosques, on the hospitals? Yes. And that's what they did. They built tunnels. They didn't want a prosperous
nation. So how do you spoke against the idea of, for how many universities have levels into the ground?
The only thing I have against the IDF is they put themselves in danger of not firing because there's populated areas.
Yeah,
they put themselves in danger. I know they try not to kill children, yes. And you tell me what country, what war ever broke out
where one side has to feed the other side. You tell me what war ever broke out.
We're in existence.
Everyone,
Means to win a war.
we fed the Germans, we fed Japan during World War II. Come on.
Yeah, that's totally what it is. Israel is a complete, is completely.
Necro, let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem?
Yeah, so have you ever been to Iran?
I'm asking you. I've been a couple times. I'm just asking you. Have you
I
been?
think your question is,
Yeah.
the way you feel about the industry.
Did you ever go to Israel, Necro?
Yeah, I'm not answering your question.
Well, you can't say yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you what.
Do I have a choice to answer it? Do I answer
You
it?
don't have the answer. How about this question? If I had 3 tickets, round trip tickets, one was to Israel, you can take that. One was to Syria, and one was to Iran. Which one would you take? You have to pick one.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, if I'm Palestinian, would I be okay?
And if you're heterosexual, it's 2 tickets each for you and your girlfriend to go visit.
Yeah, like I said, if I was Palestinian, the answer would not be
No,
the
you're not Palestinian. You're you. You're you. I'm giving you 2 tickets. Whatever you are. You have a girlfriend or wife or whatever, probably a girlfriend or boyfriend. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm giving you 2 tickets to go to either
It doesn't matter to me what you are, Necro.
Damascus, Syria, or Tehran, or any place in Iran. Where would you go?
Yeah,
A week vacation. Where would you go?
yeah, where would I go? I mean, it's easy to ask me as a white guy, whether, I mean, like, what
Where are you gonna go? Answer the
Yeah,
fucking
as a white
question.
guy, I'm gonna go to Tel Aviv.
Okay. You're gonna take your girlfriend to Tel Aviv for vacation for 2 weeks to the impressive Jewish nation. Okay. And you know why you picked Tel Aviv, right?
Because I, as a white guy, have nothing to be concerned about.
And he answers the questions, Yeah. Mojo, you listening to this?
He's on the phone. Yeah, this is something you need to disagree on. Overall, like I said, I mean, like, I understand.
I don't know how your mind got twisted.
I agree that, Israel's actions against Palestine, that they're on board with it. Because
I think almost all of the Americans think that Hamas started the war. That's what I think.
And Necro, great. Hold on, Necro. Great news. My YouTube chat audience is saying that they're going to fully fund your trip to the West Bank if you want to go.
I mean,
We could call it a clubhouse field trip for you.
I mean, really, so I mean, you're willing to put a fundraiser together to let me go to the West.
Yeah, they're going to buy your plane ticket, your bus ticket, your hotel accommodations, and all your meals. Plus, you can get $100 petty cash to buy whatever you want at the West Bank gift shop.
Will Israel lock me there if I offer food to people?
I don't think Israel has anything to do with your
Really? Because
Clown
they-
House
because they
YouTube funded
arrested
trip.
people- They arrested people for offering food to people in Gaza.
Well, I don't know, but I'm very excited that my YouTube chat audience has super chatted me $5,000 to send you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank. Okay, are you available in September?
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
Let's hold on for a second.
I would like to know if they want
Hold
to do
on
it,
for a second.
knowing that I'm going to give them food.
I invited Elizabeth up. He wants to speak to Elizabeth.
That's so ridiculous. Isn't it funny?
Thank you, cousin. I'm really perplexed. I haven't heard everything, so I'm not going to speak upon here. So, what is actually that? And I hope that's actually the right person to direct
Marshall's
this to.
back.
What is your solution for Israel and Palestine? You do know, like so many things. There's no P in the lexicon of Arabic. And it's an imaginary people group that was described by CCP and Arafat. He was fucking bull. Sorry, I really don't know. Keep it together.
Modded Marshall.
Where do you get your okay breathing?
Jules modded Marshall at Trader.
Where do you get your information? I think that's my best question. Where do you get your information?
Marshall's gonna kick her in the ring. I promise you. It never fails.
As like UNRWA?
Sorry, what?
It'll be the exit we need. It always is.
I can't wait to watch relief agency or some shit like that. Human Rights Watch.
100%. Like, where are you getting your information? Because it's so painful, and I want to be. Excuse me, I do apologize. I want to be very patient. I want to be very calculated, and I want to make sure that I give you the floor to really express your thoughts and opinions and where you're coming from. It's really difficult, and I'm saying that because I have like a hair trigger reaction to certain words. It's not your fault. I just want to know.
Chipotle monster.
I just answered your question.
Elizabeth, how long have you heard of the conversation?
Maybe 10, 15, 12 minutes.
No, we've been going longer than that. Marshall, by the way, made you moderator because I don't want to be out.
Oh, thanks, Jules.
Like, this is something I understand that's being odds with Mojo and I think Marshall maybe, but yeah, what's being odds?
It's because you support terrorists.
Yeah, that's
Bingo.
Support. Yeah, Marshall.
Bingo.
Do I support terrorists?
No, I don't think I agree with you on the topic, but no, I would not classify you as a terrorist.
Yeah.
He blames Israel for the Israel-Hamas conflict. So how do you not support terrorism?
Yeah, so they've created the crisis, and so essentially, like, it's why Palestinians.
You mean the terrorists in Gaza have no responsibility for creating the crisis?
No.
Why are you still calling them Palestinians? I don't understand that. Like, why are you still calling them?
So,
Just for conversational.
when you call people who Israel prisons that they cut off criminals people because they're not Israeli. They're not Israeli, right? Because Israelis, have rights. It's not have their own land.
You have rights too. Sorry.
Congress and Israel doesn't regard, any human rights for Palestinians.
Well, Necro, sorry, I called you Nero. Necro, don't forget, we're sending you on an all-expense paid trip to the West Bank, September 15th. Pack your bags, you lucky guy.
Like I said, again, they want to go on a trip, they're going to get food to people that have that.
When I asked you where you would go with your girl,
The West Bank is starting.
All boys from whichever, I don't care.
Yeah,
You picked Israel, right? You picked Israel.
Wait, people are starving in the West Bank, Necro?
Like you saying the Muslim countries discriminate against white guys? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm saying that Israel is more welcoming to white men than they are to Palestinians.
You're white, Necro?
What Jesus is he talking about?
You're white, Necro?
Do I sound white?
I thought you were transparent. And then I thought you were just a patriotic American.
I'm sorry. I need information that you just shared with us, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's exhausted.
White supremacists to tell them, or to, people who say that I'm not white is to compare their skin to mine and tell me that they're whiter.
Necro, I'm being facetious, and I'm just trying to point out that I think you will go all night long, and you don't find that your position is tentative, that you might not be absolutely right in your diagnosis or your analysis.
So, Ian, I don't claim to be the arbiter of anything. I mean, I can be wrong. But just because I can doesn't mean that I am wrong, right?
Well, you might be wrong. I mean, I went to Israel I went to Israel over 20 years ago, and guess what I discovered when I was there, Necro?
Okay. So, were you going to rant?
No, guess what I discovered? Guess what the Palestinians have been doing for over 25 years? They've been putting out murder death tapes. Horrible programming, a terrorism that kill Jews all the time. They're obsessed with it. They put it out in their movies, their media, their radio. All they do is talk about war, death, destruction of Israel. It's nonstop propaganda against their own people. And look what they did. On October 7th, they actually carried out what they said they were going to do.
Elizabeth's our radio moderator, by the way.
Thank you.
Let Elizabeth speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's the question?
You're in crazy land now, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
I know. Like, simple question. Again, not wearing my glasses. Have you been to Israel? Quick question.
No, he's only studied the genocide from the internet.
Let him talk. Let him talk. It's much more fun when he speaks.
Anytime I answer a question, so that's you accidentally didn't answer it, that I didn't answer it, so I don't see why I should.
Sorry, I can't. Well, if you don't want to answer me, you just say that. Don't, whatever. I've got a lot of bullshit going on in the background. Just all of us. Sorry. I'm still talking, Hello.
I was talking.
No, actually, I was speaking. I was asked a question also, and I was responding. And I do have like a very clear question. Well. Do you want to hear my question, or do you want to?
Are you going to listen to my answer and not repeat it as if, repeat the question?
Very good question.
Poor Necro.
Very good question.
Poor
And
Necro.
also, because I'm still speaking, hello, and you don't let me finish. So, you know what? Forget my question. I'm a woman. I'm also brown. Ooh, wow, saucy. Okay, what the fuck is your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Good riddance. So anyways, actually I'm gonna go, but it was fun. Talk to you. Actually, believe it or not. And Kitover, I slept out. I don't have that Kitover. I haven't, so I would do that. Anyways.
Yeah, Necro, your valuable input will be utilized in my political campaign, but for what, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. It's like, we're talking about clubhouse movies, the people who play each other on Abby said the person I look like is on River Phoenix. So, and I guess that's, pretty fair to say.
Necro, what are you majoring in knowledge?
Sequential art.
What?
Sequential art and art nature.
Okay, that's gonna get you far.
So let me ask you, Necro, what do you consider the word art means? What do you think the word art means?
Expression, the art
So everything is art because everything expresses itself.
Yeah, in a way, it's like, everything's considered, art.
Are you just LARPing? Like, is necro an expression of your art?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer the question, but yeah, it's interesting that I just went to see the Clubhouse movie. Like one person I suggested should play, voiceover guy. I think that Tom DeLonge from Blink-182 that he should play. He would play voiceover guy. Because that's who he looks like, without a doubt. And the guy who plays Steve Appel would be ventriloquist Terry Fader.
Necro, I'm not taping you, but I really need a copy of your voice and your speaking, because I have trouble going to sleep. You would put me out 2 seconds, Necro.
He's trying to say that he finds you very entertaining and so uplifting that,
It's something like that, yeah, something like that.
So,
Are you just an ASMR chatbot network, Necro? Are you technically ChatGPT?
Yeah, are you real?
my voice has been commented to be so more broken than Stephen Hawking's speech function. So, I guess, in a way.
I got a call the other day.
Yeah,
And
I
I
gotta
said,
go.
listen to this one. This is 2 seconds. I got a call the other day, and it was obviously a robocall. So I said, is this a robocall? So he answered, I am not a robocall. Necro, are you a robo?
I guess in a way, I am.
Alright, there we go. He's a Freudian.
Robots have feelings too.
Right. They do.
Okay, so my question is,
Anyways,
you said he doesn't.
Go, Necro, let him listen to it.
Oh,
Quite interesting.
I don't know how to answer.
I don't have to deal with that. So it's nothing that really, under COVID, yeah, I didn't get to get TP all the time. And I'd have to find creative ways to wear my phone home.
That's what you need to do. Creative ways.
But, well, no, I mean, but I like, it'd be like I take a shower afterwards.
Oh, no.
Do you believe in Good Samaritan laws? Like, do you think because you have a medical license, you should be obligated to help someone in a public place when they have an incident? If you have that license, do you believe in that obligation?
I think that's where it kind of morally becomes iffy. I would say in an ideal society, yes. And so I do think that
You need to homogenize. There's no lawsuit. As long as you're shielded, if you give your best efforts.
But
So you're on an airplane. You're on an airplane. You mind your own business. Someone has an episode on an airplane, but you have a medical license. What do you think you're supposed to do?
well, for a fact, I know that in America legally, if you are, if that is the case, you do have to render aid. I think it's probably a good thing. I don't know that it's legally a crime. I do know that you can't.
Section 1 of the United States.
That is incorrect. Is it in all states?
Based on an oath, because it's governed by the FAA. It's federal.
No. I'm talking about, like, for example,
Well, I mentioned the plane on a plane.
okay, sure, on a plane, but if you're a nurse or an EMT or a doctor and you fail to render aid, let's just say like in a traffic accident, I don't believe it's necessarily a crime here in Arizona, but
It's a crime.
parts of the United States.
No, not parts, because the AMA governs how you act in the first
I don't. No, the AMA is not. They don't make the laws regarding whether or not. They're an accrediting body that basically can decide whether or not you have a license, that they don't charge you with
bar
fines.
association, so if you do something wrong.
Yeah, but you can run afoul of the bar association and not get criminally prosecuted.
Officer.
Sorry about criminal prosecution.
I have served in this.
Yeah, but a lawyer's license, we have it state by state, so it happens.
Right, and so would be the first responders, it'd be state by state.
Yeah, but you said that it was illegal because the AMA or whatever said that you had to do it. No, I
You don't say in the case of doctors, they make an oath, right? That tells them.
Yeah, but that oath is not. That's not under.
An oath for that.
Yeah, but that's not under. Yeah, that does not mean you. For violating your oath does not mean you'll be criminally prosecuted. If you were a doctor.
No, it's you're saying something about criminally prosecuted. I'm just saying that if
No,
you
you
violate
didn't say
that oath.
something about. You didn't say
No,
something.
I'm not saying that if you violate that oath by not helping somebody, then you are in violation of the oath, hence you lose your privilege.
You were rebutting me trying to imply that it was criminal. Now you're just backing up like.
I'm not saying anything about criminal. It's not. You're ridiculous.
Reinsertion into the whole thing that we fucked up.
Well, Abby, can I
It's higher than out-of-state tuition in a lot of places in the country.
Because when you're asking about the $1,000 for a water bottle and whether people have moral obligations, and just generally people in society having a moral obligation to take care of someone in need, and whether, if laws are properly disaster relief, it made me think about the Good Samaritan laws, whether there's a moral obligation or an ethical obligation when someone has an emergency, and whether you have to render aid. And there's all kinds of Good Samaritan laws in different states. So it made me think about the doctor. That's why I asked you. My mind was thrown in.
Well, I will say this, Simon. In Arizona, if you have water available and you refuse to offer water to someone seeking water, that is a crime.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
How is it ridiculous? You're such a
Because that's forfeiting. Again, that's simply stating the principle. I mean, morally, I'd probably just give the guy water. I don't care. But I'm simply saying, you don't. Basically, that just completely negates your private property rights. That's basically saying someone has a need. To hell with you. To hell with your
This is like two guys who repeat themselves over and over again, just saying the same things for years.
I get the libertarian, there's part
This is libertarian. This is just property rights.
bullshit.
This is
Sorry, you don't like a professional altogether, right? You're not a professional doctor, you do have an obligation. I think there's a big difference there.
Well, you might have. No,
From a moral standpoint,
a moral standpoint, I have no obligations to anyone, any license.
You're somebody
I'm
who
not
doesn't hold on a second.
about that. I think doctors obviously hold quite a unique position in society, right?
Well, Simon,
Between a plumber and
because doctors have a certain privilege that comes from, something that's more professional and more obligations.
being a doctor is not a privilege.
Because it's more serious, dude. If you refuse to provide,
How is being a doctor a privilege?
I'm trying to explain. If you're refusing to provide care when someone who's qualified and able to do so, I think it should be treated as a criminal negligence, just as it would be if any person with an ability to prevent serious harm chooses to walk away. If a firefighter refuses to put out a fire, for example, or a police officer who can't help you in a violent crime while teaching you the consequences, I think it should be legal. The same standard should apply to doctors. That's what I believe. I think there are a few. No, I just wanted to.
Hospitals, by the way, to make abuse device.
Yeah.
hospitals have that obligation in the U.S. Like a hospital can't deny, if someone comes in with a medical emergency. There's a federal law. It's the Emergency Medical Something Act that requires hospitals to treat an emergency room. Anyone to stabilize them and treat them. But I put
How is that stupid, Simon? Like, how is that stupid?
Because you're literally, the government is mandating, forcing a person to act. That is ridiculous.
How do you think this country runs? Like, literally, we demand safe roads and transfer, to drive to and from work, to wherever. It doesn't matter where we drive. It's not a non-argument, okay? But even when it comes to our healthcare system, we have fucking... No, you're a fucking idiot. Like, we have a bunch of fucking rules and expectations in place for our country to run. Like, I just... No, and you love, as much as you love it, do not call yourself a libertarian. Like, you have the same gay fucking anarcho... capitalist libertarian arguments. I said, like I said before, I will say that I know somebody who works door in just speaks Spanish and was essentially talking to a lot of the individuals who will come travel purely to get a double bypass surgery or very big, like $100,000 cases in the United States. And they'll go into the operating room, get all the services rendered, and then fly back on a plane. So it was like, well over 20 years ago when I worked in hospital registration, especially in the emergency department. Basically, the guy who had you sign in when you saw a triage nurse. Yes, like there was a huge chunk of the people that were coming to the ER that we have access. Arizona healthcare cost containment system, which the acronym is access. They didn't get that, but what they got was like a yellow access card. These people didn't have social security numbers. That give away their illegals, but it was federally funded, especially if we saw the yellow access cards. And they would come to the ER for anything. It could be sinus infection. It doesn't matter, which obviously that needs to be treated. But in terms of like getting double bypass surgery, I'm not familiar with that. Like, at least things could have changed quite a bit. This is well before Obama when I worked there. In that area, they would treat immediate symptoms. But if you had one of the things that like kind of made me somewhat sympathetic for like expanding healthcare to vulnerable people is that there was like this 20-year-old guy. He worked for a security company. He had cancer. He was having a lot of symptoms. He made too much to get Medicaid. Yet he would come into the ER all the time to basically cope with the symptoms. But he never got treated for his cancer. And to me, I was just like, dude, this is beyond fucked up. And I remember asking him, like, have you ever thought of just like, maybe if you like quit your job, like, at the end of the day, I understand that you're kind of able to maybe sustain your current lifestyle, which the security company he worked for, he made next to nothing.
Pepe, what is your point?
My point is this. Shut the fuck up, Congress. My point is that like here we had this young man who was like unfortunate enough to have to deal with cancer, and he was not getting. They were not treating his fucking cancer. They're dealing with fucking. What kind of cancer did he have? I do not know.
We don't want this.
I'm not a medical professional. professional, but what I do know is that this was something the nurses were talking about. A lot of people were talking about in the ER. They're like, it's a shame. This boy is coming in, and it's just like, oh, you hurt? Oh, this. Okay, we'll give you some pain meds. We'll do this. There was no, and he didn't have health insurance, and he was not able to get Medicaid. This is, of course, pre-Obamacare, all of that shit. And Obamacare made it even worse. Well, Obamacare made everything a lot less affordable for everyday Americans. Like,
Yes, exactly.
yeah. But it's like there's obviously a huge part of me that does want to see, like, why does this American boy have to deal with this? Like, this is bullshit.
When that law came into place in the 80s, because these hospitals, people like that were coming in and the hospitals were dumping them. And actually the law is like an anti-dumping law of patients, where, you know, they would a private hospital where they come in and they would dump them over to another facility or try to get rid of them so they didn't have to treat them.
Well, in Arizona, it came in the 90s because, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back here was that there was a young girl, she was under 10, forget her age, but it was an illegal immigrant. But she had appendicitis. She kept on going. The parents went from emergency room to emergency room. He said, well, you guys don't have an ability to pay. Well, okay, like, no, we can't do anything about it. She ended up dying. And, you know,
Did you just make a racist Freudian slip by saying break the blacks back? Break the blacks back, and then you fixed it and said break the camel's back. Was that a racist Freudian slip?
That was a straw that broke the camel's back.
Why? Look, I didn't mean to take you away from what you were talking about to make you talk about doctors, but I was trying to make the analogy of the moral obligation.
The principle is that there is no moral obligation, that the government should not be mandating you just because you have a good.
How can you say it's not morally?
I want to also something about just maybe something.
I have rights. So that's why it's
No, but as I've been saying this whole time, your morality is so different.
Hey, chill, bitch, shut up. Sorry. I had a question. If I'm missing something, I'd love to hear it, okay? Because I'm quite a knowledgeable atheist. You've been in rooms with me, Simon. You know how much I know about the subject. But I feel like I'm missing something here, right? So I just wanted to say my piece, and you tell me if I'm missing something. So I'd love to know more about it. So from a secular perspective, I believe doctors should be legally required to help in emergencies, even off duty, right? Because they chose a profession that exists to save lives. So in the same way that a police officer or a firefighter, doctors aren't, in my opinion, just private citizens when it comes to life or death situations, because they're trained for years. Yes, in some cases they swear an oath and take on a role that literally gives them special privileges and trust in society, and with that comes responsibility. So if a doctor walks away from someone dying just because they're off the clock, that goes against the very purpose of their job. So like I said before, it's like a firefighter refusing to save someone from a burning building because their shift ended. People would be outraged, and I think rightly so. The same should apply to doctors in the medical emergencies. The last thing I'm going to say, like I said, there's something I'm missing. I'd love to hear it because I'm all ears, right? We rely on people like doctors and police and emergency workers to hold society together, right? If we start saying it's okay for them to turn their backs when we need them, especially in those sort of situations, everything's going to break down. In a world without that duty, people will suffer and die needlessly. So yeah, I think we should definitely expect more from those people to choose those roles, because without that mindset, we're absolutely doomed to society that's built on trust and mutual care. That's how I feel about it. If I'm missing something, I'd love to hear what I'm missing. So we're missing lawyers.
So basically, lawyers, we have to, just so you know how it fits for us, it's a different emergency situation. But we can't keep our license in, I mean, I'm in 3 states, I have this obligation in all 3.
Yeah, it's still adversarial.
Pardon?
It's adversarial. You're
you're in a considered position to on the other person. You're not looking for truth.
No, whatever. I don't know. In order to keep our license yearly, we have to do a certain amount of pro bono work. You have to do a certain amount of things. We have to do. Well, yeah, but like if you work in a firm, so we used to pass the pro bono work on to our associates and make them do it. The partners didn't have the time to do it as long as the firm provided the legal assistance. But yes, you have an obligation if you're active practicing, to do a certain amount of pro bono. There are ways out of it that you can. There are exceptions to it that you can request. It's like
taking classes, like
you see, this have to do that too. So hold on. The classes are entirely different. Like I can't keep my license without. I have to take 14 credits a year. I absolutely continuing legal education. That's different. But there's a lot of states have this pro bono requirement that again there are ways around it. Whether you do something to help legal aid to cases, there's different ways around it, but it still puts that obligation. So it's different. No, we don't have an obligation to give legal help if someone's that just got arrested. We have no obligation whatsoever, unless we have an attorney-client relationship with them, which is different. But I hear what you're saying about someone in a medical profession, and they take an oath, and it becomes requirements of their license. That's why that obligation that they have, they need to be shielded from liability. Basically malpractice and liability for acting under the
That's one of the things I think they don't get is that if you're an EMT, a nurse, a doctor that tries to, with the Good Samaritan laws, if you're somebody tries to revive somebody or render aid and they so happen to succumb to their injuries or whatever happened to them, they're not going to be held liable at all legally. Which I think is a good thing. I do think that you're incentivizing, medical professionals to render aid, and they're not going to be, if it fails, they're not going to, be held liable.
We're not talking about that. I'm simply saying, do you have a moral obligation? Like Tobias, he's basically putting in my opinion, this is my opinion, he's putting way too much emphasis on the importance. I'm not trying to diminish how important doctors are, but to say that they have special privileges and stuff like listen, the reality is
they don't have special privileges. They lose privileges by becoming a doctor.
He made the point that they have special privileges in society. I'm just quoting back what he said.
Okay, but I would say that when you take your oath,
you just make the fucking point.
But you paused for a long time. Okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't pause. You interrupted me. Let me just make the point. So, I think you're putting way too much importance on this. I'm simply saying, a screwdriver provides you with a service, a plumber provides you with a service, a doctor provides you with a service. I'm not putting any more importance on any of those. Now, granted, yes, in a health emergency, I'd want to call a doctor. But if I live in $1 million home and my house is flooding, I'm not gonna call a doctor, but I am gonna call someone in an emergency to save my $1 million home. Because $1 million is $1 million fucking dollars. Now, I'm just saying, all of these are just services. So, the reality is I would want to just pay for that service, and if the person refuses to not accept, refuses to, what's the word, to help me, then I go somewhere else. And then if he keeps doing that,
if you're somebody who swears an oath, okay, for example, the military. Hold on.
Arbitrary. An oath is arbitrary.
Simon.
Provide you with a service. That's
Sure.
all. That's all a doctor does.
Simon.
He provides you with a service. The rest is all bullshit.
Okay.
Oh, I swear I know I'm not gonna do harm, and I'm not gonna do this. Bro, that's all bullshit.
Okay, Simon, this is retarded.
No, it's not.
It is absolutely retarded. No, let me. So, at the end of the day, when you joined the military in the United States, you have to swear an oath. Whether you're a judge or if you're somebody who's being sworn in, because you're a witness, it doesn't matter. Hold on.
For a normal soldier, no, it doesn't.
Amazing.
Fucking doctor.
Amazing. And as well as a doctor, and they don't have to necessarily be doctors. Just anybody who can render aid. And so, once again, you're trying to make this moral argument where somehow you feel like just because.
They shouldn't force me to do something. Yes, exactly. That's the moral argument.
Okay, but when you're given law enforcement powers, the state is giving you powers that they will not give other people. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, the state is the monopoly on retaliatory use of force.
Okay, so when you get your peace officer certification in whatever state, you're given powers that are not given to other people. You can, for example, if you're a peace officer, you can carry a gun throughout the United States. You should be amazing. That's not my point, though. There are things where we entrust people in certain positions that they will, as part of it, what I call it is a responsibility. For whatever reason.
The principle.
What the fuck is the purpose of the government then?
To protect your rights. I mean, it's like
to protect your fucking rights.
Science.
To protect your fucking rights. Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay, but when it comes to being a doctor, for example, okay, okay, but when it comes to being a doctor,
I hate to interrupt and change topics, but could we maybe get to AIPAC and Israel and whether or not Pepe agrees that it's okay for AIPAC to lobby Congress and pass out hundreds of millions of dollars? What do you think about AIPAC and Israel, Dr. Pepe?
Shut the fuck up, my goddamn freak show.
Yeah, wonderful. I think I know where Pepe's heading, but if Pepe really wants to answer this, then I'll wait for these minutes.
I'm gonna jump out. I'm sorry that I took you guys down this road. I didn't mean to, but.
It's interesting. I just think it can be answered.
But
I'm just looking for a principle.
I'm more on your side on this and the hypocrite.
Yeah, I heard what you said before you go. I just wanted to say that I do think the logic breaks down when it comes to free market, when it comes to emergency situations, because, if you fuck up a plumbing incident, there's a flood. If you fuck up a doctor incident, someone dies. It's a big difference.
Well, but the difference is in order to have the
In the Muff is still going. Apparently, In the Muff is still going, so we're going to jump back into In the Muff.
Okay.
I would say 7 minutes after the first time you had sex.
In the Muff?
Yeah, because men have to get that first one out of the way. Either that or you have to jerk off on the way to her house. You just, in order to get the staying power, you need a round.
You stop telling all the women our secrets. Come on.
I agree with 7 minutes. Jeez, what are you, a machine?
Yeah. I was going to say, I need 7 days to it's ridiculous.
Well, we call that the refractory period.
Yeah.
No, you're never supposed to get off first before the that's just not.
Oh shit, I can't wait to see Tommy's answer. This will reveal so much. Tommy, look at the poll. Please answer. And for the record, future Congressman, John Kitover. I should screenshot this in case he becomes congressman.
There he is.
His favorite is now. Hey, Tommy, missionary, huh? All right, you're romantic. Oh my God, look at that! My boo came in here. I hope she answers the question. Although maybe I can answer it for her. Monica, I'm telling you, she has won me over so hard.
Necro's down there. Be careful, guys. I'm getting out of here.
No, let's bring Necro up here. He can't hurt you. He can't hurt you.
You drove me crazy. Oh, please.
Beema did not get clipped. We understand that she's self-regulated. I think that the other day when I told her that the FBI should look into her, I think that scared her. She crashed out pretty hard when I told her that. Necro said her on top. Honestly, I think this is bullshit. I think he only wanted. I think what he did was he picked the one that had her in it, so then we couldn't make jokes like, "Oh, you like it from behind, do you?" That's what I think he was doing.
Well played by him.
Yeah, well played. But Monica, look, you can put other could mean that you don't like any of it.
Yeah, but it comes to the follow-up question. You look better.
Yeah, it's true. Monica, if you answered this question, I think this would redeem the Mayo Monkey title. I feel like this is the participation that you need to kind of just cancel that out in Clubhouse. So I can't wait. I'm just staring at her PTR, waiting for the purple to emerge on her PTR.
Do you know her at all?
We will soon.
I have a feeling she is not the answer to this. But I guarantee she's smiling on the other end.
Yeah.
She's laughing. I can't go to sleep until she answers this question. So come on, I'm tired. Hurry up, honestly.
Wow, now you're into sleep, Monica. I will let me see.
For Roger, do for Roger. He would do it for you. I like that expression. Do it for Roger, he'll do it for you.
All right, let's. Tony. Tony likes her on top. Her on top is making a comeback. What is this? George, you got to respond here. Deb, I'm gonna stop putting pressure on Monica. The one thing I've learned in this short-lived relationship that her and I have formed, that's loosely defined as a relationship, mostly by me. You can't put too much pressure on her. That's what I've learned. So, Deb, George, and Jeff is definitely going to answer this question for sure. Jeff is going to answer. I can predict what he's going to answer. He is going to answer. He's going to put it in the purple. That's what I'm guessing. Jeff is purple.
It's an unfortunate name with the picture he has.
Oh, Jeff is coming up. He's gonna make a selection and give a speech. This will be great. Jeff, what's up?
Jeffrey. Oh no, I just won.
Well, and then other is your option because the others are restrictive.
Okay.
Okay, well then if you
I like them all.
perfect, because when you select other, it comes with a follow-up question. What do you mean by other?
I mean, all of the above. Kind of have a favorite.
You know, Trish comes to these rooms. Trish doesn't come onto stage. Trish doesn't participate in chat. What if Trish was to just simply choose to participate in this particular poll? That would redeem all of her lack of participation in all the other rooms. Trish, go ahead. Select.
Thank you, too.
How come George hasn't responded? Trish, she typed in chat. This is a starting point. So there's 4 options here, all completely viable options. XG, I think, is going to probably pick purple. That would be my guess. I think XG will the poll.
Pee Herman is.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And are we talking sexually?
This is crazy.
Because I can put my hand on a woman's throat either with my left hand or my right hand, and it's equally effective.
Which hasn't.
How come George hasn't selected? Trish is still. Trish is still thinking.
You scared by this one?
Trish is definitely still thinking. Let's see, encourage Trish. Everyone say Trish's name. You offer her signature.
Because that's skill is Trish.
All down here.
He is not moving her, so.
Trish, are you not going to answer? That's fine. You know what? Trish is just shy. You know, we'll have to ease her into this.
Some pretty basic options that you got, Roger.
No, others were all adventure stuff like that. And then you have to refer, and then you have to call it out. If you select other, then you have to talk about it.
That's pretty good, but the missionary itself not so good. Number one's reverse cowgirl. I don't give a fuck.
First cowgirl could be technically from behind, maybe. Rock pocket.
No. Let's not on top too. Let's not change the word to feelings.
Denny has not answered the question of the room.
Actually, I find it tough to be a lefty in life.
You know, Roger, it depends on who the woman is. You know, different women, different positions.
You know, I get it. If you personally are having sex with a woman that has too big of an ass, you're just not going to have enough cock to give it to her from behind. I get it.
Yeah, I think missionary gets a bad rap. We got another other in the audience here, Steady. So I believe follow-up questions needed.
Your other, so what do you mean by other? You can type it in the chat if you'd like. You can even put it in a foreign language. We'll decipher it.
Actually, I'm a big fan of the helicopter.
Don't be racist.
Not racist.
Strong guy.
Helicopter is actually not racist. It's anti-caste. Amen.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Jules. This was fun.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Jules forever.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, man.
You know, the funniest thing is, go to the chat, just read the comment Chloe just put, and Rob, do me a favor. Read her comment completely out loud, and then click on her profile and read her bio out loud.
The missionary position is notably splendid, particularly with sustained eye contact, slow, powerful thrust, while teasing and the controlled application of light choking. That's definitely chatted GPT. Jesus Christ, the Messiah is risen. Jesus Christ is king.
But the question is, for how long did he rise, and how many times?
One can argue that Jesus Christ walking around spreading his ministry is a missionary. So I think he would approve.
Amber Nicole,
Why is she not being pressured like Trisha was?
I'll tell you because Amber is different. I
not ask Jeff any questions.
Alright, you getting horny, Mike?
Well, Mike doesn't know me, so he's going to try to he wants to insert himself in a way that's going to ultimately not working out.
I know. George has finally answered. George picked her on top. Way to go, George. Stinny is got the other, and Nassim is not answered. Trisha's not answered. And Amber left, as I knew she would. There's some people that just won't participate in this conversation. Like Monica, for example.
Yeah, Monica wanted no part of this.
Actually, I think she liked the attention of being asked to participate in it, but there was no chance she was going to participate in it.
I think Serendipity said that. She's like, there's no way she's answering that. How she called it.
I mean, Monica's definitely a missionary girl.
Shane K is going to say purple. I can predict her.
The bigger women always like missionary. That's what you have for those.
I don't know what that means, Shane. Oh, I think that's doggy style. I think that image might be a butthole.
I mean, that tracks, if you know Shane.
Shane's kind of one of those partial goo members.
It's a partial goo member.
Partial goo. He's a part-time gooer. Spends his time in the goo. He doesn't like coming up on the stage.
He doesn't want to come on this show.
Who would you hope would come into this room right now to answer this question? If you had one person that you wish would come in, who would it be? For me, it's Shirley.
That'd be a long answer.
Trish still not answered, but that's totally okay. Casey is in the room. I'm going to guess Casey's not going to answer this question. Although, that would be delightful if Casey would. But typically, people that TR pictures of their family are above the kind of nonsense that we have in this poll. So I'm going to doubt that he's going to respond.
I don't know. He wrote the word suck, so he might be down.
Dr. Adams is back.
Ooh, Casey, dude, you're not gonna like that.
Oh, what? Casey? You like it from behind him? Come on, man.
Vice the best.
How you gonna know Rocket, man? I don't believe this. I'm gonna ask the question.
Shine. That's a weird PTR, buddy.
That is oddly disturbing. No, I just kind of found this out not recently, maybe like a year ago, that the Dalai Lama, did y'all know that, like, after a Dalai Lama dies, they go find a kid who's supposedly the reincarnation of the previous Dalai Lama? So, like, every Dalai Lama is, they say, is the same person. I'm not joking about this. This is great. Last Dalai Lama, he got like a 9-year-old kid.
Did you see the shit a couple years ago where he grabs the child and he's stuck and he's telling
Suck his tongue like a fucking Muslim? Yeah.
That was fucking weird. Very weird. Suck my tongue.
That was a harmless, playful gesture by the great Buddha, and the Buddha is not gay or a pedophile. Don't slander the Buddha.
And were you in the room that we did with Kyle and a bunch of his people, and they were defending it fucking like crazy? There was hundreds of people in here.
how do they determine who the reincarnation is, or is it like a group of young boys that they cultivate and then say this one is the best? Like, how does the transfer
No,
of
they
power work?
the last one they went down to like some other country, and I'm like, oh, that's him. I'm like, what the, like, how the, yeah, I agree.
But isn't that just that movie? You know, that movie that popularized that? Like, is that movie actually accurate? Let me ask Brock.
There's a movie about it. I heard it from this lady else.
Yeah, there's a movie. There's a big Hollywood film. I think Richard Gere is in it.
I personally hate it.
The only people that chose that is you and Joe B. I think that means that you two should perform it on each other.
I mean, I definitely am into movies.
Joe B, you hear that? You and that girl. Bam. Let's go.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a very good habit.
on record, the only illness woman that I fought, she was 58. So.
Necro, how old are you?
I'm 26.
And how old were you when you effed this 58-year-old woman?
I was 22.
So as a 22-year-old, you were actually attracted to a 60-year-old woman?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is she a Muslim?
No, she wasn't.
What was it about a 60-year-old woman as a 20-year-old that was so attractive to you?
I mean, just in general, like, you know, there's just something satisfying about the fact that we have, like, a specific kid portraying the older dominant woman, you know, who wants that submissive boy, pretty much. So.
That's what was attractive to you? That was her preference? You were her preference? I see, okay. You were desired. Are you generally not desired by women?
Oh, no, I'm irresistible to a lot of things, like something about, you know, this older woman who wants me to, like, you know, be her male servant, like.
Well, I know you formally disclosed your sexual relationships with multiple trans. I'm just wondering, when you have intercourse with a trans, what are your favorite positions?
It's interesting though. They usually don't reveal to me. They never revealed to me that they were trans, and so yeah, it was.
Is that part of the foreplay before the big surprise?
No, they just said that, you know, they said that, you know, it was really cute, and you know, I mean, I wondered why they said I didn't have to worry about anybody waking up, and they told us we had the lights off necessarily.
What advice to your counselor after before you just stop talking to him?
Yeah. Well,
Marshall,
John Kitover asked me this stuff later.
We just go to the fact that Marshall has not only answered the question, he has answered his follow-up.
Yeah, Marshall, you're a 69 guy. We enjoy your camp. We enjoy his camp.
I don't talk about what I do sexually, so you're never going to get an answer.
Marshall never kisses and tells. What a gentleman you are, Marshall.
The big other did. You got to answer. What's the other?
Nah, I don't kiss and tell, ever. It's not my thing.
We have to wait until Marshall's had 17 beers, and then we ask him this question.
We want 17 beers, you mean 4 questions.
Wow.
Marshall, do you think you're a romantic kind of guy?
Fuck yeah, you're
I'm not talking about that shit. That's what I think.
Marshall's real guys. Fuck, bro. Marshall's real guys.
Hold on. Here's some things we can't talk about. Do you like holding hands in public?
Certainly, that's as far as I'm going to get.
Marshall, would you rather cook dinner for a young lady, or would you rather take her out?
You know, holding hands in public is the vibe of the kid. As far as I'm
Well,
concerned,
exactly. How do you think it is? Would you rather cook or take her out?
you gotta cook. You gotta get
See, no, she's a fucking romantic. He's a fucking sweetheart.
Hell yeah, you do not want your girlfriend looking at fucking Marshall Rankin's Twitter profile, his Tinder profile. You know that shit's decked out with like, some really poetic shit. Anyways, really Marshall alone. We know no more questions for Marshall along this line.
Well, I have a different type of question I'd like to ask Marshall, if he's willing to answer, but I have suspicions that he won't. Marshall, if you got your girlfriend pregnant, would you rather that the government give your girlfriend a check for $10,000 to have the baby, or if your girlfriend wanted to go get the abortion, would you support her decision to have, feminine health care and abort the child?
Totally not fine about that either. Can you just recognize that Trish is still not answered, and Monica has also opted not to answer, but that's okay. No pressure. There's no pressure. No pressure whatsoever.
Ladies, don't be afraid to disclose your favorite sexual position. This is just geometry, and consider it geography if you're obese. Where is Dr. Adams up here? We need some analysis on obese sexual positions. Thank you, Dr. Adams, for your consideration.
I mean, I do appreciate yours with this. I would just say that.
Marshall, have you ever been on a blind date?
No more questions for Marshall about his romantics. Look, he said no. It becomes harassment after that. We can have these conversations, but we have to respect boundaries. That's why we're respecting the boundaries of Trish, Monica, and Marshall.
Mojo, your PTR to me looks like a pimp. I'm just wondering, in your life, have you ever had some emotional and romantic setbacks that you just can't let go?
Yes.
Did any of those relationships involve sexual positions that you think of from time to time?
Not anymore.
So you've let it go?
Yes.
So I guess my final question is, Dr. Mojo, what is the source of love, and how do we all find more love in our life right now?
You're a doctor, your doctor did.
The source of love is
No, I would say the source of love is whatever your conception of the creator of the universe must be the source of this thing that we can't really wrap our minds around fully. We know it exists, but we can't catch it. So it must have been created by the creator. So for some people that might be God, for other people that might be something else. So for those of you that believe in God, I would answer God.
So Necro, if you're a humanitarian or a humanist, where do you believe the source of love comes from? Is it just chemical, or is it psychological?
endorphins.
Leather outfits.
Yeah, that's a pretty good chemical release.
I do find this shit crazy too. I think about that kind of shit all the time. My wife.
I've always wondered do good girls and bad guys.
Well, do you want to have any leather ass books? Chaps?
I have a couple of other jackets, so.
Joby, can you look at your profile and see how this poll shows up there, and we'll stay there for the rest of your time on Clubhouse?
I don't care.
I think you go to your permanent record.
I'm so scared.
Joe, I just want to say I appreciate this about what your favorite position is. Just that your age, you know, more conservative Christian. So.
Well, God said to be pleasurable.
Necro's trying to break his record.
Necro, have you ever been with a GILF? See, a 60-year-old is a puma, but a GILF is an 80-year-old granny.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think we've got enough time to go that far.
That's your Johnny, John.
I mean,
Well, you don't want to make any cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, so I say fuck it. Just go gilf and don't look back on the repercussions.
Yeah, fuck it. It's like, anal sex is like that red button that you go to push. Like, you says you gotta push, you should, but fuck it.
Hakima has had more children than I think everybody in this room combined. So, Hakima, in terms of your favorite positions, have you found one or the other makes for making more babies?
That's too hard to do.
Well, the girls on top, they can't get pregnant. That's science. Obviously.
Oh, yeah, because of gravity, right?
Right,
Akima, when you're performing anal, do you prefer it to be a man or a woman?
Wrong person for that question.
Hakima, I got one more follow-up question I want to ask you. Have you ever thought about doing a paternity test on any of your children, and do you have any suspicions that any of your children might not be yours?
how's that a follow?
Well, I asked.
I think the likelihood of him having children that he's unaware of is higher than not knowing that he's the father of the kids that he's claiming.
Yeah, it's like, before they have paternity tests, they would be ordeal a bit of water and the Bible.
I got a great joke I want to share with you all. Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Just part of
Box.
I thought you were going to sing a thing.
I thought he was gonna say finger licking good.
Oh shit, Dawn's here. We've been waiting for Dawn's response. Dawn, we have a poll up above. Please help us out here.
Don, please say it. Don, please say 69. Don, please join me.
Don, listen, I don't need to know about anything without you responding to this question.
Oh my god, let me see. Oh, are you serious? Oh,
Come on, nobody's judging me. It's a heart attack.
Come on, Don, I did it.
If it helps for inspiration, I want you to think about Necro as you go through these choices.
She answered.
didn't that help at all? Thank you.
Okay, well, if you say the one follow-up we have is, what does number mean?
Like, what position not on the list is you prefer girls? Please say 69.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Dawn, I'm sorry, I was did you say anal?
Yeah, I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier. Anal sex is like that red button that says do not push, you should, but fuck it. It's the second time you tried it, though.
Necro, have you ever had any disasters in a sexual experience? Like, in terms of making a mess,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. This is getting really interesting. Double agent, get up here. Double agent.
I'll answer yes.
No, hey, no, hold on.
Hey, give me your disasters in experiences, and then you want to call out my name.
No, I want you to look at the poll up above. And then choose wisely.
Alright, I chose.
Alright, her on top. Interesting. By her on top, like, were you picturing somebody on Clubhouse as you were answering them?
I wasn't, but I mean, there's only anyone's probably long gone who ever would have been did have one.
Who would it have been? Joy
Liaison. I did have one clubhouse liaison.
Joy Lawyer?
Was Joy Lawyer, but never actually. He's decent work.
Dude, I would rather fucking like jam my fucking cock in a door frame than fuck her. She was awful.
They were really big psychopaths.
Okay, alright, cool. Well, WayFan has an answer, and most of your has. Most of your said, most of your, you can type in the chat or you can come up on the stage and you can tell us what you mean by other. And WayFan, I don't remember now, oh yeah, he would probably have to read the Quran, or some Persian hadith, to get his answer for this, but
Wayfan was the one that gave his with the magical quote of, there's no such thing as too young.
Oh, that's right. Wayfan, on your tombstone, it's going to read old enough.
I was probably Muhammad ever.
Like, hear whatever you like. When did I say there is nothing such as thing as too young?
Brown's off.
There's no thing we don't have, there's no such thing as pedophilia in Islam.
When did I say that? When did I say that, man? I was saying that 1400 years ago there was no such a thing. I can say right now there is no such a thing.
He said there's no such thing. Wayfan, can you answer the poll above?
I'm pretty sure 100 years
I don't see the board. What's the question I answered?
No, you'll have to update the app in order to.
I'm in the club deck and I did no such a.
You're a club dick?
Yes,
Interesting. Alright, well that gives us a preference.
Who here has read the Kama Sutra, and who here thinks that chakras are real?
I think I have not read it completely, but I have, and I think the chakras are interesting.
Well, do you know what chakras actually are?
We're gonna find
I
out.
would love for you to tell me.
They're definitions. Duh. They're words.
Please don't say hypnosis.
All communication is hypnosis.
Is sex a form of communication and hypnosis?
No.
You've never seen a peacock flap its feathers in the front of a little Miss Peacock?
I'm not talking about her.
That works like a big pussy with
Are you guys aware that almost all duck sex is rape?
Yes.
Yes. Are you also aware that the penis of a duck is in the shape of a corkscrew, and the vagina of a female duck is the opposite corkscrew? It's a very painful experience.
I think you just reminded Necro what it was like to have sex with multiple trans.
Necro, are you joking about having sex with trans?
It was one person, and they didn't tell me the truth.
Was it a born girl or born boy? What?
It was a trans woman, so
So it was a dick.
So it had a dick.
yeah.
There's two chicks on there.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
I got the bag and they got fucking things.
Yeah, there's such thing as chicks and dicks, there's dudes and tits.
Hey, Necro, seriously, I want to, I don't want to get this too personal. You just tell me and I'll back right off. But, when y'all got naked, you didn't think to look.
Well, that's the thing we did.
They as in the singular they.
This is getting weird.
Okay, I got no problem. You're a big for a reason. You put it in, okay? Future weather.
Yep, I did.
Necro, did you get his number?
Yeah, I threw it away.
Did you enjoy yourself?
What?
Did you enjoy yourself?
Well, you weren't able to get me to come, so.
Hey!
Would you have given this person a second date?
No, absolutely not.
What are you trans stuff?
Do you regret it? I think that's really the big question.
Yes, I do.
Negro, how about this? Would you fuck Brad Pitt? What if you dress like a girl?
No.
What if there was a check tied to that sexual intercourse in Brad Pitt's anus for $500,000?
Nope, ain't no video.
What if it's Stephen Colbert?
How about $5 million?
No, the only, I could see myself having sex with.
Stephen Hawkins.
No, Brendan Flowers.
Brandon.
The Killers.
Yeah.
The guy's a Mormon. There's no way he's fucking.
Yeah, he's so cute to me.
Wait a minute. If you think that a guy from a band is cute to you and you think that you fuck him, we used to have a word for that.
I think it's still the word. He's still the word.
I don't want to.
It's not what happens.
I mean, the reason I say I can see this that I can possibly see myself as a dancer than nothing is because of the fact that, if there's any guy I would have sex with, because I can see myself dating, some guys, I just never see myself sleeping with other guys.
But you can see yourself sleeping with the Mormon lead singer of the band.
I said I could possibly, the only guy I could possibly see myself.
Pre-show or post-show?
I guess.
With the Killer song, what you want in the background, what you do or naked.
Shot.
So you've thought about this.
Yeah, he's got this. Yeah, he does something like that.
That's the sort of thing.
I'll give you a shot in your fucking eye.
Necro, do you like being the center of attention?
It depends.
How long have you been getting? Doesn't like to decide.
I'm not getting straight.
Listen, hold on. I'm gonna tell you what my grandfather told me. My grandfather, he had a 5th grade education, but he was very wise.
I'm straight.
What
I'm
he
fucking
said
fan,
was
man.
that, you could be a bricklayer, and you could lay 1,000,000 bricks in your life. But if you stuck just one cock, nobody will ever think of you as a bricklayer again. And I will always think of you as a cocksucker.
Yeah, I'll never suck a cock. I'm sorry, but it's
I think it's an ancient Chinese proverb.
Did you guys see how fast Steve Appel popped in here and popped out? That was crazy. Kim Frankel did the same thing. I didn't even bother inviting Kim up.
I've heard so many interesting things in Uncle Steve's room over the years, and I gotta tell you, I can't remember one of them.
I will say, Necro, I appreciate your time.
Be careful, Necro. You gonna be up in the DMs.
yeah, just I'm gonna block you if you do that. So.
Necro, how far are you willing to go to free Palestine?
I am I the person who is going out to Palestine?
I'm just saying, would you be willing to do the reenactment of Jesus, get crucified, if you could just save Palestine?
I want basically for both Palestinians and Israelis and Arabs to get along. Isn't that what everybody wants?
Maybe not the Muslim terrorists.
You don't want to have them on the stage.
know, anybody asks Abby the question, we're gonna not harass her. It's going to do that.
What question?
Here we go.
I'm just looking at what it is. It's pretty funny. I think it's taking out my credit card. Probably my favorite decision.
Damn! Oh shit. Oh. Well, let's see. There's no way Kelly would ever answer this question. That's crazy. There's no way. There's no way Kelly would ever answer it.
Are there any positions that, you know, are revolutionary or groundbreaking in terms of positioning?
Like, buy the Karma Sutra book. Get your answer.
You know what's funny? It always sounds like a good idea that it ends up bad. Water sex. I don't care if you shower. I don't care if you hot tub. Water sex is terrible.
Or showers. Showers. Worse.
Even on a fucking water bill.
Yeah, water is not your friend. And the even worse thing is if you're at the beach, dude, you do not want sand going for sand. It's not.
Sex on the beach.
Kima, did you conceive any of your kids on Ribbon?
No.
Okay.
I would be a father and I'd be married at this point.
No shit.
No, listen, there's no way that you and the guy with the dick can fucking have a kid.
The trans women can't get pregnant, bro.
So over at night, you know, they just never told me.
That actually happened to a friend of mine, Necro. It's a true story. He's a very prominent, well-known business guy in my city, and did the 23andMe. Very long story short, found himself connected, like, 25% to someone, and it turned out that it was, he had sex with a woman, or I guess it was 50%, I'm trying to remember the connection. He had sex with a woman when he was at UCLA in the 60s. She had a baby, never told him she got pregnant, she raised the child, and the child then had children, and it was the grandchildren that did 23andMe, found out that he had a child and a whole other family he didn't know about.
See, that's fucked up.
But he took them in, like he has a pretty big business. They ended up coming into town and working this business with him. But the woman he had sex with passed away, so he never got to like ask her why she never told him about it. But he met the daughter and the grandchildren.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how likely that is ultimately because, I mean, I feel like a lot would take the option to get child support for me.
Yeah.
Oh man, they really make a killing with that.
Yeah, but that's why I was destroying condo.
Necro, I was asked via text message via Rich to ask you if it was Piper or Sasha.
Well, what? So you destroy your condom after you use them because you're worried about someone taking the baby?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you're rich, young, alive, always destroy the condom.
What? So you're saying you're rich?
I don't feel comfortable sharing my income right now.
Well, you are in the muff.
What the hell if you're gay?
Yeah.
Can people get pregnant if they spend too much time on Clownhouse?
Seems like it's happening. There's plenty of stories.
It's like, can't use a condom because you get pregnant.
Hey, and if you guys remember the room we did where somebody was claiming that they usually got pregnant from semen on the toilet seat, you guys remember that?
Was it after the COVID, after the health benefits of getting a COVID-19 vaccine?
It was my semen.
Dr. Jordan, when you think about your long history of sexual activities, what positions did you find to be the most pleasurable?
So I talked a bit. I talked a bit gay. If you don't say talking style, this is talking. No, I actually talked a bit gay, but then I really always default to missionary and I tried things, but I realized like when you're with someone kind of new, you don't want to. The more positions you try, the more opportunity there is to fail. So, do you think that the Prophet Muhammad felt that pressure? Possible.
It's a fair point he brings up there, Doctor. But you gotta take shots, you gotta take risks.
Look, I noticed that I'm not going to pressure you, especially if you just want to participate. That's completely, I'm not asking you to do this. Completely optional. But Kevin and Dr. Jordan, it's noticeable you have not participated in any poll. So if you would like to participate, that would be appreciated. We also have a John Doe. That's an interesting name, not traditional. We'll bring John Doe to the stage. Sorry. Still waiting on Dr. Jordan to respond. Wait, what was your question? What's the poll? Respond to the fucking poll. I'm trying to be direct. Hold on.
It's just what is your favorite position?
No, don't read it to him. God damn it, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Bro, this question's more important than driving, Doctor.
I don't see the poll. Dude, I've seen your fucking driving. Don't blame it on that shit.
How does he drive, Mojo?
Let me just say, we were at a stop sign. Stop if you please. And we were at a stoplight, and there was a car behind us. We're at the light. Fairly busy intersection in Los Angeles County. And the light turns green. I'm in the passenger seat. All of a sudden, I experienced whiplash as he put the car in reverse, punched onto the gas. A mechanism in his car caused the car to stop before he slammed the car behind us. And then he looked at me and said, did I hit that car clean? Which I said, I don't think so. So then we put it in drive. Then we got 6 feet. We didn't really talk about it until the end, which I told him, we're going to talk about it. So he helped me.
Roger, I would take only 40% if you would pursue it, just say.
Yeah, look, I don't think I pursue in this situation, but I will say that, like, if given the opportunity to hang out again, which I hope they do, I would probably prefer to drive or get an Uber. I'm welcome his company, but I don't think I'd want some passenger seats.
Don't tell me you don't have a
I've never done one of those. No, but I actually know where Dr. Jordan's assets are, so I come with that expertise on this one.
Where are my assets?
They're mostly sitting with a really nice guy that's in Las Vegas.
I see.
I got another question for the room. Why do some people lower their standards instead of just masturbating?
We do. Yeah, this is a question for Adams. Adams, if you have the choice between abortion or masturbation, what would you do?
Why is he with these questions?
Necro, do you think there's like an ecstasy or some type of spiritual transcendence that a trans man who dresses up as a woman is trying to perform?
They might be trying to, like, have the go-go boots, pretty much.
Do you know what they call the Star of David position?
6 points. Is that what the position is called?
I don't know. I saw a picture once of like two people engaged in intercourse, and it resembled the Star of David perfectly.
My mom, she was a good addition.
Monica, my favorite Canadian, wants to make America great again.
She left.
Knocked up.
Yeah.
She's here earlier. She declined to see it, which was fine. Just leave us wondering.
You know, there is this YouTube or this Instagram channel that Dr. Adams would absolutely go crazy over. It's called something like "We Only Film Fat People Stories" or something, and it's about just people that are obese and documenting their lives and can't get out of the toilet. But it's just so crazy because it's not like fat shame. I don't even know how Instagram allows it, but it is the craziest. These are like made for TV stories, but it is so sad. It's so tragic, but also like when you're that obese, to start losing weight is so difficult and so challenging. I mean, it makes me think that maybe Ozempic is like a miracle drug, and that we should borrow and spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving obese Americans free Ozempic injections.
Did you Kyle?
No.
Dr. Jordan, have you noticed any positioning in the animal kingdom, that you found interesting? Is it, how do animals position? Is it the same as humans, or?
Before he says this, we already talked about the ducks that we're working through. I used to see neighbor dogs, this Doberman and this little white dog, they call it Snowball. They would get stuck together like butt to butt, like back to back, and like the dick and the balls were literally stuck in the other dog. And then the other dog was just like howling. It sounded like they were in pain and dying. It was great.
Like this.
That happens every time. Okay.
How did it suck? I don't understand.
It swells up. It takes about 2 minutes before that goes down and it comes out.
I've always seen dogs these days. Seriously.
Well, I used to break down last time.
You used to breed dogs.
What do you mean? Take one guess.
Pit bulls.
Pit bulls.
Man,
You were never involved in any pit bull fighting, were you, Hekima?
I'd like to put the lie detector on you.
Just like that.
You ever watch Bugs Life?
I've seen his own place. Yeah.
That on?
No offense. Definitely no offense.
Hey,
I get into it. When you grow up, I did. You want to see that. And things like you said, you know, and I chose not to.
so Hakeem, I just might ask you if you possibly attended one of Michael Vick's dog fights.
Watching on the Michael Vick, he redeemed himself when he became an evil. I just want to say that.
No, I gotta tell you, I think Michael Vick should be buried in the river. I think harming dogs is worse than harming humans.
I agree with you. I think if we had a whole city that had to figure out what to do with him when he came on the team, it was a struggle for everybody. Then it would bring your dog to the stadium day. I mean, it's amazing. I'm just saying it was really kind of funny to see how this city, which is a very dog-oriented city, especially where my place is packed with dogs because I'm by the square and down in the town, and everyone has dogs. So it's a city very, very dog-friendly. And then all of a sudden, we get this guy on the team that's just the worst thing with respect to dogs. And exactly what Hakima said, once he started playing well.
Isn't it geographic proximity though? Because if you live in China and you go to the dog festival and they kill 10,000 dogs, for the big festival for the dinner. I mean, isn't it all just conditioned on your geographic location?
Hey, Rob, I got an unpopular take right here. I have to win one football game. I need a quarterback. He's not the greatest ever, but I'm taking Mike Vick if I want to win one football game.
I will say this, depending on the offensive line of your talent, it's probably the most difficult to plan around. That being said, I would force him to throw the ball, because I think if you just drop back and throw the number.
I gotta say that Rich has called me 5 times and sent me 100 text messages with regards to this conversation.
Why is Rich not in this?
I have no idea, but he wants to make sure that Necro knows it's him with all the comments.
Why did you and Rich come in?
I have no idea. Tags me, I did this joking now. I think no matter what I say, I never had an argument with the nigga. It's gonna be I'm a liar. I'm a kind of weird shit that you made up that I ain't stick with. So the biggest problem with me.
John, can you text Rich and tell him, send him a message from the room that when he does and shows up, just ask him to limit his shares to 1 point. Just like 90 seconds. We can get that to him.
So I invited Rich to an X space that I was on today as a guest speaker, as a candidate congressman, and it was with a couple large X accounts that do political communication in the Chicagoland area, and Rich asked me some great questions, and I complimented him on his Islamic analysis because prior to coming on this app, I had never heard anyone bring up these hadiths and ever criticize Islam, lest you be called an Islamophobe. But when you hear people on this app who have the receipts with regards to some of the naughty practices in Islam, it's rather shocking.
Do you mean the stain on Aisha's dress?
I mean, even the story about how Muhammad had sex with a young boy underneath the blankets in the tent.
I want to understand a little bit more about the break between the Quran and the Quran. Like, the one with the Q and the one with the K. Can you walk us through the differences?
Well, one was written in the 7th century, one was written in the 20th century, one was given to you by the Prophet Muhammad, one was given to you by the Prophet Ibrahim.
So, for your people, do they practice pedophilia like the old school Muslims do? That's good.
Not standard in tradition. I'm pretty sure that pedophiles never even hate.
I wonder what Muhammad's favorite position was.
To be out there in the Buffalo Beach. I think Dr. Jordan and Roe have not answered the question. I don't pressure the women to answer, but I would love to see the men participate, full participation in this. So I can't even see the poll. We're good about the room. It's not showing up. I guess I have to update, or you're not very good at this.
Yeah, I kind of put Paul out on the clock too, so it doesn't show up yet. What's the question?
Not clock, Dick.
Do you hear dick every time somebody says dick?
I heard death.
Yeah.
I heard dick. I heard
Yeah.
death.
I heard it.
You came into my debate the newsroom on Chatter the other day, and you were just briefly in there before they terminated my account. But I'm just wondering, how's your experience been on Chatter?
Well, Congressman, or should I say Congressman? It's an interesting one. We can talk about that time.
Bro, I'm sending you a message. I feel like I got on Chatter as one of the early people. Hi. And I think I just lost where it was going, and now I feel like I'm not interested because last time it was Nelson and Grant early this week, and Nelson was kicking people off, and it was just all this weird drama of him kicking people off. I don't want to hear about the drama, but has anyone had any more active experience with Chatter? Because it was weird to hear them complaining about Chatter. What would you say?
Because it's more topical. I'm gonna really talking about that education and it's big to it. She only reads a lot, isn't it?
They talk about education.
You gotta, there's multiple rules you can take from. A lot of them actually talk about policy.
Now that I finally got on the poll, that sounds wrong. Now that I answered the poll, what are the other? Well, Sarah had a long list of interests.
improvisation, serendipity.
Right in the moment, no one against the wall.
Oh,
It's kind of like
I don't
the Marlon Brando movie, Dr. Jordan, with Marlon, where he pushes her against the wall. Remember Last Tango in Paris? Did you see that?
I did, but I didn't remember it.
That was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen with the butter, right?
The melted butter, right?
Thank God Steve McKean went just in time.
I can't. Timing is everything.
It was in the kitchen, right? Was it against the wall? I thought it was against the refrigerator.
I don't remember if it was against appliance or not. By the way, favorite fact: Last Tango in Paris, which got nominated for Best Movie Academy Awards, was rated X. Anybody remember the other movie that was rated X that was nominated for Academy Award Best Movie?
Midnight Cowboy.
Midnight Cowboy, that's right.
Everyone's talking.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
By the way, that is arguably the greatest improvisation of any scene in any movie that was improv. Because that taxi cab came and Dustin Hoffman just stayed right in character.
But you haven't answered the poll question up top.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take care of that right now.
Doesn't that movie actually suck, though?
What movie?
Midnight Cowboy. Yeah.
Amazing movie. Amazing movie.
So,
What makes that movie so amazing?
Hold on. If we're going to talk about Dustin Hoffman, in my opinion, so there's four actors from the 70s that get thrown about as being the great actor of their generation. He's the most underrated and performed. You got Jack Nicholson, you got De Niro, you got Pacino, and then you got Dustin Hoffman. I would argue that scene for scene, movie for movie, I think Dustin Hoffman's probably the best of them.
He couldn't. So fun.
I'm so going to agree with you on that.
His portrayal of Ratso Rizzo was fucking amazing.
I do think some underrated Straw Dogs, for example. Do you guys have seen Straw Dogs? Dude, Sam Peckinpah? Best fucking here's a guy who's just a normal fucking dude. Picture like, Dr. Jordan. And then you've got this beautiful wife, and then you get this home invasion, and it really just taps into like your home is your castle, and like it was his home, and it was his family, and he's got to fight, and this isn't fucking Rambo fighting, making a remake of it, and it was completely missed the entire point of that movie. The entire point of that movie is that if you push somebody so far that even the guy that doesn't look like much, you put him into a corner, he will fucking snap. And so, if you guys haven't seen Straw Dogs, I think it's one of the best movies ever made.
You're saying that I don't look like much. Is that what this is about?
No, I'm saying that you don't seem like the kind of guy that's like gonna, you look like you're just gonna have normal suburban life, like you're not like some killer.
I'm going to say Marathon Man. He was amazing. Incredible in that.
I just wanted to say him with Laurence Olivier and Is It Safe is
How about
Tootsie? I mean, you got to give him that one too.
How about Straight Time? One of the best heist films of all time, where he plays a believable, convincing bad guy. He's amazing. The guy's got range. People don't give him the full respect.
I just wanted to ask about y'all's home. It didn't seem very inclusive because it didn't have hill on top for decor. So I was just wondering.
This is not going to be a pickup decor room.
I was on the slide the whole time, just listening. I'm not being interested.
It doesn't matter. This is not the pick on necro room.
I heard that one that just made an impact was, do you remember him in Little Big Man? Did you ever see that?
Very good, very good. What about Billy Bathley then?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. But Jack, remember he played this character Jack Crab in Little Big Man? And he was like a 100-year-old man. They did this makeup, and then he remembered like his life from the beginning.
Yeah, that was a great film. That was a great film.
Great film. The cast of Billy Bathley, you got Nicole Kidman, a young Nicole Kidman. You've got a prime Bruce Willis. You've got Dustin Hoffman, and then Steve Buscemi was in it when he was young. It's a really, really fucking good movie. It's a gangster film. He plays Dutch Schultz, if you guys are familiar with that character.
You mean the gangster Dutch Schultz?
Yep.
He was great in All the President's Men also.
Oh, yeah, and Stanley Tucci's in it. He plays Lucky Luciano in Coda.
I know I saw it.
It's very good. It's very, very good.
I totally agree with you. I think he's the best of those four.
Yeah, you know what's unfortunate? He had that TV show, horse racing, and it was right around the time when everybody was making that transition to the best stories they told are on the small screen, not on the big screen. And that was going to be the next big good show. And they had some problem on the set. I don't know exactly what it was. I'm gonna follow up, but that show got canceled, and it was no fault of his own. And that's pretty much been it. I haven't seen anything from him since then.
Let's not forget Papillon.
Oh God, yeah. I read the book also.
Or Rayman.
Yeah, Rayman.
Or Lenny.
Or The Graduate.
Let's talk about that. I mean, The Graduate was his breakout role, right?
Right.
Like, it's interesting. I know Mendoza was doing a room now. He did in film rooms, and they were talking about breakout roles, like just the best who had the best breakout role, and I think that was his. But for instance, for Stallone, Rocky was not his breakout role.
Lords of Flatbush.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw De Niro. He said out of all his films, Raging Bull, he thinks it's his masterpiece.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, if you look at what he did, there was nobody the transformation, the body transformation that he had to do for that role is just incredible. Now, since then, guys like Christian Bale have done even further crazy shit in that regard, but Raging Bull was definitely ahead of its time. It feels like a 70s movie, but it was made in the 80s. 80s films, in my opinion, suck, but that's probably the high water mark in the start of the decade.
Who was the woman in that? Jake LaMotta's wife. It's like one of the better boxing movies.
But I kind of hate De Niro though. After he says, "I wish I could punch Trump in the nose." I don't know. To me, I've had a falling out with all of these. Any actor who has come out politically, it's ruined. To me, the allure of them as all these characters. They personalize themselves, and in the process, they've ruined their career, in my opinion.
I hear what you're saying. I'm going to tell you, I have learned a long time ago to compartmentalize the art from the artist. I can still watch The Cosby Show and just laugh my ass off. I love Bill Cosby's comedy. I love him. I love his TV show. Who knew that he was doing all the crazy shit? You know what I mean? You just gotta let some of that stuff go. But when people are volunteering their opinions on shit like this, I don't know why they would do it. If they're alienating their audience, and people on the left and the right do it, it's just it makes no fucking sense. And then to do it at the end when you're almost done, like just shut the fuck up already. It's not like he even has any influence anymore. Alright, so let's rank them. Hoffman, I have number 1. I have Nicholson number 2. I have De Niro number 3 and Pacino number 4. Do you guys have them in a different order?
Who's your number 4?
Pacino. Those 70s, those legendary 70s actors. That's like the Mount Rushmore 70s guys. I put Hoffman at the top. I put Nicholson second. De Niro third. Pacino fourth.
Well, the thing with Nicholson is, except for the movie with Helen Hunt, he's kind of always playing Nicholson. I love Jack Nicholson, don't get me wrong, but except when he played that character, he's always playing Nicholson.
I would actually say that the character he played in As Good as It Gets. That's the Helen Hunt.
As Good as It Gets, right? Yeah.
I would say that is just picking up the character that he played in terms of endearment. Like it's very similar.
It is, but not The Shining. I mean, that's different.
The Departed.
But what's the one that Five Easy Pieces?
Five Easy Pieces is fucking amazing. Easy Rider. Fucking Last Detail was really good.
That was really good.
Isn't the blonde?
I'm not putting in second.
Isn't the blonde from Chinatown and Raging Bull the same blonde?
Faye Dunaway.
Yeah, Faye Dunaway. Yeah, isn't she from Raging Bull?
Was she in Raging Bull? She was definitely.
No, but she was in Chinatown.
I don't feel like I'm putting Nicholson second. And then I'm thinking of Pacino's roles. Sensible Woman.
Kathy Moriarty was the third one from Raging Bull.
Go through Pacino's like great roles.
You gotta go Godfather, Dog Day Afternoon, and Justice for All, Serpico, shit, what am I missing?
And the movies have to be featuring.
Scarface was his fucking worst movie. Who's the Scarface in the chat? Scarface, Mojo's favorite. I fucking hate Scarface. That movie, that's why I ranked it number 4. Because, like, if it wasn't for Scarface, I would have ranked him higher. And then Scent of a Woman was good, but then after he went to the Oscar for Scent of a Woman, which is kind of like a makeup Oscar for him, not winning for other shit, then all of a sudden he stops knowing how to act. He just shows up and he yells. Like Pacino yelling is like that's what he turned into as he got older. It's ridiculous. Carlito's way is actually much better than Scarface.
Later in his career, Devil's Advocate, Any Given Sunday, Heat. I liked him in Heat a lot.
Yeah, what actors
Only before.
Oh, okay.
So you have De Niro, Pacino, Hoffman, and Nicholson.
I would have been so. I mean, I can't resist the evil of the past or something that looks like because of my whole dear life.
To me, Marty Scorsese is like the biggest, legend of all time. His movies compared to other directors' films, I just don't think I don't know. Who else do you think is comparable to Scorsese?
Is it director? I think so.
Stanley Kubrick. And I think Spielberg is actually the most overrated, to be honest. I think he's like his hits are amazing, but Spielberg's had so many duds, like things that like just he mails in. Kubrick, in my opinion, far better. I would actually say Brian De Palma's better than Spielberg.
I love Brian De Palma.
I think Sidney Lumet is as good as Spielberg, if not better. I mean, there's a lot of these fucking guys. Terrence Malick is fucking better than Spielberg, in my opinion. Shit, who else?
Okay, wait a minute. I'm ignorant. I've never even heard of Terrence Malick. What films?
This is fucking weird. Steve,
I know.
You're a culture guy. How is this happening?
I don't know. What films?
You know Mike Nichols?
Of course.
Okay, so how do you where do I start? Like, and that's as I read down his filmography, I want you to tell me if you've ever heard of any of these films. Okay. How about Badlands?
Yes.
Gates of Heaven.
Barely rings a bell.
Thin Red Line.
It rings a bell. This is probably why I've never heard of them. Okay, but what else?
Jesus Christ.
I know.
Thin Red Line. Thin Red Line came out the same year that Spielberg's Saving Private Ryan came out, and it was the superior war movie.
Is that the one I filmed in Australia? Was Adrian Brody in that one?
They were all in it. It's just an all-star cast, and like the whole thing is like it's probably the most beautifully shot film in terms of like the scenery, but then you've got like the blood like in this crazy just beautiful jungle. It's just fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. Anyways, I can see that you guys want to stick to the standards. What do you want to go with John Ford? Would that be a better one? Steve, you would be better than John Ford?
I live a sheltered life. I'm not. You're disappointed in me, Roger. I can tell.
What about Michael Cimino? You familiar with Michael?
Sure, yes, of course. Yes. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I changed them a little bit of grace.
Do you like do you like Catherine Bigelow?
I don't know that one either.
I like Houston.
Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, shit, dude. There's a lot of Catherine Bigelow's husband, one that did the Titanic. What's his fucking name?
Oh.
Terminator, Titanic.
Right. Yeah.
What's that fellow's name?
Was married to Linda, what's her face, who starred in Terminator. Shit, I don't remember his name. Also did the Alien movie. This Sigourney Weaver.
Who's the famous one that did the slow motion? Peckinpah? Did you ever see Golf Course?
Which movie are you talking about? Are you talking about Wild Bunch?
Yes, Sam Neill.
Yeah, that's Peckinpah. Yeah, he's got some good ones. He also did Straw Dogs.
Correct.
Here's an actor. You guys tell me if you guys are fans of John Cazale. Only 5 feature films, and all 5 of the films that he was in, he was a supporting actor. All 5 of those films nominated for Best Picture. You have Godfather, The Conversation, Godfather 2, Dog Day Afternoon, and The Deer Hunter. From 72 to 78, they're probably not a better, supporting actor. 5 fucking films, and they're all AFI top 50.
The conversation, having spent so much time recording Clubhouse, there's something really interesting about making secret recordings at scale. you know, and I assume the government, through all their signals and channels intelligence, the global scouring of intelligence on foreign officials. I mean, isn't that what the State Department cables were when Snowden and the trans soldier? Like, what was that whole release that caused that big storm where the Europeans finally knew that we were spying on them extensively? Do you remember all that data that came out and that information, the PDF or the PowerPoint presentation about all the spying we were doing and how it all got revealed?
Yeah, we got Snowden to speak at the Libertarian Convention in Reno. He didn't speak live. He was piped in, and it wasn't Zoom. I forget how we got him on there, but he basically just spoke to everybody. I've never been a fan. Like I would have been a much bigger fan if he would have just took his lumps. The fact that you fucking are sitting in Russia, like you're so self-righteous that you want to expose this tyrannical government, but now you're sitting in Russia of all fucking places. There's something about Snowden that doesn't set well with me. I think that he's a traitor. Now, WikiLeaks, Julian Assange, I have a much different thought on that. Now, I do think that there's some secrets that probably should be kept, but I think his heart was in the right place. I think Snowden is just a traitor. That's my take on this.
Well, the State Department.
I work for NSA. You know, you guys don't believe that, but I did for some of you. They both are being protected. But it's election alive.
Well, when Julian Assange says that the war machine is a way to do money laundering, where he believes that the wealth are essentially taking the taxpayer base and putting it in offshore bank accounts, I mean, isn't there a little truth in that?
Well, I don't mind doing this. Like, if you think about the WikiLeaks cables, that is something where it's like, okay, here's information that that he felt that the public ought to know. What Snowden did was Snowden had a job. Like one guy is a journalist looking for the story. The other guy has a job where he's got national security clearance and he's taking an oath to protect this information. I think there's a big difference between the two people.
Both were incorrect.
I disagree about this option. I agree with you on Snowden, and there's some people that love both of them. There's some people that feel the way you do and hate both of them. I'm split on it. I think Snowden's a piece of shit, and I think Assange has been mistreated. I do think you could maybe make the argument that some of the release of information in those cables was irresponsible. Okay, but I also think that he was doing it as a journalist and not as a provocateur. That's my honest take on it.
My dad was a Navy cryptologist with high security at that time. Those guys had to almost go underground because of what both of the treasonous guys did. I don't know the details. I just know what I saw.
But Julian Assange isn't even an American citizen, correct? He's an Australian?
Correct. And by the way, he was just taking information that people was giving to him the way any other credible reporter would, right? And he would get the source and then he would validate it talking to other sources. Like if you go talk to Gary Baumgartner about like what it takes for a reporter to release a story. I think Julian Assange was actually probably one of the best journalists of our lifetime, and if some of that information, releasing it is irresponsible and got somebody hurt, okay, I'll accept that. But I think his intentions were really, really good, and like you're not gonna convince me otherwise.
Can you distinguish him
But
from?
let me say something real quick and I'll be quiet. He put a lot of people at risk, their lives, a lot.
of the helicopter shooting those innocent people in the streets who were just journalists?
When you get into knowing intelligence that's been classified multiple ways, and you reveal it because you're a reporter, I say bullshit.
Didn't he also?
I asked you to distinguish it from the Pentagon Papers and how we looked at the police with Daniel Ellsberg, the documents. And some people saw that as the ultimate treason.
Didn't he release Podesta's emails, and it caused a lot of problems for Hillary Clinton?
WikiLeaks are talking about.
Yeah, WikiLeaks.
No, I'm talking about the pretty famous Supreme Court case, but it's okay. Go back to WikiLeaks.
Todd, I think I love your story without talking about interstate editing cycle. Like you say, well, at least officially.
So I'm looking at this again, and so the critique of it is that some of the stuff was unredacted, and that you could have put the story out with redacted information that would have provided more protection. That being said, it didn't lead to anybody dying. So the claim that it was, I think it potentially could have been dangerous. And I think the critique is that if you're going to release that kind of information, you should redact the names. And I think that's a fair critique. But again, that's just a mistake that's made. I don't think that's. I think good reporters should still report those stories. That release the same information redacted it.
Alright, the 1971 Charlotte Autos looks okay, but I don't know, the 2011 trailer looked a lot better, honestly.
No, the new one is horse shit. It misses the
2011 one, or is there a newer one?
No, the 2011 one is horse shit. It misses the entire point of the fucking film.
I just like. I mean, I guess because it's newer, but
you don't like watching 70s film because you're young.
Well, yeah, but it seemed a little slow, and I'm guessing it's probably not. Based on the trailer was.
When you say slow, you don't like deliberate pacing. Like again, it's fine. You like what you like, but just know that there hasn't been a good decade of film since the 1990s. The 30s, the 70s, and the 90s, the best decades of film. Any other decade, like you're hard pressed to put together 10 films that really fucking are great movies.
Well, I'm a big 40s, 50s guy. I was watching the trailer.
A Clown Date?
No, I've watched a lot of the old westerns and a lot of old Turner classic movies and stuff like that. Always making me watch it. I kind of grew to like it.
Yeah, the first movie I ever shed a tear in was Ben-Hur. I don't know why, but that scene where Jesus heals Ben-Hur's family from leprosy, I don't know, that made me cry.
What do you think when they're filming the chariot race, they just let better die, and they're just like, leave it in.
Oh, Roger, if you ever watch or listen to Betty White on AM radio, after they had old shows they used to do on AM radio, really fucking good.
So, my favorite is the 60s movies. Did you ever see It's a Man and Madman Wrong? They tried to remake it. Actually tried to remake it in Vegas, and it just wasn't as funny.
You want to talk about people dying? What was it, 1980, the first Twilight Zone movie? Who was the star who literally got decapitated by the helicopter? What was his name?
Yeah, that's the old dude that was he was like the racist guy in the skin, right?
Is this fucking better?
He was a relatively famous actor. But speaking of Betty White, if you really want to hear something great, I saw an interview, and it was a while ago, Betty White talking about working with a black actor. I want to say like the 50s or whatever, when everybody was against it, she supported it, and she clearly said, it's a job and they're entitled to do it. I don't remember what she said. She really stood up for black actors working with white women in like the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, so when I had Sirius Satellite Radio or XM, whatever it was, when it first came out, and I was just scrolling through the channels, and I landed on like AM radio, and I was like, dude, it was fucking amazing. It was like all the old AM radio shows and stuff like that, where they would like live action, like Abbott and Costello type. I guess Abbott and Costello started out like on AM radio, and then eventually ended up on television. Same thing with Betty White.
How much were you guys into the Twilight Zone?
Like,
literally, right? What was the name of the episode when they went to the other planet? They were going to get eaten. The guy didn't realize that the aliens were taking them, but they were going to eat them. They were fattening them up. Did you know that episode?
Yeah.
I was trying to remember the name of it. I love watching those over and over. The pig faces, the people with the pig faces.
Yeah, my dad was into westerns, and then my mom was into like the Little House on the Prairie and stuff like that. And, those more type of themed, like still western, like themed, but more like the love stories and stuff like that, romantic stuff. I kind of grew up on that.
My favorite movie of all time is Night of the Hunter. Charles Lawton has directed only one movie of all time. That movie, he just mic drops, directs Night of the Hunter, and that's his start of directing. It's amazing. Robert Bishop, most underrated actor of all time.
See, I was a big John Wayne fan until I learned more about John Wayne, and I was like, fuck.
Oh, yeah. Don't be a fag.
He was a total piece of shit, man.
Who cares? So is Bill Cosby. This shit's funny as fuck.
I agree. My dad's always a big Eastwood fan, and I was always a big John Wayne fan. And my dad's like, oh yeah, did I ever tell you how John Wayne molested me when I was 11 years old? And I was like, shut the fuck up, dude. And he's like, no, I'm serious. He's like, I met him when I was 11, and he touched my pecker and stuff, and I was like, you're a fucking asshole, man.
So are you more of a Rio Bravo fan or a Man That Shot Liberty Valance fan?
I'm bad with names of movies and shows and shit like that. If I watch a trailer, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've fucking seen this.
Quiet Man. I went and stayed at that castle in Ireland.
I have the worst memory for movies and songs and all that kind of shit.
What about The Shootist with Ron Howard? I think that might be his last one. I'll have to double check.
Little Ron Howard, like from the time of.
Yeah, Little Ron Howard.
Like when he was.
Yeah, let me find out here.
What was the one where John Wayne picks up a little kid and he throws it in the water, and then he finds out that the mom doesn't know how to swim either, and he throws her in the water? And they were like fishing by a pond, and he found out the little kid's like 8 years old, he doesn't know how to swim.
What blows my mind is when you total the total number of movies and all the hours recorded and all the labor that went into those movies and all the people who went to the theaters for the past 100 years. If you look at all that data and information, or really how people have stored their greatest thoughts and intelligence through films, or podcasts. Like, I'm a big fan of Alan Watts. And when I think about what all the spoken word, lectures that Alan Watts gave, in a way, they used film in the same way that we do computer science database storage.
John, what's the name of that guy that you listen to all the time? The mind is a powerful thing, blah, blah, blah. That guy.
Yeah, that's Alan Watts, yeah.
That guy's got it all.
Abby, The Shootist was John Wayne's final movie.
Oh,
Came out in 76.
Hondo was
I thought the Grit was at the end, but it was that. The Shootist was his last one. 76.
Yeah, Hondo's the one where he throws the woman in the lake.
Rio Bravo's cool. They ended up remaking it. I don't know why, but like I think it's like El Dorado or something like that, or I think that's the name of it. The first one that they did, Rio Bravo, was with T. Martin and Ricky Nelson. That's a very easy film to watch. It's not going to win any fucking awards. It certainly didn't. But as far as just seeing the star power of John Wayne and Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm looking up the scenes on Google Images. I haven't seen that one. Rio Bravo one.
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is probably the deepest film that he's ever done.
I had his entire collection on DVD at one point. It had like every fucking John Wayne movie ever.
I think they gave him the Oscar for True Grit. It's time to give him an Oscar, but I don't know if that movie was like Oscar level winning at that.
Right.
I didn't think it deserved it.
Was you gonna say that Eastwood is a better actor or director? Or both?
I don't think Eastwood's a great actor at all. I think that he's had some great films. Some Sergio Leone films were very well directed.
Well, when I say actor, I mean like good film besides movies. Sorry, better actor in the sense of like really good movies that he's been in and stuff. I'm not saying he's like fucking what's his name in Batman.
He's certainly fucking iconic, but like even if you go and you watch Good, Bad, and Ugly, which is that's the funniest film he's doing.
Oh yeah.
He's the star of the show, but he's not the best thing. It's Eli Wallach was fucking really good at it.
I have always loved Clint Eastwood as an actor, but there's no comparison to him as a director. As a director, he is arguably the greatest director of all time for a variety of reasons. One, business. He always turns his films in on time, if not early, and at or under budget. Two, all actors want to work with him because of the way that he directs, and the films just themselves. If he doesn't get the Best Director award, his films have gotten Best Picture awards, and he gets the best out of his actors. I think he's the greatest director of all time.
Well, I would disagree with that wholeheartedly, but I do think that listening to interviews with people that have worked with him, it's fascinating how some directors they want to take like 1,000 cuts and something, all the different angles, improvising and so. Apparently, Eastwood, he's all about let's get the shot and let's get it fucking done. And oftentimes it'll just be one fucking take. Maybe if there's something that if the cameraman fucks up, they'll take a second take. But if he has if they have a bad take, it's in the fucking film. It's very interesting. He's not a perfectionist. He's all about let's just fucking
Talking about he was in one of his movies, and he just walks up and he goes, "All right, now, come on, let's do it." And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Let's go." And he just like talks about that. He's like, and then he was like, "All right, let's do that one more time. And I think it's Shia LaBeouf or something.
Actually, he never ever says action.
All of it, like obnoxious Italian like directors or whatever, he's gonna be like, ready, he'd be like, ready, go set, action, you know, and he said, and every time they would scream action and stuff, he said the horses would all get fucking startled, like trying to take off. And
that's right.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf when they were doing that, and also the other guy that played the Punisher. I'm so fucking bad with actors' names. The Punisher guy, yeah, he was talking about that. He was describing like how he fucking worked, and he said it was phenomenal.
You guys ever seen Play Misty?
Absolutely.
What's it called?
Play Misty for me.
Play Misty. Let me look at it.
Roger, you know how he got the job directing that film?
Tell me.
What he was scheduled to star in it, and he wanted to direct, but they didn't want to, pay him or whatever, and he volunteered to direct the movie for free. He got paid his actor's wage, but he volunteered to direct the movie for free. That's how they say, and that's what he said many times he got to direct the movie.
Well, I don't understand. A lot of people like Fatal Attraction, and for me, Play Misty, for me, is it's the same concept of
Absolutely, no question about it.
But the subtlety of it is so much better. Like Fatal Attraction, like they have to go over the top because they just don't have the subtlety. And Play Misty for me is super underrated movie.
First time last year, I had never even heard of it. That is the great Clint Eastwood movie. It takes place during the Civil War. He plays a medic, and he gets hurt, shrapnel or whatever, and so he's taken in by this woman's house. And I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but if you ever get a chance, you see it on cable, The Beguiled. It's amazing.
I don't want to see the ending either, but that was an amazing movie.
Yeah.
That came out. Oh my god.
Oh, Dirty Harry.
I like Play Misty for me.
You know, it's one movie that I was forced to watch, and it was actually a really good movie, was the Last of the Mohicans. Actually, I watched Brokeback Mountain because one of my fucking exes wanted to watch it. So I sat down and I was like, I can't believe we're fucking watching Brokeback Mountain. And we sat down and I was like, who's that bad of a movie? Past all the gay shit and stuff.
It's not a bad movie. The weird part is that there's plenty of movies where people are cheating on their wives while they're at work, but because the stars of the show are gay, everyone's like, oh, it's such a romantic fucking love story. If they were guys cheating on their wives with other women, they would just be any other movie and nobody would give a shit. The fact that people call that romantic is just weird. It was the response to that movie was weird. The acting was great, actually.
Oh yeah. I was really surprised as I got to the very end, and I was like, well, actually, it wasn't that bad. I'm like, I didn't like all the gay shit, I'm not into that, but other than that, it was a good movie. And I always say another movie that she got me into, which I fucking railed against, and actually really liked, was Twilight, the whole Twilight series. I got to the end of the movie, and I was like, when the fuck's the second one of this come out? She's like, there's books. And I was like, oh, where's those books you got?
Those books suck. But I will say, come on. No, they suck. But Kristen Stewart, I think she's underappreciated. I do think that there's something really cool about her. And those films don't capture it. I would say when you see them, yeah, my ex-girlfriend made me fucking watch it. It was fucking awful. It was punishment. We'd have to do it like midnight when it's fucking getting released.
I think what made it really good, Roger, was all the little things that you could do with your girlfriend and shit like that. You could just look at her and get her put her doll and be like, vampire. It was all that kind of shit and stuff that made it a good.
Tom, did you ever read the book that Blade Runner is based on?
No.
You should check it out.
Android's Dream of Electric Sheep. It's very interesting.
So was Harrison Ford an android in that film, or was he?
No, I don't think so. I think that's revisionist history. Like people like wanting to see something that's not there.
I mean, isn't the signal that a unicorn? He's having that dream of the unicorn, so that's like an implant.
Yeah, I don't think they. I don't think they're that fucking creative. I mean, come on, like it's fucking Ridley Scott for fuck's sake. Like Ridley Scott's no fucking Stanley Kubrick.
Did you see his HBO special or two seasons of Raised by Wolves? It was really good.
Yeah, did anybody ever watch, or not the movie, but did anybody did the audiobook or the paperback version of Ready for One? Really fucking good if you like 80s shit.
This is like a video game.
It's what do you call it? Like the metaverse type shit, but like more advanced, and it's set in like a parallel universe where the state made like a perfect metaverse and like everybody lives in it, and then whoever like finishes and completes the quest ends up winning the entire company. It just goes. It's got so much fucking like fandom, like it's really good.
I like Sean.
It's narrated by what's his name from Star Trek? Wesley. No, Wesley. You know the Next Generation, the kid.
Will Wheaton.
Yeah, Will Wheaton's the one that narrates it.
In hindsight, do you think there's just too much media?
Oh, dude, we were talking about this the other day, John. We were saying if you were to sit down and like figure out how many movies and TV shows and shit that you've watched multiple times, and like just added up all the fucking hours of like movies and TV shows that we've wasted on our life. But I mean, Roger's gonna say it's entertainment, it's part of, artistic, blah blah. And I agree, but it is kind of wild if we were to sit down and like be like, holy shit, we've spent like thousands of fucking hours just watching movies and TV shows, and how many movies and TV shows we've watched over and over and over again.
Hours that we spent doing this stuff.
No, I agree. That's what John says. This is a hypnosis.
I was just having dinner with people in entertainment, talking about producing or publicizing films rather, and we came kind of to this consensus that the news media is so outrageous with such sensationalized stories, some true, some not actually, and it's hard to compete. It's hard to compete with like a feel-good story. It's hard to put out a feel-good story when there's so much else captivating, catching people's attention, and it's kind of an interesting problem.
Why is it a problem?
Well, I mean, they see it as a problem. I'm not the one trying to promote their films, but they see it as a problem because they can't get traction to promote some of the stuff they're doing. And I was saying it's hard to compete in this news media culture because there's far more interesting things going on in real life than on film, in my opinion.
What about the movie The Holy Mountain, La Montana Sagrada? Have you ever seen that crazy film?
Holy Mountain? When did it come out?
Maybe the 60s or 70s, but it's one of the most shocking and most visually shocking and topic shocking. It's one of the craziest movies I've ever seen, but that the director has other crazy films. They're like cult classics. I can Google it for you, but they are incredibly shocking films.
You guys all seen Zardoz, the fucking weird ass movie with Sean Connery before he was doing the stuff. You
guys seen it? Where he's wearing the fucking little sling onesie thing? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I'm posting the link in the chat. Look at this film if you've never seen it. You may puke on yourself, or you may be absolutely mesmerized. He's another one which is even more disgusting, but this one is.
Oh, I've seen El Topo.
What movie would you say you watched over and over?
I will watch Roadhouse every time it's on. Not because I think it's amazing, but it's just easy to watch.
What time of the year?
Because that's a pattern. Turner used to play it all the time. It was like it was either Roadhouse or Wall Street, and like it would just be on. And so I, make dinner or whatever, and it's just on in the background. I probably will. But intentionally watching something, probably like Reservoir Dogs or Goodfellas, something like that. So really, those two films I've watched the most.
Well, what I was gonna ask Abby was what time of year, because if it's Christmas time, that's like on the block, or it's what's the Christmas Story, right? The Wolverine, is that right? Red Rider 2. Yeah, the Red Rider baby gun, where he likes
That was, I love that movie. That's a Bob Clark movie who directed the rookies. Until Turner started playing it 24 hours. Once they gave you 24 hours of Christmas Story, fucking ruined it. Absolutely ruined it.
Uncle Buck's one of my favorite movies.
Godfather. So I rewatched Harry Met Sally a lot.
And let's go back to the Steve saying the Godfather. So I like the Godfather too. I like it, but it's one of those films that's so good that you can watch it and see different shit. Like I know that movie so fucking well that like that now like I only want to watch it like 10 minutes at a time because I just kind of like absorb like new information in the same scenes.
Oranges.
I love the scene with Luca Brasi. The actor was so fucking nervous that he was just saying this. He was just rehearsing his lines, and they recorded him doing that, and then threw that in the movie as if like he was rehearsing because he was nervous to see the Brando character. So like that was so good, so well done.
Yeah, he apparently was a real gangster, no acting experience, and he was nervous in rehearsing his lines, and they put it in there.
That whole opening scene of the wedding and him going in, like all of that shit is such perfection. That like if that was a short film and the wedding ended and it was over, it would be the greatest short film ever made.
Brokeback Mountain was mentioned a few minutes ago, and they prepared something that's like less than 60 seconds. It has to do with Heath Ledger changing his voice. Roger, can I do just a little something? It'll be like 25 seconds.
Sure.
This is from The Knight's Tale. This is actually, I believe, his real voice.
9-1 Humph. I wonder if you remember a man. Their name died before you were born. Who was a knight? His name was John Thatcher.
Okay, now we're gonna go to the next clip, which is Brokeback Mountain. Listen to the voice change.
You made a Mexican characterist. Not here, but they go to Mexico. Boy, like you. Yeah, yes, sir.
And then, last but not least, of course, from Batman.
Let's wind the clocks back a year. These cops and lawyers wouldn't dare cross the minute of you. What happened? Do balls drop off?
I don't know any other actor that has changed his voice for the roles as creatively and successfully as he did. Just once.
Godfather 1, Godfather 2. I think that's like the top three. There's nothing even close. I don't want to hear about Once Upon a Time in America. I don't want to hear about Godfather 3. Certainly don't want to hear about Casino. I don't want to hear about none of it. Those are the three, and you can rank them in whatever order you want. If you want Goodfellas at the top, that's fine. If you want Godfather 2 at the top, that's fine. I would order slightly different. Like, if anybody puts a gangster film in their top three that's not one of those top three, I just don't even want to talk to them about it.
See, I watched the extra thing where the main character guy Goodfellas, I can't remember the actor's name, but he was talking about Pacino, and he said he's such a good fucking like meth actor. He's like a little off upstairs. He said that this character like would scare the shit out of him. He said especially like the ice pick scene and like the one where he's like, you know, what? Oh, you think I'm a fucking clown? Am I the fucking clown, motherfucker? You know, he started crashing out and shit. He said it like scared him a little.
That scene that with Pesci, he was telling that story to Scorsese, and he laughed so much that they put that scene in the film, and they didn't tell Ray Liotta that was coming. They just started recording, and then he was told to just react. So he didn't have the script. So that reaction that you're getting from Ray Liotta is he doesn't know how to react. So go back and watch that, knowing that Ray Liotta has no idea the lines that Pesci's going to say.
Well, Pesci, one of the things that Pesci got confused, I guess, but Pesci, he was saying that they wanted to use like the license, or they wanted to use like these like stage pop guns and shit, and he's like, fuck that, he's like, I want a real fucking gun with lights, and I guess another scene was like Ray Liotta didn't realize that Pesci was shooting the gun and shit, he didn't realize that they were using it, so they just used like the actual lights.
So here's an interesting story about Christopher Walken. So Christopher Walken is like paranoid about guns, and when he's on the set of movies, he's like always looking at it. He's asking the armor that's on the set to like make sure it's safe and whatnot. And when they were filming At Close Range, if you guys haven't seen At Close Range, you should watch that. And a young Sean Penn, there's a scene where Christopher Walken's his dad, and Sean Penn goes, he points a gun at Christopher Walken, but in the fucking scene, there's two guns on the set, and they were about to cut, and Sean Penn told the director what he was going to do, and he grabs, the gun's safe, but he grabs the gun that Christopher Walken had inspected. So he was like legit nervous. And if you watch this scene where Sean Penn's pointing the gun at him, and he's like, like the fear, like that's like real. I'm like legitimately like, hey, don't point this thing at me. And they captured that fear. And then when he went and did Biloxi Blues, there's a scene where Walken has to pull a gun on Matthew Broderick, and he remembered what Sean Penn did. He did the same thing, so he can get a similar reaction out of Matthew Broderick. The things that people do on set to try to capture something to make it look good on film is pretty interesting.
So actors think it was actually like in real life, actually like has a lot of connections and brings in the model.
I've seen him at dinner in Vegas, I'm going to say probably every 2 months. The restaurant that was in the movie Casino is an Italian restaurant, a very famous old restaurant in Vegas, very iconic, and he goes there. And he eats in the same like booth where they filmed it. And I mean, if we have a mob, they eat at that restaurant. You know, it's a restaurant full of all kinds of characters, but he's there. I mean, you definitely see him there every few months. And he's gotten old, but he's very friendly and take pictures with him and everything.
Have you ever bought any of his albums?
No, his album?
He sings. He sings music.
Who? Yeah, I really like him as that Nicky Santoro. You know, there's something about he looks like a hawk or something in those suits, and when they murder his brother, they hold his face and he's screaming. I mean, there's nobody that does Joe Pesci like Joe Pesci.
So, do you know that whole film, Casino, is all true? Like, it's all real characters, real stories. And, I mean, there are people that played themselves in that movie. The lawyer representing them went on to become the mayor of the city, but he was the mob's lawyer and he played himself in it.
I just think it's a letdown after watching Goodfellas. Like, it's just, to me, it just doesn't hold up. It's like colorful suits, and it feels like the pacing of it, like they didn't pack enough violence. And maybe you got the eyeballs popping out, the fucking vice, and that sort of thing. But like at the end of the movie, the last 30 minutes, they're just like, hey, maybe we need to put some more violence in this, and then they ramp it up. I think it's one of Scorsese's worst films. I know you guys probably hate me for that.
No, it's a very rich film, you know, with Sharon Stone, the casinos and the glitz, and I don't know. To me that movie is one of those films that you can watch over and over again.
I think I've only seen Godfather a couple times, but I've definitely seen Goodfellas probably 50 times.
I hate looking at Ray Liotta all stressed out and like drugged out. He just looks so disgusting.
When they get to the 80s and he's sitting out fucking like, I'll turn the movie off. I don't even want to watch it at that point.
What was that Matt Damon film where he's playing the poker hustler?
Fucking hated Rounders.
Rounders. So there is a moment in that film where I absolutely turn it off, and it's when that hot chick wants to sleep with him and he denies her. That's when I'm like, you know what? Fuck this stupid movie, and I turn it off every time.
Sam Jansen.
Come on, how can you hate on Rounders?
Rounders is terrible, and fucking John Malkovich is easily his worst performance in his entire career.
I'm John Malkovich. Love performances. And he was crazy then. And Edward Norton.
Here's the thing, I play poker, and anybody that fucking shoves their chips into a fucking pot, I want to just reach across the table. Like that would never happen. It would never happen. And you're gonna make a poker. This is like if a military guy is watching like a military movie and they're like, hey, the guy's got the fucking eye cap on his fucking sniper fucking there's just certain things that if you're watching it with a certain critical eye, you just can't watch it. I can't watch a poker film, and that's the worst. The only believable character in the entire movie is Chuck Turturro.
Oh, yeah. Can you think of a single good poker movie though?
No,
right now.
No, and that's why until they do it well, I don't want to see it.
Well, I wouldn't call it a poker movie, but one of the greatest poker sequences of all time is The Sting.
Yeah, I would actually say the most enjoyable poker movie for me is Maverick.
I was thinking that. I was thinking, come on, are you really gonna go with Maverick with Mel Gibson's eye blind and the ace of spades throwing onto a stack of cash? That was insane. Like, you can't appreciate that as like a poker movie.
But that's probably why I enjoyed it more than the other ones, because it's so silly. The only thing worse than Rounders is the fucking poker scene in the Bond movie. Like I'm sitting in the theater and I'm calling everybody's hand, and the fucking people next to me are just like, what the fuck? Like it was the most predictable poker scene ever.
I know, it was so bad, and he like was it? They like acted. I think like it was a crazy hand, and he had an unbeatable hand. Like the way the play was optics. Good, like gambling wins in a game of poker happen in the head. I'm skeptical that you can make it cinematic.
I think the way that you would have to do it would be, because I've thought about this, because I go around.
Close, man.
No, I don't think it's even, like, it's not good at all. What I would do is because I think you're right, it's a lot about thought. I think what I would do is set a good poker scene to some music, and then, but I'm not a fan of music playing just randomly. I think it has to be part of the scene, and so the music has to be the headphones that a poker player and then he goes back to thinking, then he puts the headphones back on, you kick the music back in. I think that's the way that you would be able to do it. You would want to make somebody feeling the stress of making a tough call. That's the way that you film a good fucking poker scene.
You're saying control it with the sound control. It's just maybe like you can't get a big movie because you won't translate, right? The level of understanding, stress of bad poker, it's all dependent upon your understanding of the game. That's why they're always repeating the rules to everyone every damn time they show it.
So we have.
The other thing that makes it tough is that you don't know the circumstances like that would cause somebody, like how was their day going, and what is their relationship to money, and if they win or lose, like is that a make it or break it? What would be really nice is if a real craftsman put together a poker movie where you do like a fractured timeline where you build back and maybe you pick 3 or 4 different people that are in a big game and you go and you get their backstory and then you kind of like just zoom in and out of their backstory to the game itself and maybe just have maybe call the movie Final Table, right? And it's like a tournament, super high stakes, and then you can have.
I think it's very fanciful. I don't think like poker can really be like captured cinematically, but gambling can be done very well. And my favorite is one that goes totally off the whole bunkers. It's like cartoonish and how much it's just leaning in is Let It Ride. Have you ever seen that with Richard Dreyfuss?
Yes. But you know what my favorite gambling scenes of all time are? Nothing is going right, and then you're looking at the fucking asshole dealer. Like, that's as comical as it is, that's the most realistic gambling scenes I've ever seen.
Right. And Chevy Chase is perfect to do that too, because he is unflappably confident in the face of absolute disaster.
You know, I asked Big Zed many years ago what his favorite film is, and he told me Dinner with Andre. And I hate to bring this up, but this is full circle Clubhouse experience now. So I got Dinner with Andre, and I was very disappointed.
Yeah, because you have no sense of calm and peace in your mind. Dinner with Andre is an excellent movie, and you should rewatch it. You specifically.
No, I wouldn't waste 3 hours of my life ever watching that fucking film again.
It's not 3 hours. It just feels like 7.
Alright, hold on. Let's do this. If we were to all get together in a little small theater and we can pick our favorite movies to watch, what movie would you feel like, okay, it can't be something that everybody's seen. It's got to be something that's personal to you, that you want to show to people, and that in the right setting, you think that people are going to walk away and go, wow, that was a good movie. What are you playing?
It's interesting that you put it that way because when you said getting together in a theater, I didn't think about anything personal. I thought about something big and splashy because I think it's like the proper cinematic experience. Like, I had this sort of summation of cinema that I think the perfection of cinema is choreographed, justified action, and that's best exemplified in fighting movies craft, it's to the rhythm, it's to the music, and it's a full cinematic experience. But that's not like most movies. Those are just the biggest crowd places because that's the perfection of the form, right? That's like John Wick or Baby Driver when they match the bullets to the music. That's when cinema is popping, when people just bring in the song. That is, yes. So yeah, I would think kind of like Mel Brooks, like go for a big sonic anthem, Blazing Saddles, you know.
Oh my God, makes sense. That's exactly what I was about to bring up. My favorite movie of all time, Blazing fucking Saddles.
Mel Brooks gets it. He's a song dancer.
The sheriff was there.
What about you, John? You get Clown House and a theater together, and you're putting on the movie that you want to walk away feeling the ticket away. What film?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. Give me a few more moments.
Alright, Roger, you said a series, TV series, but I'm going to say more Sliders. Sliders is one that, yeah, see a lot of people love Sliders. Sliders was fucking amazing.
It got off the rails down the line.
Oh my God.
Like the evil Sliders and like the twins and his lost brother.
Oh, Professor and fucking Joe David.
Oh yes, look, they got rid of him, didn't he? He like left.
Did he pass away?
Have you seen Les Miserables, like this King George theater version, like the best of Les Miserables?
Les Mis is good. Les Mis is exhausting to watch because it's singing from start to finish and loud, big singing. It's just an exhausting experience.
Ooh, Five Goes West.
Well, it's a good one, yeah.
It's about Jews, too.
What is it?
I'm just saying, I never knew it growing up, and then I was like, Five Goes West is about Jews. Like, what?
I love that. Because there are no cats in America.
What about The Fly? The Bronco Fly.
Fly was great. Oh, see, that's another one that, like, if we could get great puppetry. They had amazing special effects with makeup and puppetry, and like 12 guys holding to lift things around, like the Thing, and that's just sort of gone the way of the dodo with CGI. They have no respect for puppetry anymore.
Yeah, that Dark Crystal film I thought was really good.
Dark Crystal, the film, I appreciate more as an older, and as I got even older, I see like couldn't accomplish what's on it. The series afterwards, amazing. Puppetry, like I was always dreaming of.
Exactly. The never-ending story.
Never-ending story was good.
About the same.
I tried to buy the rights to Neverending Story, like the copyright to the book. It's a German fantasy book, because I wanted to turn it into a Broadway. Like I think that Neverending Story would be a great Broadway.
Broadway.
It would kill it, right? That dog coming out of the stage, it would be huge.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good like cinematic sequences to grab, like the Southern Oracle, the giant toad in the south, and like the death horse.
Is there a Jewish esoteric, thing in the Neverending Story where she's like, say my name, you just have to say my name. Like, is there like a secret name? The same way that God has a secret name.
Not like Jewish esoteric. That's just like German. It's very German form. That movie. I forget the original name.
Wait, except do you remember Willow?
Willow was good. Willow was fun. Willow was like a strange, gritty take on like fantasy. That it was grittier than usual with like squires and D&D all fitting into their roles. But Willow was like hard. And also like how often do you see something really developed for the dwarf community?
Yeah, the 1980s Excalibur, I think, in my opinion, takes the cake for being like the greatest, one of the best movies ever made. I don't know if you've ever seen Excalibur, but I love that film.
Yeah, they got into it for a bit. 80s, they had some like really good fantasy movies.
That Excalibur film is like a real good example of manliness, knights and magic. Like, that film to me is a great message for the generation of that time.
But yeah, so like I wouldn't give like a deeply personal movie. Like for example, this past year, Nora won Best Picture, and you know, I tend to like to see what the finals are. And Nora, in my opinion, was definitely a better movie than like everything else that was there. Everything else there was like Oscar bait bullshit, highly polished, all through. Nora was like dark and gritty and like very honest in its approach to this very, very specific little slice of life of a crazy little angle, and it was well performed, well written, and it was all just bumbling morons, like, and that's like such a great movie, but like, do I want to show that to everybody? Like, I don't know, I think everyone should see it, and I don't really want to, like, watch it in a big theater with everybody, but
I think the theater experience, even though people have seen it 100 times, it's hard to beat Rocky. I think in a theater setting, Rocky, the music, the underdog story, the love story, I mean, people get so caught up in the emotion of it, they forget that he didn't win the first fucking fight.
right, they look at me like,
It's what crazy.
Oh, Highlander.
What do you think of Tom Browning?
justified choreographed violence.
Except you see Tom Browning's Freaks.
Oh no, but you mean like the one from
1932.
Yeah, no, I've heard of it. I know the ending line, but I've never seen the myself though.
It's one of my favorite movies, and apparently the actual ending was too shocking that they had to change it up, and hopefully they lost it. That's like my dream cinema experience is for them to find the original ending that was filmed and re-release that.
That's another great mark for cinema. Cinema, in the end, their pictures set up next to it, and what people want to see and hear are things that they don't normally see and hear. I like right now, admittedly, I love using movies as like a catalog. Like, oh well, I'm gonna go to Rome. I'm gonna watch Golden Holiday. I'm going to Venice. Oh, remember Mr. Ripley? That features Venice, you know?
Well, what I think the possibilities of film, if you have a director that you trust and actors that you enjoy watching, they should be able to take the things that make you feel uncomfortable and take you right to the fucking edge without crossing it. This is why violent films work really well. This is why fucking like love stories, betrayal, all that kind of stuff works really well. They should take you to the fucking edge of what you're comfortable with, and then right when they get you to the fucking edge, then fucking walk it back. Now, like that's the line that you're supposed to walk.
Well, the fun of cinema is that you don't have to walk it back. You know, they push the envelope when you fully embrace it. That's when you go to horror, and then you get some of the craziest special effects. Like, did you see that one with again this past year with Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley with the I forget the name of it. Oh gosh, what was the name? It was about an old actress taking the substance. The substance, she takes the substance and it turns her into a younger, beautiful person. And then, like, obviously, you know, it's confronting self-hatred, women's body issues, and their concerns, their self-worth, and all these things. But this is a horror movie. At the end, they cuts you down to 11.
Yeah, to me, horror's got to be more subtle than that. I think Hereditary, it's so subtle, and then when the explosions, it's impactful. I think Hereditary is probably the best horror movie in this century.
Okay, listen, horror is not like just a genre. Horror is its very own library. Like, there are whole schools about sacred art, there are whole aficionados, whole sciences, and they're the easiest types of books to translate out.
And they're the cheapest.
Yeah, that's why they always they sell well. They always have a special place. So like crazy innovations, not just in music, which it was excellent with controlling a lot of those emotional beats through sound, but special effects, because you wanted the gore and gruesomeness, and you have to do it, you have to skillfully pepper it in. So you see like all these different techniques of people that just go straight hard, go like just straight gore. Let's see what happens. And people that like skillfully do it or hide it till the end.
So what's interesting is like think about the slasher film, which we think of like the 80s as the great slashers. But before that, in the 70s, Mario Bava was making these great slasher films, and nobody in the U.S. was watching, right? Except for film students that were like, "I'll bet you I can do that." And then all of a sudden,
Tarantino brought Japanese cinema when everyone was just like forgetting that they invented spaghetti westerns came from Americans copying the Japanese Yojimbo, and then the Italians trying to interpret that, creating who knows, and then it all fell out of fashion. And now we're back to superheroes.
What about comedy horrors?
Dead Alive.
That's weird.
The House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. That's not comedy.
That was fucking terrible. No, there was a bunch of funny scenes in it. Like, it was characters that just...
You can laugh at it because you got a reason to hear it, but that wasn't...
The plot was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
What was intended to be satirical and funny was let's say, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, which Toby Hooper says that he intended that the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre was supposed to be funny, which nobody got because the violence was so over the top. But if you hear him talk about it, he makes it sound like yeah, we blew out this old decrepit guy that can't hold the hammer up, and he's black. He thinks that was funny, but because nobody got it, that's when they went super over the top with the sequel. And if you look at the movie poster.
You do understand I plan to use this for my business, right?
The Page Master? Yeah, he turns into a cartoon, and he's got cartoon books. And like I think, was it Christopher Lloyd the Wizard? So, Christopher Lloyd's still acting. I saw his head since Wednesday. Dear God, that man just doesn't quit.
Do you think it's time to remake Krull?
Krull? What was that?
Krull, the fantasy adventure movie with the Cyclops and the fucking guy that's got the little boomerang with blades on it. You had to see Krull.
No, I don't think I ever heard. No, don't remake the movies. I don't know.
I was just bringing up thoughts of movies. Apparently they're making a sequel to the Goonies.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, like, the light sequel really like became a pivot where they're going like, oh, it's so nice, look at these actors, they can work we're reusing characters, and we're using them like taking these little pitches, and I'm like, no, dude, alright, something. God damn it.
I'll tell you another one that he actually plays in the fucking kid from Vietnam or wherever he's from, Cambodia, Vietnam, whatever. I don't remember where he's from, but Mr. Jones, that kid.
Yeah, Shorty.
Yeah, Shorty, and he played the Goonies and all that shit and stuff, and then
he just came back.
He came back and he won like an Oscar like 2
I know, so fucking
my wife fucking hates that movie. The Between Everything or whatever the fuck it is with the Chinese lady. My fucking wife hates that movie. She's like, this movie is so fucking stupid. I'm like, you don't understand what's going on. Yeah. I fucking love that movie, dude. But you have to like understand what's going on. And then once you understand it, then you're like, oh, okay.
Like all the crazy.
So it's like the comic book series TV show called Legion. The first time I thought I watched it was like when it first came out, like 15 years ago or some shit, stupid shit like that. And I watched it and I fucking understand it. But
But then I started getting more into comics and like watching like these guys that like break down comic book characters and how they're all tied together. And he broke down Legion and his powers, how he's schizophrenic, but he has the ability to like bring parallel universes or create universes in with his own universe. But because he's schizophrenic and shit, he's got multiple personality disorder. He can't fucking control it completely. And once you understand that, you're like, oh, when he's sitting in the psych ward and the fucking horse rides by, that's a horse from a parallel fucking universe that's actually walking through a fucking field in a parallel universe. And then you're like, okay, now this fucking makes sense. And then you start thinking about, like, wow, how fucking cool would that be to, like, have his powers and abilities?
There's a reason they threw Legion onto the TV and not in a movie. Like, you need a lot of space to develop the weird discomfort and sense of reality.
It's on the series now.
What did you guys like better, the Watchmen movie or the Watchmen series?
Okay. First of all, Watchmen movie, absolute dog shit garbage, not worth a fucking dime. Absolutely terrible.
Go ahead.
The movie was garbage. The series, pretty good. I mean, like, as a follow-up, I was enjoying that it was a yes and it was no longer trying to, like, rehash. And the reason I'm going to say the movie is absolute dog shit garbage is that it's, like, just trying to just, like, adapt however many main points from the story. It doesn't follow through on it. It doesn't understand it or catch any of the tone. Whereas the show did. The show did have that weird, uneasy sense of, should we even be trusting these people? And the reason, again, I'm going to bash the movie because everyone should go back to the comic. That comic was amazing.
The graphic novel is probably the best work of fiction, like in maybe 50 years. And it's amazing. And Alan Moore agrees with you about the film, but not because he thought the film sucked. It was he believed that story can only be told in the pages of the graphic novel. He doesn't believe
it's a backhanded way of saying the movie sucks.
Because he said it before he saw the movie. He was okay. He's right. He was mad. He was like, you can't do it. And then
he's never liked the adaptations of his work. And From Hell was okay. What was the other ones from his stuff?
V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta was okay. Frankly, I think V for Vendetta, the movie was better than the comic book because I didn't really like that comic book that much.
But I do think that's one of the few must-reads in terms of comics. It is literally the show.
Oh my god! One second, I gotta tell you, so as a hobby, I like to travel around to different libraries and purchase books there myself. Watchmen is one of my best library purchases. The same day I got for 50 cents a copy of Sapiens, and for 50 cents a copy of Watchmen on the same day. That was my best haul.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I have a copy that I've read multiple times, and then I have another copy that I paid more for that is sealed up and like collector items. So
I hear you. To me, it's just like if I find that book for sale for 50 cents, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna reread it.
There's a place here in Columbia where it's like Wednesdays or some shit like that. But they do like every other Wednesday or every other Thursday this comic book store. And they're like, if you're a real comic person and shit, you just say they're fucking trash or ass. But I guess like they're reprints. It's like a lot of 90s and early 2000 comic books. But they're like reprints. Yeah, they're reprints, and I mostly got them for my kids and to like get them into comic books and stuff because I never like fully got into comic books until I was an adult. And
I didn't go to the library.
Yeah, so I would go to this place and I walked in there and I was like, I'm just gonna get a couple comic books for my kids. And maybe I'll find a Spider-Man for my son, and maybe like a Harley Quinn for my daughter because she loves Harley Quinn. Even though I'm not a huge fan of Harley Quinn character.
Occasionally go into comic book shop like Midtown Comics.
Well, check this out. They go in there and you buy one and you get fucking 4 free for $1. So I'm just picking through and I'm gonna get 5 comic books for $1, and I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm gonna spend like fucking $50 here, and I did it for Christmas, and I got like 250 comic books for like $50, and then I just like wrapped them all up and shit. The kids I mean, only two of them can read shit, but the one can read okay and the other reads good. But yeah, just look at the pictures and learn the characters and stuff like that, and I'll sit down and read to them. And I'll tell them all the time, like, hey, just go grab one out of the closet. And I don't
Here's a piece
trash it up.
Here's a piece of advice if you want to tap into the collecting aspect of comics is go find any villain that was introduced in a comic book that has not yet been put on film. Just any villain that has not yet been in a film. Doesn't matter if he's a small villain, because eventually they're running out of ideas and they're going to tap into things. And when they do, people are then going to go back and say, oh, I want to see the issue where this person was introduced in the comics. So go buy those now.
On your claim that they're running at those, that's one of the things I love so much about James Gunn and the way he plays the universe is because he knows that there's actually encyclopedias of content that we are just not seeing with the cinema. Like, we get the same 12 characters, and he'll throw in a dozen.
Guy is just chilling out. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get like 250 of them. I'm like, this is probably gonna take me a while. And I was like, and then I started asking questions. I was like, yeah, I was like, can you give me like some kid friendly ones? Like, tell me which ones you think you can recommend that are like kid friendly for like a 7 and a 5 and 3-year-old and stuff that aren't like too gory and gruesome and stuff like that are like good characters and stuff. I was really want to do Marvel and DC. So the guy ended up like helping me, and he got like 3/4 of them for me and shit. He just going through, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to get any duplicates. So he made sure not to get any duplicates, and we just went through with it. I went back and got probably like another 150, so we're at like
If the comic book guy survived what the video store guy did, right? This curating librarian of like.
Oh yeah, the Source Austin did that they have.
Yeah, but the video store's kind of gone. Like, I want the libraries to kind of step up and like create a role for like the I don't know, legacy Tarantino video store guy for each community. They should have one. Like, there's an art form to curating.
Well, you know what else we have here is we have a figurine or like action figure type store where it's like collectibles and shit. But instead of just being one of those like douchey fucking dudes, it's like, oh, everything in here is like $250 and up,
Right.
Oh, those are $12,000 for that limited run piece, like he has like a lot of cheap shit, so he'll have like old Ninja Turtles from like the 90s and 80s and stuff. They're not like the best condition, like maybe it's because like the arms popped off or something. But it'll have been there for like a couple months in like a little cellophane bag, just hanging up. So I go in there and get like kids like Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and all that shit. So it's pretty cool.
Are you guys familiar with the Rippaverse?
Kelly Ripa?
No, the Rippaverse. Eric July. He's a pseudo-famous rapper / libertarian. Decided to start publishing his own comic books. They're very good, but he was a fan of comic books, and he doesn't like the multiverse. He doesn't like that death doesn't have consequences in comic books anymore. And so he's provided a new take on it where things matter. The storyline matters. There's not going to be a snap of the finger and then oh, just kidding. We're going to bring him back to life. And so it's old school storytelling. I don't know if people would love the art enough. It's only been out for like maybe 3 years or so you can like go back and like get every fucking issue if you wanted to.
Yeah, because I've seen that. What was it? In literature class, my teacher in high school was pointing out that Don Quixote was a satire. That Cervantes hated the epic. He hated this story style of this gallant hero with these damsels in distress, and he thought it was all formulaic and stupid, and he wanted to throw it on his head by adding a touch of reality, right? So Don Quixote is the crazy idiot that acts like a knight errant, and all of reality just smacks him in the face in every episode. Now what's interesting is it actually came out in like 2 different parts, and at some point people started, since Don Quixote became so famous, they started epicizing
Yeah, they did the fan fiction, and one of the cool things was he ends up writing a book where his character runs into the character claiming to be him in the fan fiction. Yeah, it's so fucking good. Like this is bold storytelling before you even had permission to be a bold storyteller. That ship's so far ahead of time.
He's criticizing the trend of literature. The trend of literature is too mighty for him to stop, so he reacts, and he engages in conversation with modern literature by writing another story. It's great, I love it. But he was highlighting that Cervantes keeps saying Cervantes was successful. This didn't destroy the genre. There were no longer epics. And I raised my hand. I said, that is a crock of shit. What are you talking about? Your description of epics is identical to comic books. It's literally the same, especially with the fact that the people die and come back over and over again, bigger, bolder stories that all crunch. And part of what I've noticed of being a fan of comics and watching it, there's a cycle. It's a regular cycle of people liking the story, wanting to see different iterations of that story. And then, because they like the alternate iterations of that very same notion, they want to see interactions, just like, again, Don Quixote and the Mirror Knight. So, yeah, I want to see what the Flash looks like if he was in the 1800s, but then I also want to see that Flash with modern-day Batman, because who knows, right? And then, as you do that, you then inadvertently create a multiverse. The multiverse becomes unwieldy because there are too many artists creating too many stories, and they contradict each other, and the fan base gets disillusioned and confused. So what happens is there's a big crunch. It gets reduced down to one or multiple universes that are then controllable until the process starts again because people still want to broaden. And it goes multiverse collapse over and over again.
Yeah, it's like Monty Python. What's the one with the second coconuts?
Holy Grail.
Oh my god.
Actually invested in that one.
The swallows or the top of
African swallow.
A single swallow could carry coconut. It's like they have two of them tied together with a string. It's like what an African swallow could do it. You could fucking argue this shit.
I think there's a lot of influence from Don Quixote in pro wrestling. I think some of the characters and their relationship with reality, to me, it seems very related. I don't think the average wrestling fan would pull that out, but I would imagine that the story writers absolutely are thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you know who Leni Riefenstahl is. She's Adolf Hitler's video woman of the Third Reich or whatever it was, and she innovated things in theatrical production because she has this movie which is considered by the Criterion Collection one being top whatever films or whatever, but I think it's called Triumph of the Will. I can't remember what it was called, but I did an analysis of it in a film class.
Oh yeah, that was a German part, right?
Yeah. Isn't it called Triumph for the Will? I mean, it's kind of a beautiful film in the sense of she has these Greek, athletes performing at the Olympics and things. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in a way, but it is a propaganda film created on behalf of the Nazis.
Yeah, I mean, cinema is a new technology, and the main indication of the Nazis was their use of science for propaganda purposes. Right, the microphone alone, the loudspeaker for Hitler to reach that many people as he was speaking live, that itself was technical innovation.
So, did they essentially create spam?
They didn't.
Meaning that propaganda at the state level, you know, in retrospect, like they were the first to fully maximize it. So I'm just saying, like to me, they're like, you know, political spammers.
A bit. You know, early development of cinema, it really is worth its own investigation, and it's very, very young. Like theater is old. Theater goes back to the ancient Greeks. They had sex acting, play performances, different things. But cinema, oh man, like first of all, one of the stories, one of the early inventors was that
Theater brainwave state, where your brain goes into a specific brainwave state, you know, when you sit down in the theater. So it puts you into a technical trance state.
Yeah, I mean, that would track.
Did you ever see the Benny Hill documentary?
No.
It's
the
got,
Benny Hill too. Yakety snacks or something. Yakety sacks.
Don't talk back.
That little old man he used to slap on the head had to have been 900 years old.
what are your favorite Daniel Day-Lewis films?
I haven't seen his early stuff. Like last week was in My Left Foot. Like he really, like, cause I think he had like a break from acting when I was like young and coming up watching movies. So I think like the first one that caught my attention was Gangs of New York, and then There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood's the best movie made this century.
Listen, I don't love There Will Be Blood because it is a long, dry, boring movie without much happening. But the scenes, the sequences, the cinematography, like, it is an excellent movie. I begrudgingly respect There Will Be Blood. And that final scene, like, oh man, you can't. They were just killing it.
Let me ask you this: have you seen the General Buster Keaton?
You mean the dictator? The dictator?
The Buster Keaton, the General. That's the one where you get that stunt scene where he's on the train. Where it's some of the best early stunt work. Right. Just like that's the kind of shit that, like, I wish they had more people talking about the making of that, because we have documentary crews and on the making of every film, so you can capture a lot of really cool shit. But back in those days, they didn't, and I'd love to understand, like, how did they know that was gonna work? And like, how did they, like, I mean, they were taking a lot of fucking chances. I mean, like, doing some really dangerous shit. Like,
Not at all.
yeah, it's just amazingly healthy.
You gotta keep in mind that they had already had, like, surprising shows for people there. Circus and rodeo and vaudeville, and some of these people were expert craftsmen at the very, very dangerous professions. And they were experts because they were the ones that had survived. And like in cinema, once you get cinema, of course you gotta get that on film. And you don't have the capitalistic marketplace, the rough and tumble anarchy of vaudeville to find those kinds of performances like you did in the past. Too much like safety. We don't want as many people dead as they were in the past.
Well,
Those child actors.
that movie.
They were like, twins that were touring the country singing in unison or something.
Was it The Crow with Bruce Lee's son? A shitty film.
that bad. I've seen it.
Even though kids love it.
Yeah. The makeup is awesome. It doesn't look bad. He's dead, so he's got to be off,
Have
right?
you seen Christopher Walken in King of New York?
No, because
Is that-
he gets like kidnapped, right?
No, Christopher
he's a
Walken.
gangster.
Yeah, he plays the King of New York. He's a kingpin of.
He's a gangster, and his whole gang is a bunch of black dudes. It's amazing.
And it's so ridiculous, but so I was in the army, and this drill sergeant, we're talking movies, he's like, you ever seen The King of New York? I said, no. He said, it's the most gangsta-ass movie ever made. He goes to a cop funeral, and he kills the cops at the cop funeral.
That's pretty gangster.
That movie's good because you get to see a lot of young actors before they made it. And it's kind of like a who's who of black actors that are in his little gang.
Who played Morpheus? What's that actor's name?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, that's when Lawrence Fishburne is very young. He's got a big role in that movie. He's really gross, really nasty.
Remember Wesley Snipes in New Jack City? When he poured champagne on the chicken, told her she's canceled. That was the beginning of the end.
What's this next kind of thing?
Remember Wesley Snipes' Live Fast video from Michael Jackson?
No.
Yes, he played Main Thug #1. It was bullying Michael Jackson.
Wesley Snipes was good.
What about the beaded video with pool tables that don't have pockets?
Well, that just means maybe they're weak, that they're in hell. How do you even get a pool table without pockets? Did they seal them up?
It's probably not a pool table. It's probably just a table that they felt on and just said, we'll make this look like pool tables.
Right? Pool tables are pretty heavy.
Oh, and whatever movie you all were talking about with Lawrence Fishburne, I guarantee it was not as bad as his breakout role as Black Rapist #2 in Death Wish.
Oh, he was the second Black Rapist.
Exactly.
What about his accent and higher learning?
He's got a great voice. Perfect for the Matrix.
He was in Apocalypse Now, right? He was on the Swift boat.
Yeah, I think so. He was young and thin, right?
All those days are long over.
Yeah, he's a big guy now. He's been for a while in Hollywood. They also, what's his face? Sam Jackson. When that world.
What's interesting was that right after What's Love got to do with it, he was offered the role in Pulp Fiction, and his agent told him to turn it down because it wasn't a leading man role, and so he
Excellent.
Yeah, Samuel Jackson turned that one out, but that was who originally Tarantino wanted for that role.
That was a coveted role. I think also the bartender was at some point slated to play that, but Sam Jackson he took it and I think even that movie, I think Tarantino wanted an afro, and they brought in a Jerry curl.